Did my stream explode? No. Okay, good. Cool. We can start the intro. All right. Dope.
Hydrosinus vititus.
Yep. Yep. Good morning. Hello. Hello. What's up? Yes. It is Tuesday. That's right. It is the most important day of the week because it is reset day in World of Warcraft for both of the players that still play that. So I hope they're having a great fucking day. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good morning, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. What's up, Alf? I remember when Evan said we'd forget about the orb in a week, a month ago. Mods, start the propaganda campaign. Good morning, Adaria. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Atari, good to see you. Lobster, Garthin, what's up? Jacob, dude. What's going on, dude? Who else is here? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? I see Evan Blair Art in chat. Entities, what's up, guys? Good to see y'all. The first thing of the day is the meta, thus submitted by Aduria, is the African tigerfish. Ooh, on a meta of fish that have tiger in the name, I'm gonna rate this a 9-2 because of those chompy boys. Yep. Yep. Good meta, Aduria. What's going on, dude? Good to see you guys. Hello. So, man, I had quite the evening yesterday. Quite the evening indeed. What's up, Wolf? Good to see you. That's right. So, yesterday I had a flash of a taste of brilliance as I was honored by a group of people that I enjoy very much, which are the people who do the show that I was doing fan art for yesterday. They all were very kind and gracious and lovely, and thank you guys for raiding in with me yesterday to Christian stream. That was awesome. It was cool. Really made my day. My eye appointment, which I ran to literally right after, went awesome, but I need to complain about it. I need to complain about it for like 28 seconds. What's up, Legend? It's good to see you, dude. So I went to the eye doctor, right? And I don't know if it's like where you guys live, okay? But I'm curious if you guys have a similar experience in your country or whatever. Or like a lot of Americans in chat. Yo, thank you, Cricky Branch, for the sub. Thank you for considering me your prime option this month. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Holy shit. That's huge for supporting me. Thank you. Those stack up, dude. I really mean it. That you could have primed anywhere on the internet and you chose my channel, so I'm humbled. I'm grateful. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The Moshtaba? I probably said that right, but good morning to you, my friend. So, tell me if this is like the way it is in your country or wherever you live. But when you go to the optometrist here, it is like trying to like dodge and resist them trying to sell you shit. right? Because even though I live in Canada, just because a lot of Americans don't know, we do have a lot of things that are part of our free healthcare. That's true. I've had many surgeries at the hospital and walked out with a clean bill. Nothing. But when I go to the optometrist, oh boy, do you pay for that. So I had a certain amount of healthcare coverage from Ella's Real Healthcare that she has for us, which was a couple $100. And I'm like, hey, I get my eyes checked, I get my whatever, need new glasses, what's up? And the girl is helping me. She's like, great, your prescription's changed a little bit, we'll get you some new lenses. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. She's like, but I think you should look at these whatever transitional reading something or another lenses. I'm like, whoa, hey, I appreciate that, not my first pair of glasses. I'm gonna go with my old frames and I'm gonna get new lenses in them. Can we do that? And she was like, sure. I'm like, and I need to keep this as close to my like coverage as possible. She's like, not a problem. And I'm like, great. So I had $350 for coverage. The base lenses, everything was $345. Oh, we're good. Well, I spent at least 20 minutes there attempting to be sold to and convinced that I should spend $900 on my glasses for, you know, x-ray, laser vision, double protected, warranted, reading, transitional, blue light protection, glaze, almost $1,000. And every time I go to the optometrist, I have to feel like I'm going into a war zone where I have to like be like, okay, man, we're not gonna let them pressure you into getting new glasses. We're not going to let them pressure you into spending over your coverage. We're not going to do it. And yesterday, I'm proud to say that I dodged, I withstood the relentless onslaught, and I actually did not pay any more than I had to. So my appointment was $10, but oh man, is that like where it is everywhere? Because I feel like going to the eye doctor here is like, it's like more like you're being sold to and less like you're going to an actual like physician. You know what I mean? Kitsune, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Same here. They aren't a part of the doctor. They're a separate company in the office trying to sell. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I'm guessing you're saying in the US. It's so bizarre, you know? Like I go to the dentist, like, you know, you go to your doctor or whatever, you know, you go to your dentist. We don't get coverage in Canada for dental either. We have to pay for that shit out of pocket. But they don't at least try and like sell you on a billion thing. Well, my dentist they kind of do a little bit. But man, go to the eye doctor. I always feel like I'm about to go into like a battle of wits with an individual, you know? Came across your art on TikTok and had to look through your portfolio. Love the style and method. Oh, damn, dude. Thank you, Branch. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Seriously. Thanks for stopping by. Holy shit. It's my first time here. I came from the Mossy stream yesterday. I'm so glad to be here. Dude, Crappy Boy, thank you for popping in then. I'm honored. I'm honored. Yeah, I was really excited to do that piece for Christian yesterday. Mossy Socks is somebody that I followed for a while. So you know what's so cool is that like I've followed Mossy Socks and Tank Tolman and Valiant Fox and like a bunch of these people for like a while in this game, and I had no idea that they all played a D&D game, which is pretty cool. And so when Tank introduced me to the D&D game and said, hey, you should come watch us play, I was like, oh shit. And so I see all these amazing people and I got the courage up to I'm really bad about getting the courage up to do fan art, you know? I don't know why. I know it's some stupid thing, a stupid hang up I have. I always feel like I need to ask permission to do fan art for something. Like I really love Critical Role, for example, and I haven't done any Critical Role fan art really, or whatever. And the only person I feel like I could do Critical Role or fan art for is Laura Bailey, because I literally asked her for her permission. And she said yes. I know most people don't care and they love it, but I still feel like I don't know. I feel kind of guilty or weird, you know. So yeah, Lori Bailey was actually in my stream at one point because she knows a friend of mine who they worked in a games company or a game. They did a game together. And so she was like, hey, you should come surprise my friend Evan. He's a big fan of yours on his birthday. And so Laura Bailey did. And I asked her, I was like, hey, Laura, can I do fan art for you? And she was like, yeah, what? What? Yeah, of course. So I don't know. I'm trying to do more. I'm trying to expand out more and get the courage up to do more fan art for things that I love. And so I'm kind of taking baby steps by doing stuff for people that I sort of know. I'm not obviously not that I know Tanker or Christian very well or whatever, but I'm at least acquainted to them and have DMs with some of them, which is a little bit more familiar than obviously with somebody like, I don't know, Critical or whatever. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Today we're doing some sketching for my own adventure I'm making right now. We're doing the first day of the Eldara sketchathon officially. That's right, where I will be drawing everything for the Horizon Adventure that we still need, which is, oh my god, it's a lot of things. I had this dumb idea about doing sponsored art for things in the adventure to see if people wanted to see stuff done. Like Aduria wanted to see some art for something in the world, and so he basically paid for a commission and made a thing happen in the world. And I was thinking about making like a list of art and things for Horizon so that people could do that if they wanted to, and make it like, I don't know, 2,500 bits or whatever for a piece of art, and then you get a trading card of it when it actually comes out. Something stupid like that. But regardless, there's a bunch that I need to do definitively, like some really important NPCs for the game, so that when you walk into the inn in Horizon, you get art of the innkeeper. I think that's important, right? Am I the only person that cares about innkeeper art? Maybe. Thank you for the lurk, Alf. I appreciate that, bro. Good luck with the battle maps. Registeel is a very powerful move and explosion. The fuck? I'm probably missing some context there. It's a good approach regardless to ask for permission. Shows that you care. Yeah, I know it's a little silly though, because I know that people, it's kind of self-indulgent to ask for permission, to be like, oh hey, I'm a nobody, can I draw your stuff? It's like, well, yeah, why do I care, you know? So it's a little weird, I'll admit, but I did get a chance to raid Mossy Socks a couple days ago, and I tentatively asked for a blessing to do some fan art, and he was very accommodating and amazing, so that was dope. But I'm trying to be more courageous as an artist, or I'm trying to be more out there. I'm trying to make friends, trying to do cool things and talk to people and stuff. So I'm trying to be more available and doing of things on the internet this year. But anyway, so this character, this is an NPC. This will be one of the most important NPCs in the adventure. This is going to be your liaison between you and Luna Airlace. And so this is going to be a very important NPC, because if the players are in Horizon and they want to talk to Luna, they basically have to go through one of her guards, and this is the guard that I'm going to make art for. There's two guards, actually, that I really want to make art for, but we're going to see how much time we have here, okay? So if I can make art of the two of them, that'd be cool, but obviously I need to prioritize getting more things done, like the inns and the monsters and things like that, as opposed to just NPCs that you'll, you know, be familiar with or whatever. Oh, excuse me, I still have that cough, bro. Sorry, I'm derailing chat. I asked what region, then asked if my starter was Registeel. Okay, I have no idea what's going on with you with that conversation, so I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna straight up not worry about it. Is the guard's name Leah Zan? I'm assuming that's a reference to something, and I have no idea what it is. Sounds like some Star Wars shit, but no, she is she's one of the elven guards of the Airlace family trading company, which is actually an interesting sort of story for Luna's guards, because they are somewhat low-ranking nobility themselves, actually. Yeah, they're actually low-ranking nobility. Delete, sketch, we'll call that layer that, and then we'll make a new layer for our line work. I think I have a name for her somewhere for a couple of the guards, and I'm not sure exactly where it is, but it is somewhere down deep into the records. Oh, you know what I was going to do, actually, first and foremost? I really wanted to make a list of things, of Eldara Sketchathon. Okay, Eldara, Horizon, Sketchathon projects. Okay, so we have a couple things here. We have important NPCs, lesser NPCs. We have villains / monsters. We have places, and we have things. So important PCs, we have Luna Airlace, who has art. Zephyrum. Oh no, there we go. Zephyrum Soul, and these two have their. I need. How do I do a check mark? Check mark. Okay, so Luna and Zephyrum both have art, and so just so you know what kind of the higher end NPC art looks like versus the lower end ones goes, this is gonna be one of the more important NPCs right here. Is gonna be a full sort of formal portrait, kind of half body type thing going on here. That's going to be the like more important NPCs. All right, the lesser NPCs, I'm just going to do a sort of a bust portraiture. So for lesser NPCs, we need Luna's guard, who we're doing today. We need, okay, so there are 3 innkeepers. 3 innkeepers. And I'm not sure if I need to do all of them. So I'm simply blind for not seeing it, but I'm curious if you have a commission sheet anywhere. I love commissioning art for my characters, and you've certainly caught my attention. Oh shit, no. So first of all, I'm honored. That really means a lot to me. Doing D&D characters isn't just casual commissions for me. It's something I take very seriously because I know how important D&D characters are. So you know, when somebody is wanting me to take care of the visual design for a character for them, that means a lot. So first of all, that's awesome. I'd be honored. Second, I don't maintain a commission sheet, no, because D&D characters are so vastly diverse and different as far as what you can sort of expect out of them and what is sort of required out of a piece. So I don't like to maintain any kind of a public commission sheet, because I find that it's not great for me for a couple of reasons. One of them is because if I say like my base price for a portrait like this is $200, and then you want a character that's got like 4 heads and 8 arms, like 2 Machamps stacked on top of each other, and in each arm they're holding a sword that has a different like character on it, then I'm like, that is going to cost substantially more than the base. And so I tend to prefer to talk to people, and so almost, I mean not almost, but all my clients that I take usually just message me on Discord or somewhere and say like, hey, this is the kind of project I'm looking for, what can we do? And then we chat about it over there, and I can give you a specific quote pretty early on in that chat. But I don't like to make a public sort of like quote of like, oh, this is how much this is going to be, because then people kind of get stuck on that number and hear, oh, I heard you were doing this for, you know, Garthen for 200, so that means my character will be 200, and it's like, it's kind of a whole thing. So no, I don't actually maintain a commission sheet anywhere, so you didn't actually miss anything. You're totally good. But if you have any sort of questions about commissions, you're more than welcome to message me, although I will say that right now I have an extraordinarily long wait list. It's at about 10 weeks, so if that's not good for timing, I totally understand. Some people have asked me for a commission and like agreed to the price and everything, but when I said sorry, it'll be 10 weeks before we can start, they're like, oh, never mind. So I just want to say that up front as well, in case you need anything sooner. Hales, what's up? Come in to say hi, as it's nearly 3:30 a.m. for me, and I have an appointment tomorrow. Hales, please go to bed. Holy crap. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. No commission sheet, but it does take commission through DMs. Long wait time, though. I mean, why did I even say all that? Garthen just took care of it for me, so thank you, bro. Do you have a site where you have your world? So that's what I'm building right now, Legend, is I'm building a world anvil to go along with and accompany the Horizon adventure when it comes out next month. So I've been doing a lot of world anvil writing and article writing and things like that recently, and I have about 130 articles right now that are ready to publish, that are all like chained off of Horizon and the Shattered Sea and everything, so that it's all organized well for players that want to jump into the world and read a little bit about the specific things they care about, hopefully. So not yet, but it is imminent, and I'm very excited about it. We have a town guard named Sergeant Tomasin, who fills the role. He usually dies. Oh no. Oh no, is he the good guy? So there's a bit of a contention, actually, Tari, that you might find interesting between the militia and the Airlace Family Trading Company guards. The militia that Luna had to hire as part of the contractual obligation with the Grand Crest Council to protect the island of Horizon, they are actually being influenced very much by the Archaeological Society. So the town guard, most of them in the Horizon adventure canonically are not trustworthy. They are eyes and ears of the power struggle between Luna and the devious Lord Ashton. So you want your character to be an Eldarin character on a swimsuit calendar, though we might be able to squeeze you in early. That's true. I do have slots for swimsuit calendar requests. I don't know how we came to this point in time, Ashy, and I don't know what this timeline even is, but oh boy, oh god, I'll think about it, but in all seriousness, I'll hang on for a few more minutes because I do love your art. Fair enough, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Williamson, happy to hear you seem to know your worth. What time is no issue in the slightest. You make sure you're taking care of yourself while catching up. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm okay maintaining a long wait list for people. I don't mind. I have a certain amount of time booked every single month for commissions, and I have a certain amount of time booked for my own adventure, my Patreon, things to do with my own project. And some months I switch, like I will, you know, switch between prioritizing one or the other, you know, kind of 60-40 or 70-30. But yeah, definitely it's been I've recently got a lot of an influx of requests, let's just say, because only recently in the last couple months did I actually start posting my stuff on Instagram and TikTok and places like that and making shorts. So I've had a lot of people been very generous about wanting me to do designs for them, which I'm honored to. It's just unfortunately the wait list is longer than I'd like it to be, because I think it's exciting when you say, hey, I want to grab a character, and then it's like, cool, we can start next week. And I really do hate making people wait. So like on Instagram, I just say commissions closed, and I might have to do that on Twitter and other places, and then obviously still accept things on waitlist throughout my stream and whatnot for like the core community. But yeah, it's rough. Was he's implicated in being a stooge of Lord Ashton? He died in that one too. Okay, well, as long as he... Oh, God. What's up, Lou? How do DMs even work? Like, I could imagine making a whole Life is Strange like story with multiple outcomes for every single scene to just have a player seduce the goblin for 2 hours. I mean, that's D&D, isn't it? Yep, that's D&D. I'd love to get a commission done from you. Just at the moment, I have other priorities that are more important. 100%. I mean, like, I get it. I totally get it. Honestly, it just means a lot of people would want art from me. So that's pretty cool, Hales. I appreciate that. Algorithm finally catching you in its sights. Well, I mean, to be fair, I've spent a lot of time like planning and trying to do other projects and stuff. And only recently this year have I made it a priority to actually grow kind of like within the algorithms, because the adventure I'm making is going to be a totally free adventure with maps and tokens that I make by hand and character art and magic items and everything that I can do as an artist to make a D&D adventure, a 3-level D&D adventure, really fun. And the problem is that that's like a free kind of proof of concept, so I can prove to myself that I can make a proper adventure with all these things. And then later in the year, I really want to kickstart a formal adventure that's like a bigger adventure, like a good chunky adventure. But obviously, I want to show that I can proficiently perform all the tasks individually that I'd want to do for the adventure in my Horizon project. So by the time I do that Kickstarter, I really need a larger, wider reach to maybe try and get more support on that, because I have a lot of people in my community that are very, very supportive individually of my projects. But obviously, if I'm doing something big and ambitious like a Kickstarter later in the year, I kind of want things like, you know, my Instagram to have more than like 200 followers on it, so that, you know, people can actually see it, the stuff that I'm doing, and if they like it, cool, and if not, then that's totally fine too. So but yeah, I've been trying really hard this year to actually, you know, try and keep up with that kind of stuff. So once he was squashed by a bad guy who was thrown off the lighthouse and landed on the poor Sarge. There's been a few times where he was crushed by the Jungle Beast. Oh, okay, we got to do Jungle Beast art. That's a big one. That's a big one, Atari. We got to add that one to the list. 10 weeks wait list is not really long. If it's your main source of income, you should be scared if you're not booked for 2 months ahead. Glad to hear you're doing well. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, it isn't, commissions are not my main source of income. They're kind of a supplementary thing that I do sort of on the side. There was like a good 8-month period last year where I just did not take a commission for any reason, for almost any price. There's a couple of people who are willing to pay an exceptional value to like get something done by me, where I was like, hey, you know, if you're okay with this, like, sure, I'll do this. But no, for the most part, like last year, I spent almost the entire year, commissions completely just closed while I was working on and focusing on my Eldar adventure stuff. But it's still, yeah, maybe 10 weeks isn't that long for like big artists, but for kind of a, you know, somebody like me, it feels like it's a long wait. So did cool art things. The Tarkir Dragonstorm full art lands have been spoiled and are beautiful. Yeah, I'm curious what that set actually looks cool. Sounds like a really solid idea. Get your name out there before going hard in something like a Kickstarter. Right. I mean, yeah, like I definitely want to, the plans that I have for like making a campaign guide and a campaign setting for my world is like long-term goals that I realize you can't really do with a very, very small following like I have. Not that like I don't absolutely value every single person that would follow me or hang on my Twitch stream or anything like that. I value every individual like so much. It does suck to say like, oh, I need to have like more followers for something. But when it comes to like a big ambitious Kickstarter, like a full adventure, it really does help, I think. So yeah, but that's been a fun project this year. Okay, so for the Horizon adventure, we need a couple more pieces of art. So lesser NPCs. So we have 3 inns that the players can stay in. And I do think having art of the innkeepers is nice, because it's kind of like, you know who you're talking to at the inn. So we're going to say the Dumarian Glade. Glade Innkeeper. We're going to say the Azure Burrows Innkeepers. It's a couple. And what is the human inn, the main inn, called? I can just ask Atari. God, what was his name? It was something wind or whatever. Okay, whatever. Main innkeeper. So 3 innkeepers, lunatic guard. Who else are we going to be interfacing with? Delgos, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. There are shopkeepers and things like that. Magistrate Lembershed, yes, thank you. Lembershed, yep, that's an important one. I think the deep mount or the floating mountain. Jesus. The rare alert.
Paladin.
I'm not calling it the human. Stop. I gotta make that alert more rare. It's only at 5%. I feel like I still hear it once a day. So, thank you for the 100 bits of Daria. I'm not calling it the human. All right, come on, bro. Please, what am I gonna do? Please, Garth, and that much. Floating mountain, vendor. What else? What are the most? Okay, if there are 3 shops in an adventure town, what are the 3 shops that people would care about the most? The magic shop is going to be important. I'm wondering if the blacksmith qualifies, to be honest. The waitress who chops off the hands of anyone who tries to touch her ass. This is why I need sponsored art, Ashley. I'll just use your portrait for that. So, guy's first name is Rin. Did you ever decide on that one? Nope. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Is there a medical ward? And if no, if so, personnel. A medical ward. Is that something players typically interact with? Is like some sort of a healer? Real lore that by many fake lore. They used to be once called the Ash Atari before named to Ash Asari. Oh, really? I had no idea. Yeah, there you go. The magic shop is gonna be an important one. Is the cleric? Okay, what we'll do is we'll do potential. Potential additions, and we'll have cleric, the town cleric. Oop, town cleric. We'll have Master Morale, who is going to be the head of the Astral Sage Enclave. Who else? Who else is important? Yeah, the apothecary, the blacksmith. Ooh, yeah, the apothecary. What's their name? They're part of a guild. Spooky Necro Lord reference. What else? The blacksmith. That's probably a good one people will go to often, right? Ooh, 51. Not quite a green dragon check. Religious house and medical ward could be 2 in 1. I think so, yeah. I may actually use human for my campaign if they come across a random area. Okay, don't. Duria is gonna be too inflated from that. The blacksmith's daughter who gets kidnapped every time a new adventure arrives in town. Conveniently, that's also the waitress who cuts the hands off anybody who touches her ass at Ashley. So we're 2 in 1ing that one at the very least. So good on you for thinking and being ergonomical. If they have no cleric, they sure as hell do, because if they don't, they dead. Fair enough. Okay, so there's some couple additions potentially there, depending on. We'll run some sponsorships and see if anyone wants to sponsor any of these. So villains and monster, we need the consortium villain. Let's just say consortium enforcer. We need the jungle beast. That's important. Jungle beast. We need also the abyssals. We need flying danger boys for a random encounter. So these are also tokens that I'm going to need to make for each one of them. Are there other new villains that are going to need art for? If I say there's pirates, it's just pirates. If I say there's things like that. have a researcher / librarian. We already have art for him. That is the character, the important NPC by the name of Zephyrin Soul. So he's going to be your sort of your contact, I guess, for all things academia and history. So thankfully we filled that role with him, and he's already got art made for him. And he's such a handsome boy too. So villains and monsters. So the first potential encounter is a random encounter on the ship on your way there. That's not going to have a map or anything for it. Then the second potential random encounter will be on the way to either one of the side quests, which will be Danger Boys. And then we have both side quests, which are Abyssals and Jungle Beast. And then we have the last... Oh, Consortium Thralls. That's right. Consortium Thralls. No, wait, Miserly Miller? That's a new one. Librarian is one of those take a book, leave book ones. Yeah, there you go. I have the captain of the ship that brings him to town. I call him Captain John Good. His name's Old Galen. Yeah, no, that's a good point. He's not an important NPC. Well, he is, but okay. So this is important. Yeah, we need Old Galen. We need Old Galen and Endrick. Good point. Portraits of Old Galen and Endrick, as well as do we have villains? Oh, we have the good Lord Ashton. Galen's the ship guy. Yes, Old Galen is the guy who brings you to Horizon, if you so choose to take Endrick up on his offer to send you over there. Do you also stream RPG sessions? No, we don't. I don't right now. I really want to do a live stream with a bunch of streamer friends of mine and once I release this adventure, it's going to be the first sort of canonical story arc within my setting that I'm like publishing, I guess, right? And I really thought it'd be fun to get a couple of players of other streamer friends that I know that have like proper audio and stuff to like play through it. So we might do that, a very short little campaign. And I might also be starting a streaming game with my wife. Actually, we've been talking about this for a while, since I've been talking about doing a West Marches style campaign on stream since December, and I think that I'm almost ready to start doing that. So that would be over on her Twitch channel, but I'd like alert it in my Discord and stuff, and it would be a one-on-one RPG campaign in Eldara with her, which is really cool. I like playing one-on-one D&D. It's actually pretty fun. And then I'd have room for like other friends and stuff to drop in for, you know, small little endeavors, I guess. But it's mostly what could be West Marches style in that people could come in and go if they wanted to. And then the core would be Ella as a player and the NPCs around her. So not yet, but maybe potentially very soon. So Old Galen, the ship guy, new Gale in the human inn. I think Gale was actually in the name. Now I think about it. Actually, now you're talking about that. I mean, I do have my. I just go look, right? Horizon, Google Docs. I'm sitting here trying to remember the name of the inn. I can just go look for it. Horizon. How do I search the word Horizon? Horizon Adventure. Horizon Notes. Horizon Adventure. Okay, there it is. Lord Ashton, Keep Luna's Guards, Magistrate. Oh, Roland Lembershed. That was his name. Roland Lembershed. Okay. Enforcer Priest, Horizon Market, Secret Runes. Okay. Fly to the whatever, clear the whatevers. Where's my notes? Oh. Different Horizon notes. There we go. Okay, so the inn is the Wind Willow Inn. That's right. That's the name of it. So we have Azure Burrows, Wind Willow. Wind Willow Innkeeper. Veyron Willowwind and his wife, Irina. And their children, Dayan and Samantha. Why do I have their kids' names in there? I don't know. Because I wrote too much about Horizon. Okay. Jungle Beast was called an Azraback, I think. For villains, Jungle Beast, Azraback. So there's a lot of art to do. Now, as far as the oh yeah, okay, so Matthias Supplies, Helm's Mark, Armorer, Azure Sea Wonders, and Floating Mountain Traders. Ooh, that's 4. Ooh, man. I could also do Luna's Major Domo. Erin Lakecrest. Should I just make her major domo and her guard the same person? I think I will. Luna's major domo. Erin Lakecrest. Okay. So we have names for this NPC we're drawing today. Oh, not that one. The Iona Inn is classic, is it? Excited Shimmy need to change much. I should just make this. I should just share this document with you. Sorry. You can just be up to date on all the changes. Okay, places. Ooh, man. Okay, well, things, first of all, I don't think there needs to be any things except for the important spoiler thing. That's the only thing that needs art. And then magic item. 1, 2, 3. Not 4. Not 4, but 5. There we go. There we go. This is important. We need to have magic item art for magic item 1, 2, 3, not 4, but 5. And it won't be holy hand grenade, okay? I don't want to make a Holy Grail reference in here. Otherwise, the only people who are going to want to play this game are all in their late 40s, which is fine, but they're past the age of wanting to pay money for adventures, okay? They're going to be like, who's this fucking nerd trying to kickstart an adventure? I'm not paying $5 for your stupid D&D adventure, Evan. I'm kidding. Okay, so we need the inns. So the 3 inns, or Azure Burrows. Where do you guys want to see art for? If you had an artist for your DM, where would you want to see art for? Windwillow, the Glade, the Adventures Guild, I think it's Topmast Adventures Guild, Floating Mountain. We'd also need art for the Archaeological Society. There we go. And where else? Oh, the Abyssal Ruins. That's fine. The Real Ruins. And then I think the Horizon Marketplace is a good place to also do art for. Luna's office or conference room where the quests are given. So that's a back room of the Glade. So that basically be me drawing food for everyone. Do you have some method for coming up with names? Whenever I need to name something, my brain goes blank, like I'm back in school grilled by a teacher. For naming things, no. I actually typically think of what I want out of a name, and then it comes to me later. This is why I don't name things on stream, typically all that often. Because if I sit here and I say, okay, guys, we're now going to name this region of the world, and we all sit there and we all think about it and we all twiddle our thumbs, I'm not going to like any of the names until I think of it myself, and I'm like, sitting there drawing something else, and then I'm like, oh, we're gonna call it Ashasari, and I don't know where it comes from. So I wish I had some cool tricks or fancy ways of naming things, but I actually have nothing. So local shrines, places of worship. Oh, the Sage Temple. Please forgive me if I'm not being too attentive to YouTube chat today. I'm really bad. I don't have any sort of format for it right now that's obvious, so I have to like intentionally look somewhere on my OBS that I'm not used to checking. So I'm really sorry if I ignore any chat messages from YouTube. I love you guys dearly. The item shop, that's the Floating Mountain. So an overall city image, unless you already have that. That to me is gonna be the market. An overall painting of Horizon would be too much work right now, I think. Not that I don't want to do the work, but I would rather, it's like, would you rather have 8 sketches of some things in Horizon or 1 sketch of Horizon? You know what I mean? The bars, the inns, since that holds most of the personality of an inn, I agree, and that's why we're going to do all 3 inns that players can stay at. Break the high fantasy approach of never showing a bathroom. Ooh, is that the piece you want to sponsor? You want to sponsor the official because listen. I thought about it. A streamer friend of mine told me, she's like, hey, if you want to sort of like do a mini crowdfunding thing for this free adventure, you could have people sponsor art like you did for Aduria and the Geminos. And so if somebody wanted to see something for Horizon, they could commission the sketch for you basically, and then you'd add that in. And I was like, people are going to commission ridiculous things. She's like, no. They'd want to see like real things, like, you know, like towers and cool things. And I was like, someone's going to ask for something stupid. And God damn it. See, like you only draw the bathrooms of all the fancy inns. Okay, all right. She thinks she's funny. What's up, Raindrop? Might be cool to have the jungle beast only drawn as a head sticking out of the foliage with teeth and evil intent. I want to draw the jungle beast leaping out because I want to be a dramatic, like, you know, and then the lurp leaps out of you. Go roll for initiative. So I kind of want to draw it like, kind of like better, you know, better portraying the dangerositude of it. It's an important qualifier, is the dangerositude. Not to be mistaken with dangerosity, so. It could be a nice sauna. Oh, okay. I was just gonna think it was gonna be a hole in the floor, so. Yeah. Each major beat of the adventure should have an art to kick off the portion being played. So that's interesting. It's interesting that you say that because, so this is gonna be one of those pieces. So when you finish your stuff in Horizon and you have to go to the Fancy Island Forest and go find the thing that you're doing with Zephyrin, that's what this piece is going to be. So I'm going to say that as Zephyrin is flying you guys on the edge of the island, he flies you through an Eldari ring, which is an old sailor's thing for good luck. And if a player is flying the airship towards the island, I will say something like, you see an Eldari ring, you know, and you know that it's good luck to fly through them. So then the art is presented. So I like that idea. I'm trying to do something similar for the actual big Kickstarter adventure. I actually want to have an animatic, if I can, that does that. So imagine there was even an animatic of you swooping through this ring, going through as the island appears in the background. So yeah, the problem is I don't really know what painting or piece that I could do. Well, this isn't a painting. This is like halfway between a sketch and a painting. So I don't know what I could do to start the adventure off with the whole thing. That'd be an interesting idea. I'm just not sure what I could do for that. Let's say how fancy places more than the bathroom. Ooh, good point, actually. Now, there is an expensive Elven Inn that no player I've ever played with in this campaign has ever wanted to stay at the expensive Elven Inn. Nope. Not a single player. Nobody has wanted to pay 5 gold a night, and I don't know why. Because, you know what one of the secrets? Or sorry, 2 gold a night. You know what one of the secrets is with Horizon is that when you are staying at the inn, after wherever you choose to stay, Luna will contact that inn and tell them to cover your inn fees for the nights that you're in Horizon, basically. That you're her guest in the city. So all the players all go stay at the 2 gold or the 5 silver or the 8 silver inn. They all go stay there. And none of them ever stay at the 2 gold inn, and none of them realize they could get it for free. So there's your tips and tricks, Nintendo Power 1998 magazine cheat code EBA tip to Eldar is always stay at the fancier inn because it's free anyway. But you didn't hear from me. I better get some sleep. Lost track of time. Is now nearly 4. All right, please go get some sleep indeed. Yeah, jeez. That's pretty late. A city map. So a city map is something that I don't know how to do. I've been thinking about how to do a city map for a long time. And the issue is that I've never seen a city map I like. Because I always feel like you either have to be too specific or not specific enough. And if you're not being specific enough, I find an illustration of a vast city better. And the problem is a lot of city maps for like D&D campaigns that you get from wizards and stuff like that. People love the city maps. I mean, no disrespect, I do not like them because I find it to be a little constraining for what you think this, like, players will see that city map and say, and rather than saying like, oh, there's a bunch of city over here and a bunch of city over here and here's the general direction of things, they will see that and be like, oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 streets with, and they'll start like, you know, they'll sort of like limit their scope a little bit in to what is exactly on the map for building. And I always find that that's not really a great choice for me. And I don't know if maybe that is the best choice. Maybe that's like, yeah, it's not a great choice, but it's the best choice. And if that's the case, then I think I need to do that. But I still haven't found a city map sort of style or way of doing it. We spent like 2 hours on stream one day looking up different video games and RPGs, and I just didn't find one that like really made me feel good about it. The best kind of city map that I've seen is like, if you remember the Dragon Age 2 city map of whatever the fucking city was called, I forget. It was more of an illustration generally of the city, and it had sort of icons of where things were. more or less. So I'm not sure about that. Captain says, oh, hey, this was on a floating island yesterday. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Where'd it come from? Arriving at the docks is how I usually start. It's a lot of detail, though, with the ships coming and going and the skyline above and the hills beyond. You know what? We could take the marketplace sketch. We could take the marketplace sketch and do that, maybe. I'd be willing to try. Like, I don't know if I have the time for it because it is, like you said, a lot of detail. But I could potentially make that the marketplace sketch. Turn the... Where is it? Horizon Marketplace into maybe... maybe substantial sketch. There we go. So that could be a good beat for arriving at Horizon. I think that's a brilliant idea. You arrive at the port city, because don't forget, Horizon's supposed to be definitely a welcome to the world type of adventure. I wanted to have all the intrigue, all of the, you know, the hopeful, uplifting adventure vibes of starting a new campaign, starting a new adventure, and really it's the main message that I'm trying to communicate with Horizon is me just humbly saying welcome to Eldara. And that's why Luna Aerolace, who's the NPC over on the side there, I want her to be an NPC that is very full of life and is very exciting to talk to, is very happy and optimistic and outgoing, because I really want her to sort of be your greeting into the world. You know, that kind of the stranger in the strange land, but in fact, they're actually really nice. So Luna needs to embody that sort of optimistic, uplifting kind of vibe for Horizon, and I want the city to as well. And so a busy port kind of, you know, of a bustling new city that's being set up and still in its kind of like infancy of construction, people moving materials here and there, people coming off of boats to start a new life in Horizon, or adventurers hoping to find their glory along with you. That's vibes that I want out of this. Now, that would be an incredibly detailed piece that would take me an assload of time. But it would be the piece to make for the starting piece of the adventure. So I'd have two sort of more substantial paintings. Well, not paintings, but sketch paintings still. I would start at the Fancy Inn just to be pretentious while I play the campaign as an actual sentient cat. That's right, I forgot that's what you wanted to do. Don't know if you have a shipyard or just the ship players arrive on. It could be cool. The shipyard would be really dope, because the shipyard is actually on an island floating on the other... Like, the Horizon sort of, like, map... The Horizon... I mean, I don't even have a map of the Horizon Island, I think. I think it's somewhere in my D&D sketches. Actually, you guys want to go deep here and you want to go deep in the into the lore. It's on Horizon's concept sketches. Where was it called? D&D sketches, something sketches. D&D's Friday sketches. No, it was. Oh, it's called D&D notes. That's right. Yeah, that was the joke. Is that I used it as my notebook and I turned it into a sketchbook. Oh my god. Okay, so this is we're gonna go deep, man. We're going on a bit of an adventure. What's up, Encounter? Good to see you. Yeah, this is, you guys want to see some ancient art? Here we go, man. Here we go. Here's some ancient art. Okay, so there's the Sky Knights. I have to find it. Here's some elementals. That's an Age of Empire spear thrower. That's a cleric. That is a spear. That's an Eldritch Monstrosity, which I'm going to be using as the base for the Abyssals, by the way. This is going to be the base for the Abyssals. A little bit of the Consortium in there as well. This is a castle. Where is Horizon? Let's see. This is a ticket, a coupon, by the way. If any of you guys need a coupon for free pizza from your D&D group, here, I'll post this in Discord for you guys in case anyone needs it. You can redeem this at any D&D group for free pizza if you're the GM. So here, I'll copy and paste it into our Discord. Just you know, it's been pinned somewhere, but just in case any of you are playing D&D this week and you want free pizza from your group, here you go. You can redeem this with your D&D group, and they have to buy you free pizza then. So basic toppings only, unfortunately, though. Medium or large pizza. Free pizza does not count as payment for any extra loot or EXP, but you know it kind of does. So just as a thank you guys for, you know. Okay, is this it? Oh, this is it. Okay, so this is the basic map of Horizon. This is why I don't like doing city maps, because I think it's a little limiting. But this is the oldest sort of map that I ever did of Horizon. You know, you see the town hall, the marketplace. It's a lot longer than it appears here. So this map is not quite accurate. But there is the bakery with the people happy in it, and of course the barracks is also important if you need your StarCraft 2 barracks. But so this is the base map of the Horizon City, not Horizon Island. So there is an entire district over here that, oops, sorry, that's an island floating off of the coast of the Horizon City. That's more of the trade hub of things. So shipyard, industrial trade. This is the Airlace family trading company part of the city. Horizon, the city, the town, whatever, is like kind of the like Luna's project to make a fun place to live. This is the Airlace family trading company. You know, he's using the shipbuilder. Horizon as the island kind of looks something like this. So you got the dense forest jungle. You get the runes. You got Texas without the boars. I don't. You have High Crest Hamlet over here, and there's Horizon just right there in the yeah. City maps are definitely tricky, but a lot of work. But I quite enjoy them personally. Yeah, and things I like them too. I find that problem of players being limited by what they see an issue that I really wish I could kill. Which is why I'm not saying that I won't do this, like a map that's this kind of thing that exactly has all these, like, you know, districts and things on it, like, you know, almost word for word. And if I sort of need to kind of deal with the fact that players are like, oh, this doesn't look like the map could support, you know, 2,000 people. You've drawn it more like to support like 300, like whatever. I'll just call them a nerd, shove them in a locker as you do. It still might be the best choice to have as a map for Horizon as a city, but I'm just not satisfied with it, I guess. I'm looking for something better. That detail helps so much for the setting. It shows how small folk live their lives. Grounds things even for grand adventurers. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, right? Yeah. Could be a shot of the town square with Luna's town hall, the church, floating mountain traders, and maybe Lord Ashton down in one corner bribing a guard. That would be pretty detailed, I guess. God, man, I don't know what to do. There's so much work for this adventure, and I'm running out of time, so I need to prioritize things really, really hard. When consider Captain America's waitress, wait, what? A simple citizen allows the party to connect with, so that when you're talking about the hopes and dreams of the settlers arriving and making their way on the frontier. Maybe this is not part of the pack. If you want the original, like the original print of this, sure, I'll send you one, Atari. All right, it's not gonna be part of the like big fancy pack, but if you want original print of the Horizon map sketch for the adventure, this like ancient concept art, I'll make one for you. Okay, just have to remind me. Trade part is on the separate floating island. Most of it, yeah. I mean, most of the market that's gonna be on this part of the island is like city market for people. This is the big warehouses for the big trading guilds, because part of the whole reason why Horizon was set up. So okay, TLDR premise: Horizon as a city, as an island, was raised up randomly from the depths of the Shattered Sea, which is a floating island, cloud ocean type thing. Islands will come up from the abyss every once in a while. You can't go into the abyss. It's like a layer of smoky clouds that is kind of like a brine pool, if you're familiar with that, where no one who goes in the abyss ever comes out. But islands will still float up from the abyss every once in a while, and they have some materials on them, precious minerals, and especially sky shards. The actual material that causes things to float in the Shattered Sea are these sky shards. And so people would come in and mine the island out of all of its sky shards, and the island would sink back into the abyss. And so what happened a while ago in the story is that the Grand Council that runs everything in the city Grand Crest, the Senate, they basically said, if an island raises up with important ancient ruins, cultural things on it, whatever, it is not to be mined. And part of this program, what they were going to do is they basically said, if an island comes up and it's got ruins, we are going to auction the island off to somebody, and you can do whatever you want with the island. You can build a big castle on it, you can make a town, you can do whatever you want with the island, but you have to ensure that the island stays safe and available for researchers. So the island of Horizon rose up with these dope runes on them in the corner, and so the Airlace family trading company, which is this character on the left of my screen, Luna Airlace is the daughter of that company, the eldest daughter of that company. They basically bought the island because it's in such a good spot for trade. So they bought the island to create a new trade hub. So yes, they protect the island, they make sure the researchers can do their thing with the runes, but also as kind of the side project of that, the reason they spent so much money on the island is because they could create a new trade hub, which is awesome for them financially, business-wise. Now, the real secrets are that they actually had other interests in the island, and a lot of different parties did. If you kind of probe deep enough with some of the people and the NPCs, they'll talk about how Horizon sold for way too much than it's worth as a trade hub, and how the Airlace Family Trading Company and all these other big, you know, guilds and orders and stuff were all bidding a lot of money for this island, and the Airlace Family Trading Company won it for way too much money, basically. So there's some reason why, and it kind of ties in with the story of why you're there and why you're helping Luna out. But basically, these runes have something more important to them that needs to be investigated, and that's kind of the theme of the adventure. So, yeah, so all the big industrial stuff that, like, you know, a trading company that has like the financial capital to buy this entire island and outbid giant paladin orders and the massive alabaster consortium that basically is the bank of the entire, you know, Shattered Sea. Like, basically the Airlace Family Trading Company, no one thought they had this much gold in their coffers, period, to buy this island. So as far as anyone else knows, is they drained everything they had. Now, whether that's true or not is you know, to be discovered in game, but they do need to make their money back a little bit. So Luna Airlace, Lady Luna, Lady Viceroy of the Shattered Seas, Airlace Family Trading Company, whatever practices, blah, blah, blah. She is the overseer of the town, and she's basically also kind of playing at town magistrate. She's also kind of trying to create this ideal town for people. So she has an offer for anyone that wants to start a business, where she will allow them to operate a business in Horizon with no taxation on their sales for a whole decade. She also gives them supplies to build a business, to build their home, and as long as they can pay for the actual what is it, the work hours, the manpower, whatever, as long as they can pay for it or do it themselves, they can basically come to Horizon for free. So a lot of people are very attracted to Horizon. She's trying to kickstart a whole town, not just a giant, like, you know, trade hub. She's trying to kickstart a whole town. So Horizon's only been like, the island only raised up about a year ago. So this is like you walk into Horizon, and one of the things that you would marvel at is just how much city there is for only having been constructed like 8 or 10 months ago. So definitely the vibes of people all coming and going and here for a new, you know, a new life and whatever, and trying to, you know, build something for themselves, adventurers that are here to see what adventures, you know, to be had on the surrounding islands. Definitely it's supposed, I want players to feel like they're new here, but everyone else is too, because my setting Eldara is a very old setting, as a lot of great D&D settings are. The problem is when you walk into an ancient setting, sometimes it's good to sometimes have a bit of a footstep where you feel like other people are sort of having the same kind of first steps as well. And so you arrive on the shores of this city, on the shores of this island in Horizon, this floating island in the Shattered Sea, a newcomer amongst newcomers. So there's systems that are old, there's orders that are old, there's ancient things that are old in the world that you have to learn about as a player, but the actual town that you're in, you as a player aren't expected to know anything about it, because it's like, dude, Horizon's brand new. Nobody knows what's going on here. Your questions as a player are your questions as a character, which I think works out really nicely for starting a campaign, and also starting and welcoming somebody into my D&D setting, into my campaign setting, because I really want to, one of the reasons why this is such an important project to me is because I want people to start playing characters in my campaign setting. I've been doing this on stream for almost 5 years, where I've been developing this campaign setting, and it's cool, hopefully, to watch. But I think a lot of people are kind of like, okay, well, that's cool, like fantasy setting, fantasy world, but like, what does it really matter to you as an individual viewer or person that enjoys my art? And I always think about it sort of like when I was young, watching World of Warcraft releases at BlizzCons. You know, when you see Northrend, when you see Draenor or whatever, you're not thinking, oh, neat, Blizzard, that's a cool world you've created. You're like, I'm gonna go there with my character, it's gonna be dope. And I wanted to build that kind of excitement with projects that I do for people in our, like, my core sort of like, you know, sort of circle here that are on Twitch and are paying attention to the project and supporting me through it. I want, when I create something for Eldara, I want you guys to all have characters that you've played through Horizon. You've started playing in Eldara. So you're not thinking, wow, Evan, that's a cool ancient runes for the Dwarven Kingdom of Who Asked. You're thinking, I'm going to go there and it's going to be dope. And hopefully be more excited about it the way that I'm always excited about going places in my own D&D setting. So yeah, so Horizon's supposed to be a very much an introduction to a lot of these things. So part of that is on the sketch list. I want to make sure that there's a whole bunch of like things that inspire that. So NPCs, making sure there's art of the NPCs for players. Making sure that there's obviously the art of the villains and things you're going to fight. The places within the world, I think this is a good start for being not too ambitious. But we have the 3 inns you can stay at, the Adventurers Guild, which you will be going to. We have the most important sort of magic item, whatever, oddities, interesting shop. We have the Society, which players might not all go here, but if the Snoopy player, like, I'd be curious to hear Atari say how many players choose to go to the Archaeological Society and snoop around, knowing that they're the villains, basically, of the story. The Abyssal Runes, like, when you get there, the real runes, obviously, the Marketplace is a big thing we talked about. And then as far as, like, items, magic items, there's not that many, but there's going to be a couple things, like the reward magic items you'll find, things like that, and then also the important thing, because at this adventure, you know, the small spoiler is that basically you are there to get a thing. And you are going to deliver the thing, which is going to ask more questions, pose more questions to the world. It's going to open up the adventure. You're going to be like, what the hell is this thing? And you're going to go back to where you started, back in the guild, back in Horizon, or sorry, back in Grand Crest. And you're going to be like, hey, I did the adventure to Horizon and I got this thing. It's crazy. And that's when Endrick's going to take that from you and go, oh shit. And then you understand how an adventure unfolds, right? But Horizon's supposed to be a prologue to that, so that you can play the story through that, or if you want to.
MacGuffin, let's go.
Exactly, right? Thanks 100 bits, bro. Thanks, Aduria. Yeah, and so you can sort of start the campaign either in Horizon and do the prologue, or you can enter during the big formal campaign that I'm going to be running my Kickstarter for. Because I don't want people who, when I do a big Kickstarter, I say, hey, here's the first adventure in my world. I don't want people to be like, oh, this is the second adventure. Like, oh, God, I have to play through the first one? Like, damn. So it's basically either you can enter into the Eldara sort of main story quest at level 3 right there, or you can play the prologue from level 1. And that's partially also because I find a lot of players don't like starting at level 1. So if you want to go through Horizon, go through the prologue and be the adventurers that found the thing that starts the whole story, you can be that adventurer. Or you can show up at the guild hall and Endrick will be like, hey, I sent some adventures to Horizon and they brought this back, and now we have a whole D&D adventure out of that. So, you know, yeah, that the important thing also needs a very important piece of art. But I think this is pretty ambitious right now as it is. So we're gonna start drawing our what's her name? Shit, Erin Lakecrest. There we go, Erin Lakecrest. We might rename her. I don't know. It's not a very elven name. That was supposed to be her, like, her human attendant, but I think I'm going to combine her human major domo and her guard. Blaze, thank you for the tier 1 for 46 months. Thank you for also flexing a $2,000 emote in this chat. Very, very impressive, very masculine, very forceful upon your glory. So thanks, bro. Thanks for stuff. How you feeling, Blaze? Are you doing any better, man? Elle told me you were still dying as of a couple days ago, so I hope you're feeling a little better. But she told me what you had, and I'm not envious, because I remember when I had that, and it was a bad time. So I've been thinking about you, bro. She's pulling a Dubai. Yeah, similar, I guess. Gotta tell you, Lulu's Floating Trade Center is just begging to be secretly mined for skyships and dropped in the abyss. Correct. Yeah. I'm actually have to draw. Thanks for the explanation. Love it. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for chilling for a while. Appreciate it. Okay. So, Luna's Guard. And maybe Major Dome. We might, as I said, we might combine those two characters into one character. But, hit my record button. And there we go. But yeah, thanks again, Blaze. I appreciate that, man. So she's gonna be kind of a hard ass a little bit. Obviously, she's very nice and easy to talk to as a player, but she's a more serious character, I think, is part of the vibes I want to go with. Ooh, oops. So she's definitely not someone to be messed around with, but that not to be messed around with energy is gonna come off as like confident to deal with her, as opposed to like directed at the player. Definitely her like sort of resting don't F around face is not going to be directed at the players. It's going to sort of inspire confidence to think like, oh, that's why the Archaeological Society hasn't completely taken over things. It's because Luna's personal guards are like on it, you know. They're doing stuff. They're fighting the good fight. You talk now, still don't feel great. I wasn't able to talk for almost 3 weeks. That's impressive, bro. Juniper Moonleaf? Juniper's a nice name, actually. Juniper. I do like the idea of combining like sort of a traditional human name like that for an elven character, because it's like kind of shows that like she might be of Elvari descent, but maybe she's never actually been to Ashsari even, right? She just was part of this kind of like the Aerolace family training company, which is kind of interesting when you think about it, how a elvish duke got to be an individual of so much power and prominence within the Loric Empire from Stonemark. That's an interesting lore question that I think, you know, astute, eagle-eyed Eldara lore enthusiasts will probably have a lot of questions for, but the Archaeological Society might experience a few accidents that leave them short on personnel. I see. Okay. I see where you're going. Yeah, so the Society is definitely supposed to be a serious villain, like a serious threat, but a little Team Rockety. Like, definitely, they're like kind of like small time, like, you know, oh, we're gonna overthrow Luna and then we'll be in control of the city. They definitely have the kind of like bumbling sort of like uselessness in some ways. Like, they're still very capable as far as like a villain and a threat, and they wield a lot of influence and power and capital. But they're sort of a vessel for other individuals to wield their power and to exert their power. And definitely I want there to be a completely different vibe between, you know, the Alabaster Consortium and the Archaeological Society. You could imagine it kind of like the villain, if you think about like those classic sort of like, I don't know, cartoon villains or whatever, where the one villain's like the tormenting like evil villain, and then their like boss steps in and they turn to a complete like spineless rat. That's kind of the vibe of the Archaeological Society versus the Consortium. So the Consortium is the true like the Society. I'm okay with them seeming slightly, not overly, but slightly even maybe comical in their like kind of villainous pursuits, right? They're kind of greedy, grinning, sort of like covetous, you know, snatching of relics and things like that. And although they are dangerous and full of, you know, they're capable of being terrible individuals and murdering and that kind of thing, it still kind of has a bit of like a bit of an incompetent sort of, you know, I don't know, whatever behind them. The Alabaster Consortium are the real terrifying ones. Like, when I introduced the Consortium, I introduced them with this procession through the city that basically they're not supposed to do unless they own a place. So they're making a very big statement by coming through with this procession, with this bell that they toll in cities that they've like overtaken and stuff. And they don't toll the bell, but they sure as shit walk through the city with it. Any paladin player that understands, I tell them that their character would be fuming at this, you know, to see them walking through. But they're the terrifying ones. They're the ones that have their thralls walking. Like, what I say is the cart is being pulled by thralls, which are basically these like kind of gaunt, you know, mortals that have been just tortured and chained, and they have their hands up over their eyes with metal like stakes through their hands dug into their skull as they're just lumbering forward, like wailing in pain while they pull this terrible bell on a sled through the city kind of thing. So they're the real dark fantasy ones. Like the Alabaster Consortium is the well shit kind of like dark fantasy in the game for players that enjoy that kind of vibe in D&D.
Visitors,
but
how exciting!
Yo, impulsive creature, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, welcome in, my friends. How was stream? How are you doing today? What is up, guys? Good to see all of y'all's in here. Hello. How's it going? What's up? Appreciate you stopping by. Tell me your tales. Inspire me. Tell me of amazing things done, adventures had, art made, creativity unbound, games played, whatever y'all doing today. What's up, dude? These are not the main villains. So these are those ones, the Alabaster Consortium, the real dark fantasy ones. They are definitely the main villains. And the whole thing about their kind of vibe is that they are they're obviously and overtly villains. And they are like part of the complexity of the Shattered Sea is that they are one of the sort of 9 ruling bodies of the entirety of the Shattered Sea. They're allowed to have that seat at the table because they are one of the largest like guild type organizations. And it's the kind of thing where you'd walk in and you'd be like, why are they allowed to be open about how evil they are? Aren't they just like, aren't they evil? Doesn't everyone know they're evil? They're evil, right? But it's the kind of thing where everyone basically owes them debts. So no one wants to kind of like be the person that stands out and says, hey, maybe you shouldn't be evil. Kind of a weird like geopolitical kind of statement or whatever. But regardless, I think it's kind of an interesting story to explore. So the consortium are the real dark ones. The Archaeological Society is just kind of a bit of a bumbling, institution of villainy. They're not the true dark evil sorts. There are people within the Archaeological Society that are good people. They just sort of like don't really know the extent of how bad and villainous their organization is. The Alabaster Consortium, there's no redeeming quality. There's no nuance there. There's no redeemable whatever. They are darkness. They are everything pain and suffering, and they try and just inflict that on the other sort of people in the world. It's very much a black and white kind of like story of just like the worst parts of humanity and the worst parts of human emotion. That is what the Alabaster Consortium is. They are the darkest parts of the story. The society is kind of funny, even though they are like villains that will have people killed and shit. They're more like bandits as opposed to the actual kind of Dark Souls villains. Read art of the dark fantasy, always in pain, dudes. I mean that's the thralls that I want to do art for. So like that's like what's kind of dark. I don't think this is too dark for people, but the thralls, okay, spoiler alert, you fight these guys, the consortium dudes, right? At some point in time, when you fight them, the thralls start screeching and they rip their hands away from their face, and the bloody spikes are through their hands, and they come at you and attack you with the bloody spikes on their hands. So they're pretty gnarly, they're pretty dark. And that might be too dark for some players, but I'm like willing to sort of operate on the edge of more darker fantasy occasionally within Eldara, even though it's not necessarily a dark fantasy story. Horizon isn't anyway. There is a lot of sort of darker fantasy in Eldara, but I want the Alabaster Consortium to really seem villainous. Hey, today I'm good. I'm chilling. We're doing a whole like project today this week where I'm doing a bunch of art to finish off the art in my adventure so that I can actually release it to our Discord and have people test it and tell me why I'm bad at making adventures. So in order to do that, I have to actually finish the sketch today, if I can, amongst many others. So we'll see. It might be a long day. I might be live for a while to get this and some other things done. Like your sketching style. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope your stream is good. I'm not sure if you caught me asking you what y'all were doing over there. If, hadn't loaded over there just yet, but I know raids can be a little weird if you don't like get someone to stream it beforehand. But yeah, no, thank you for the raid. I'm really honored you stopped by. Sculpting a kaiju lizard, that's so dope. That's so fucking dope. I'm so impressed. Sculpture is such an unforgiving and deeply fundamental, requiring art form that I'm always such in awe. I'm impressed by and enchanted by watching the process. So hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hope it turned out all right. Thralls sound exactly the right amount of dark. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's like a couple of like the darker things in the Horizon story are maybe the Alabaster Consortium and potentially a guild or a paladin order referred to as the Bjordovich, and they are kind of your like they are not well loved amongst the other paladin orders. They are a necessary like sort of evil because they are considered to be a little too intense for most paladin orders. They very much operate in that dark fantasy kind of Diablo style of paladin, and they do some pretty dark shit with like sinners and criminals and stuff like that. They have like their monastery deep in the skies, like really high up, so they're very wealthy to be able to afford that kind of an island. And it's all like cold as shit and always snowy and miserable to live up there. But they have these like anyone who wants to sort of repent or redeem themselves from like some terrible sin or whatever, they allow them to serve as basically a thrall of their order, in which they cut out their eyes and their tongue and they have to just sort of act as kind of like servitors for the order. And upon like a life of spent in service to the order, upon the release of death, you will be granted salvation in the eyes of whatever their sort of religious element is. So it's some pretty whack shit. Like a lot of paladins in the Shattered Sea don't associate with the Bjordovich paladins, because even though they are, you know, they're more like chaotic good zealots than they are like kind of the noble paladin order, but they are also very good at disposing of terrible evil relics. So they're often used by the other paladins to like, wait, this isn't right, hold on, perspective's not right on this. They're often used by the other paladin orders to like dispose of evil relics and things, because they have like capabilities that others just don't. Which is not great as far as the peace in the Shattered Sea goes, but it's necessary. It's a kind of necessary evil as far as how you'll be described when you see the Bjordovich, if you are in fact a paladin. There's other sort of like darker paladin orders like the Duskwatch, but they're kind of considered to be like wardens of a dark place in the world, as opposed to the Bjordovich, which seem to just sort of like willingly do that. The Duskwatch, they are an order that's they operate and live very, very far down the Shattered Sea, and they basically guard against the abyss. So they have to have a bit of that kind of like that darkness to them, the, you know, sort of, how do you describe it, like the effects and tolls that seeing and being exposed to such terrors and darkness for your entire sort of like life, they definitely take tolls on people. But the Duskwatch do it in a way that the other paladin orders sort of honor them for being willing to take on that burden, and sort of the sacrifice that comes with it for being the wardens against the darkness. Whereas the Bjordovich is kind of like, guys, chill. Guys, seriously, relax, calm down, man. You don't need to be so dark. Holy shit. Y'all out here doing like some sacrificial shit or whatever. Dude, I'm hating her ear. What the fuck? I completely revisit it. I think the problem is I have it in the wrong perspective. Let me come back to it. I'll figure it out. This is why I do a lot of perspective stuff before streams, because I don't want to waste time on stream trying to figure out shit if it doesn't look right, but once in a while. So you're supposed to stick out a little bit, and it was kind of like sticking up too far as opposed to out more. Alright, anyway, we'll move on. I don't want to waste too much time on trying to figure out some details. I'll look up a reference or something like that if it doesn't come to me. There's lots of things in art that I find that I need to like spend some time just like staring at it, or another part of the art piece, and then I'm like, oh, that was obvious. It's one of those things that like in hindsight you're like, oh, of course that's how I should have handled that, but in the moment your brain just can't make sense of it. Just look, enjoy your sketching, doing some work in the background. Hell yeah, dude. Well, thank you for the raid. I hope you guys went over there and dropped a follow, showed some love for the impulsive creature. What's up? Also, this character is based loosely off of an NPC from an ancient video game nobody cares about called Final Fantasy XIV. I don't remember her name. I don't remember her exactly. But you played 14, you played through Realm Reborn, you might know exactly who I'm talking about. But she was one of... What was her name? She was one of the guards of... God. What's her name? The leader. 14 so ancient, that's what I said. She's one of the guards of the leader. I forget the leader's name even, but she was the leader of the Gridanians. And she had these really tall elven guards, or Elysian guards with her. And one of them was a female Elysian guard with the male braided hair pattern, but it actually looks really good on a female character. It's just a lot of people use it for the Highlander men. I believe it's the same, like, similar hairstyle as to what the guard dude from the old, I forget his name, the king fucking general. God, I can't believe I forget these NPCs' names. But anyway, I always thought that that chick's guards looked really cool. And that's who kind of inspired this loosely. The tight braids, kind of like keeping everything intact. Very warlike kind of demeanor with that. Very efficient, very the danger-tude of it was high. Where's my dog, by the way? My dog was in here like 20 minutes ago. Didn't hear her leave. So I gotta be watching out for her today because Ella is out, so I'm gonna have to take a break now and then and go downstairs and make sure she hasn't collapsed from hunger or whatever dramatic problem she has. Talking about Khan? Someone else? Nah. The guard. Okay, so Gridanian leader. What's her name? Yeah, Kane Senna. She had 2 guards. Yeah. These 2. I thought they were cool, like the vibe of them. So I really liked the vibe of the 2 really tall sort of Elysian guards. And I loved the hairstyle on this one. I thought the like kind of the very like warlike sort of braided back tight efficiency looked really good. And I used it on one of my retainers, so that's why it's how I modeled sort of Lady Luna's guards in my head, as having that sort of that same kind of like that warrior's efficiency in their hairstyle. For some reason, it was like a weird reference that just stuck in my head when I was making Horizon, because I made this adventure a long time ago. I ran my own players through it, and they took 14 weeks to get through it. So I realized I needed to trim shit out like I was making a YouTube short or something. Holy, it needed some trimming. Good God. To which I did. And now I think it's pretty compact. It's pretty efficient to go through Horizon. And that's kind of the goal. Get players through it and to see the world and beyond. I certainly don't want Horizon to be a massive thing. Like, people can, like, obviously take it and make it a more substantial game or campaign if they want to. I'll have some notes in the adventure, basically like, hey, if you want to make Horizon a much more substantial game, at this point where Luna says, can you wait like 2 days for Zephyrin, she might ask you to wait a week or several weeks, and then you can go on adventures through the surrounding area and investigate everything through the town, do all the quests, things like that. Like, I'll sort of write that in. Obviously, I feel like writing an adventure is kind of tough because there are things like that to me that would be apparent and obvious, where it's like, you don't need my permission to spend more time in this city or whatever and change the timeline on things. But I find that a lot of players, one thing that's kind of blown my mind recently with D&D players is how much I've begun to appreciate the fact that a lot of players do literally need you to give them permission to do things in games and rules and stuff. It's insane. It's insane, dude. Like, I had no understanding or appreciation for why Wizards of the Coast would print books like Tasha's with like all these kind of like caveats on how to play and create characters. Because I was like, oh, if you want to do that, why don't you just do that? Like, why do you need Wizards of the Coast to print a book that says you can do that? And I really had my mind changed by a bunch of people in my chat who were like, no, dude, you don't understand how dumb people are. How, basically, I mean, I'm obviously being hyperbolic on that, but the idea was you have no idea how scared people are to not play rules as written in D&D, and that's something that Wizards is partly sort of like at fault for, because they've kind of like deified their own printing and their own rules and their own sort of like lore and things like that, which is a thing that they've been doing intentionally to sort of sell more content, and that's awesome. But the secondary effect of it is that the more you say that the rules are the most important thing and you must adhere to the rules, the more you need to then sort of write the rules for people in a way that you are kind of like giving them the permissions they need to have freedom. So when I write the Horizon Adventure, I really am conscious of that, and I need to try and identify like every single problem thing someone might not understand or need permission to do. Like, yeah, you if you want to do a side quest here, you can go like slay Lord Ashton or whatever, like go for it. If you want, if your players want to go do that, like have a blast, have the best time ever. Go kill the good Lord Ashton, and I'll apologize later, you know. So yeah, it just kind of blew my mind, you know. But I really understand now that a lot of people kind of need that written into it. So I'm gonna say like this if you want to make Horizon a multi like sort of month campaign, you can, and just find some side quests off the internet that you like or whatever, or make some up your own ideally for Horizon for the players to go do beyond the 2 that I provide, and let them adventure out of Horizon for a while, gain more notoriety, talk to more people, you know, become sort of more of a fixture within the town, and that's fine if you want to do longer term campaigns within it. Running adventure is really difficult because like you want to give players creative freedom within the adventure and module, but it's also at least give guidance, but you got to know where to draw the line between guidelines and actual rules. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to try and make sure that everything seems really open with sort of a statement of caveat, like here's how it's supposed to be played. So for my class that I made, the first class that I made for my setting for Eldara, the Astral Knight, there's a whole section in it that says something very important. So the Astral Knight's a very narrow class. It's a very specific fantasy. There's a lot of restrictions on how to play an Astral Knight. It's meant as a narrative thing first, and a player option to just fuck around with in D&D second. So there's a lot of like rules and restrictions on how to play an Astral Knight. Things like you have to use this type of weapon, you have to be part of this order, you have to take this background, things like that, right? But at the end, I have a whole section on how to play an Astral Knight. Oops. Called, conveniently, Playing an Astral Knight. And I try intentionally word it like this. I say the following section is a guide to playing an Astral Knight in the realms of Eldara, and is intended to guide players and game masters seeking to tell a story that fits within the great stories of the realms. I know I need to edit this. As always, rules for this game are a guideline and should not be followed at the expense of player or game master enjoyment. With that said, the Astral Knight has an extremely strong identity within Eldara and is designed with that identity in mind. So this is my caveat where I'm like, hey, if you don't like any guidelines that I set, or you don't like any of the restrictions that I set, you don't have to use them. Like, you have my permission to play an Astral Knight outside of the guidelines of like no multi-classing, you must be from the order, and you must have this and that and selection, all these things that go into the narrative side of things. Now, will I ever let someone play an Astral Knight like this in my campaign? Absolutely not. Because I'm trying to write the fucking canon for Eldara. So if someone said, hey, I want to play an Astral Knight in your game, Evan, I said, great. I said, but I want to be an Astral Knight who started out his journey as a wizard, and at the age of 43 decided to go take up arts of the Astral Knight, to which I was accepted into the order with flying grace and dignity, to which I'm also the only Astral Knight that uses a battle axe. I'd say get bent. It's a great idea, but no. And I'm allowed to be specific and restrictive on these things because I'm writing the setting for people to play. So obviously I don't, blame anyone if they don't want to play it bad. It's just whatever. I'm just kind of memeing. But yeah, I try to make sure there's a guideline in there a caveat to the guidelines that basically says, hey, you don't have to do this. Please don't do this if it's going to sacrifice any enjoyment of the game for you. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You're supposed to have fun first and foremost, and don't worry about the dumb rules and lore and things like that for Eldara. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear any oh, I couldn't do this because Eldara said I couldn't and Evan said that I couldn't in my game. If you want to play all sorts of ridiculous silliness in your D&D game, go for it. I want to see it. I want to hear about it. Will I canonize your silliness into Eldara? Absolutely not. But do I want to hear about your silliness and interpretations of the seriosity? Yep. Look, yeah. Finish one of the 2 battle maps for one of my encounters. I'll do the other one tomorrow. Hell yeah, Alf. Hell yeah. If you got any token requests, Alf, for tokens you need for monsters and shit like that. I will be starting up the Patreon again with token requests as something people can make. And you've supported me so much that I'm happy to just let you request a token if you need something. If you're like, Evan, I really need a bear, a dire bear. Can you make a real good dire bear token for me? And when I'm doing my tokens packs, I'll be happy to include those kind of things in there. So something like this with one of my subclasses for the Warlock, I put it on D&D Beyond. I made like the subclass to fit within the setting, but like ask your GM and work it out with them however you'd like, but within the campaign it'll always be as written. Right, 100%. And that's like a fine way of doing it, I think. Absolutely. There's no reason why you shouldn't like have your own kind of restrictive rules and shit for setting a narrative theme within your setting. I totally agree with that. But I also understand that people want to play their own stuff and they want to play their own silliness and nonsense, and that is totally cool too, is that it is about your own silliness and your own nonsense and your own whatever in your D&D campaign. And that is totally fine. Ooh, we got some braids in here, man. We got some braids. Not like Braids Cabal Minion, but... Ooh, it's an old reference, I'm sorry. Is there a Paladin S-class in Eldara, or is it functionally the Astral Knight? Well, Paladins are in Eldara. So there is a specific subclass for Paladins I'm going to write. It'll function like an oath, but it's basically just a subclass. So Paladin players have something to look forward to. There's going to be a subclass entities for each class is going to have a subclass that fits into Eldarin lore specifically. So if you really want to play a canonical story and you really want to play something that's not only just canonical but also connected to the world in some important way, you can play sort of those, and it'll help me address certain issues like clerics. Like clerics and warlocks don't really work in Eldara. They require a very Forgotten Realms, Wizards of the Coast style D&D setting. Paladins to a certain extent too, but I find that they're more flexible in that regard. So I'm not as concerned about Paladin players as I am clerics and warlocks. Especially the way that Wizards of the Coast sort of interprets warlocks. It sort of demands that you have those sort of beings of great power that you can sort of beseech for that power. And I think that that's inherently a narrative choice that I don't know is always productive. And I think that I want to sort of alter for the realms, as it were. And people hate that. They hate that. I've been trying to have a whole lot more courage recently to basically do things the way I want to do them, and to not really worry about people that like are kind of naysaying it. I've realized that negativity that I get, the pushback once in a while from somebody over an idea that I have for Eldara, is like kind of good, because if like everyone just kind of like said, ah yes, you are fulfilling expectation the exact way I want, then you're kind of not doing anything interesting or different, in my opinion. And obviously if everyone hates your idea, that's not good either, but kind of like a happy medium of some people are like, whoa, Evan, this like disrupts my interpretation of fantasy. I don't know about this, bro. I take that as like a bit of a guide that I'm going in the right direction. Because like a lot of people are like, hey, that's cool. It disrupts my, you know, idea of how I consider fantasy. And then someone will say it in a completely different way, as if it's a bad thing. So it's all about the tone that you say it with, I guess, that determines whether it's like a virtuous thing to do or not. But yeah, I'm not really worried about it. I used to be very concerned about it when people were like giving me pushback on things. I thought I had to defend every single idea to the death, and basically had to like kind of steel man it, like let people attack the ideas. But honestly, I'm kind of at a point where I'm like willing to just say, yeah, I don't know, I have an intuition that this is the best way of doing it. I have a gut instinct. I'm gonna listen to it, and I don't know why, and I don't really, you know, have a great, you know, reasoning for it, but I have a gut instinct, and that's what I'm gonna listen to. And some people are like, great, that's how you create new ideas and are really creative. And other people are like, whoa, that's an unthought out, poorly designed, what, you know. So even then, people still have some pushback on it. That's really fine. I'm not ever mad at it, as long as someone's being respectful. The problem is most people who are being respectful of the idea don't really like complain about it. So by virtue of it, the simple act of complaining or challenging is sort of like a failing there. But I don't know, I haven't really had many problems with it. I've gotten a whole lot more courage to do different things and crazy shit recently. Find Instagram and I love your art. Oh shit, thank you. I appreciate that. Eric, can I see that? Eric Hammerfist? Oh fuck, that's a great name. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored that you stopped by then. Thanks for coming over from Instagram. I think you might be one of the first people I've ever heard say that they saw my art on Instagram. I've had a couple people say they've seen my YouTube shorts or whatever recently, which has been really wild, honestly. That's been really, really wild to hear. But man, yeah, Instagram, that's dope. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm truly honored. Got these things to work well. Mine aren't that anxiety fueled. They tend to be pretty good, though it's conjecture. Yeah. Well, I think anytime that something new or interesting happens in a development process, it's always a gut instinct. You know, it's always somebody's like, anytime somebody did something like new or interesting, in my opinion, you hear a story of them being like, yeah, you know, my professor, my peers, my colleagues, or the other directors or whatever, they told me I was crazy. And like every idea is a bad idea and you're crazy up until the point where it's like a winner. The amount of people that told like George Lucas that he was dumb for trying to pursue this like space opera, whatever fantasy thing was like kind of hilarious until it becomes the best like selling movie, you know, that summer. And everyone's like, oh wait, George Lucas is a genius. And it's kind of like you just kind of like have to roll your eyes at that point in time. So like I'm okay with it. I the one thing I'm a bit disappointed in as like a sort of a creative kind of like element of hobby D&D hobby enjoyers is that simple act of like people that are very close-minded on an idea. We're like, that's not how you do fantasy. It's like, wait, wait, are you really gonna confidently say that? Are you going to be that person? People say dumb ideas all the time that I'm like, I don't think that's going to work, but I try and encourage it. I'm like, hey, that's different and wacky and I don't like it, but like, I want to see where this goes. And I always kind of respect that energy from people, that if they don't agree with an idea, that they're still willing to see where it goes. That's cool. And if I see someone who I don't like an idea that they have, but I kind of want to see where it goes anyway, that's cool too. It's like, as long as somebody has like some like mild way to kind of defend their ideas, and I do, whether it's a satisfying idea people don't always agree with, my wording or defense of why I'm doing something in my D&D setting that's different or a deviation from you know the standard way, like dragons for example. That's something I get a lot of heat for. I get a lot of heat for dragons because I make them individual. I treat them more like Lord of the Rings, like Smaug, individually named dragons, as opposed to like D&D and World of Warcraft that have like a billion dragons of one variety. And you can just go to any hole and find a brass dragon or whatever dragon you're looking for. Not obviously, I know they're not that common, but still, the idea that you can have garden variety dragons is not a thing that I think is very well serving for dragons in a narrative sense. I think dragons have to be imposing monarchs of power that command the apex predator sort of like status. Otherwise, they're just like kind of watered down. Not to say that a watered down dragon can't be a great story. I've just seen a lot of it recently, and I'm kind of like, I don't need to make another dragon story where dragons aren't like particularly menacing or interesting. It already exists out there. Pushback, as long as it's some and not everyone, is good, because it means you're pushing the veil that might actually actively change everything. I like pushback of a team helping me develop my book, and not everyone is on board with how the core mechanics work in my world, but most are. So I'm gonna find out soon if that's actually good or not. That's nuts. That's yeah. Sometimes I have a hard time reading a paragraph just because like streamer brain. I'll see like more than 3 lines and my brain will just start like losing words and shit. But no, you're good. That's awesome. The pushback, I think, is like, I have heard in many different ways that, especially creatively, that pushback, or people want to call it hate or criticism, is like proof of good of you doing that, of like you going in the right direction. And I think that's very interesting. Obviously, it's kind of like hard, because you have somebody sometimes like demanding that you'll sort of like answer for your sins of doing something different. And I had to get very comfortable with the people who I'm just like not going to convince, being like, yeah, it's crazy, man, and just like moving on. I used to kind of get stun locked sometimes when somebody would have a problem with an idea, where I would kind of be like, oh god, I gotta like convince this person, you know? Oh no, how am I going to convince this person that I have a great idea? Oh boy, what do I do? And no, I just kind of don't worry about it. I'll like explain my rationale for something and my reasoning for why I'm doing something, but at the end of the day, I am very comfortable existing in a space of either I don't know or I have a gut instinct that this will work. And I think that listening to that instinct is a good thing, more often than not. So we shall see, though. Like you said, we shall see. Remember, you're crazy up until the point you aren't, and then you're a genius. I don't know if that's going to apply to me in my project, but it'd be nice to have a team, though. Holy shit, dude. It's going to be an important project. When clerics and warlocks, what if gods and patrons are separate confluxes of magic, like powerful concentrations of magic eventually become sentient and can be petitioned for power? So I'll tell you my issue with it. Apparently Yuna's got an issue with it too. I'm not sure if you can hear her barking. I apologize. Problem is when Ella's not home and she's barking, sometimes it's like a delivery and sometimes it's like a bear. Let me go make sure it's not a bear, because I'm not. And then yeah, I have an idea for that. I live in Canada in a place where I do need to make sure it's not a fucking bear. So give me 1 second. Alright. I procured dog. There was no bear. There was no large animal. There was no delivery. I think she might have just heard like a raccoon or something, or I'm not sure. She heard something in the wilderness and decided that it merited barking. That's right, puppy. Are you protecting the house? All 8 pounds of you? Good girl. Good girl protecting the house, but don't fucking bark like that, please. What a cute dog. Is she? I can't tell. Obviously, she's my dog, and I think that she's cute. But, like, I relate to my brother, to my nephew. Like, my nephew is an ugly baby, and I told my brother. I was like, dude, your baby's ugly. And he's like, no, he's cute. Like, you got an ugly baby. He'll grow, and he's a cute toddler now, but he was an ugly baby, right? And I'm glad my brother never knew that, because he was his dad, you know? So I have no idea if I just love my dog, or if she is actually cute, or if she's like an ugly dog that I think is cute. Which I'm willing to have that be the case. I'm willing for that to be the case. Hi. Hi, babes. Oh, you're content just sitting here? Okay, well, I'm a girl. Distinctly non-ugly dog, okay. Cool. And you like cute teddy bear? Well, she does have that teddy bear vibe right now with the length of her fur. I am looking forward to getting her re-ratted. Hi. You miss Ella? You don't know who Ella is. I say Ella, you don't know who the fuck that is. If I say her actual name, you're gonna look all weird and you're gonna start crying because she's not home, are you? Hi. Oh, puppy interlude. Fierce defender. Yeah. Well, Ella is out today, so I do want to make sure I just give her a little attention. Please don't rat her again. I'm going to rat her every single chance I get. Are you kidding? I will rat this dog every time. Do you know how expensive groomings are? Do you know how expensive that shit is, my guy? I will get my dog ratted every single time to save money on the next grooming. And I think she looks adorable as her little rat. They left her ears way too long, because I like when her ears pop up and are kind of floppy, as opposed to hanging down too low. So they left her ears way too long for my taste. Hi. Oh, wait, you're comfy. Oh. What is ratting? Just getting her shaved really close. So that's her length of her fur right now. And she needs to get cut because she's 3/4 Yorkie, 1/4 Maltese. So her hair will just keep growing. So I get her ratted. Instead of getting her hair cut to like a short kind of cute whatever, I get her buzzed down as far as they'll go without being, you know, obviously uncomfortable for her. Because she looks so cute with her hair like really short. Obviously she looks cute, I think, at any sort of length of hair, fur, whatever. But when she's ratted and she got her little snout And her ears are all popping up like that and are all, you know, short. I think she looks especially cute during that, so. Are you just happy to be in my lap, really? I'm gonna put you down and work now. I know Ella's not here to care for you, so. Or do you just want lap? You want lap or down? You want down, okay. There you are, sweetness. Yeah. You gonna lay down there? Okay, well, good luck, puppy. All right. Where were we? Where were we? What are you snorkeling around for? Do not monkey mode on me. I'm streaming. I can't play ball with you. I'm not fighting you, puppy. Do not monkey. She's doing the snorkel that she does before she monkey modes. You better not monkey on me. I'll kick you out of here. Close the door. Okay, sorry, I'm good. I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, thank you, Cass. Sorry, I'm not being very attentive to YouTube, and I appreciate that. Cass got my back over there. I have no idea when that message was sent, so it could have been a half hour or an hour ago. I don't know. I'm a terrible streamer. Here she goes, man. She heard some shit. I think she's okay. She's just a little madge. Being a little madge is fine. Oh, wait, what was that question? On clerics and warlocks. Right, sorry. Yeah, clerics and warlocks. So the reason why I say that it's not the best idea for me, and that I like my concerns with that is basically when you have entities, whether they are players, characters, or like deities of supreme power, I find that if they're interactable in any sort of way, it reduces and diminishes sometimes the effect of player actions in a game or a story, right? So if you had like, imagine that you could have just had like Eru Iluvatar interceding into the Lord of the Rings often, that would have kind of changed the story a little bit and diminished sort of the actions of Frodo and Sam and Aragorn and all them. And I have a problem with that. I think that it's an issue that D&D and a lot of newer, like more modern fantasy has, is when you have some sort of beings of great power, it's like you have to sort of meander around the question, why don't they just fix the problem? You know, when you have gods and goddesses that are you can go talk to, like in Baldur's Gate, why doesn't, you know, a god or goddess just come in and solve the problem? And what ends up happening is a lot of people say like, oh, well, I have this system where if the gods intervene, they have like a pact of non-intervention or whatever. And that's totally fine. But the problem is a lot of people use that. Like that's a fine way of handling it, but we can't call it original. And I've just heard it so many times that it's kind of exhausting now. So I don't want to have to create like some sort of rule mechanic Deus Ex Machina that to explain away why powerful spirits and interactable deities and stuff don't just take over the story and why your actions actually matter. And I prefer to have them as sort of natural forces. So the reason why I say that paladins kind of work that way is because they just kind of like use the general forces of the world. Clerics do too in a way, but definitely warlocks is the one that I have a hard time figuring out, because warlocks have a very personal relationship in a lot of stories with their pacted, you know, patron. And that's just a little bit of a challenge, I think, for me. And I don't really know how to handle it all that well in a way that would be satisfying and interesting to me. So, because gods don't care. Yeah, I've just heard that a lot, you know. I've just heard that a lot, and I'm just a little tired or exhausted of it. You know what I mean? You see the mullet dog trims? I think that would be hilarious. And I have not seen mullet dog trims, no, Cass. The Forgotten Realms, because last time they got uppity and active, they got immortality stripped and were cast to the material plane. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Exactly. There has to be a rule or a mechanic that says why they don't interact. And I find like I've heard all of them. So I don't think it's bad to say like, oh, well, like the Forgotten Realms gods or whatever, they don't, or whoever, they don't interact with the material plane because like this reason or that reason. But I find that every reason just sort of, to me, it diminishes on the idea of deification. So I'm fine with there being powerful spirits that you can draw power from. They can't be too powerful, otherwise I think it kind of changes the name of the game a little bit. And then if they're powerful enough to draw power from as a pacted creature or whatever, like how does that work? And I'm just not very satisfied with the ways of doing it, and I'm just not very enchanted by any of the kind of the classical fantasy ways of doing it, because I've like I said, I feel like I've just heard it all. You know, I've heard it all, seen it all, done it all, and there has to be some sort of like that kind of
I'm not
interceding
or enchanted either.
Oh man, god damn it! If there's one person that I would hope to be satisfied and enchanted with something, it'd be the Alachad herself. Holy shit, what's up, Alana? What's up, dude? Thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. How's it going? How you been? What's good? How's your D&D campaign going? Holy. Since the ancient days, since I saw that stream. Don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking about basically why I don't love to have like a lot of gods or deities or things like that within my D&D world, because I think that having interactable deities or interactable beings of great power, you have to in some ways like either explain away why they don't interact with some sort of Deus Ex Machina that I feel like I've heard before, or you have to question their divinity. And I don't want to throw around like, oh, you could lose your godhood. Like the idea of losing godhood more takes it to the pantheonic kind of like Greek whatever god way of doing it, and that's fine, but I don't know, it's just not the flavor I want. So to play my new D&D character, have been a dwarf paladin for about a year now, but I think I start playing a Viking inspired Asmar rune knight. That's fucking sick. That is absolutely dope. That's a great vibe. That's a great vibe. I need to draw more Viking inspired characters. I only had one person in the last little while ask me for anything sort of Viking or Nordic inspired in any way, and it was an awesome project. I really loved working for that person, but it's definitely a vibe I love. So how's it working, Eldara? Do you have gods? Can we talk to them and ask for favors? Do they honor them? Why we're not? No, you can't interact with any of the deities, Jacob, because so there is like, you have to, the thing is, to answer any of those specific questions, what I'll always say is I'll say, who are you asking, Jacob? Who are you asking the opinion of the gods for? Are you asking the innkeeper in the Shattered Sea? Are you asking the elves? Because those kind of mechanics of how the world works specifically, I think, are best left as a bit mysterious. But I'll tell you the general understanding of things. The general understanding of things would be something along the lines of, there are great forces of life and death and light and darkness and elemental and all these other things that you'd expect to have an individual god for them. But different religions, different cultures will ascribe an identity to them that's going to be unique to them. And so you might be praying to a god or an individual or whatever, or you might just be sort of worshiping a natural phenomenon, power source of the universe, or an aspect of a monotheistic god, whatever. No one's really sure how it works. I mean, Fair the Divine Gate, a Celestial Pact, just being discouraged in general. I get you. Yeah, like I said, I'm not attacking the idea and saying it's a bad idea. I've heard it a lot, and I'm unsatisfied with any of the solutions that I or many other people have come up with in recent years to solve that problem. It always seems like one of those issues of convenience. Like, it's always kind of like one of those things that we have to sort of kind of like suspend disbelief for and just say, yeah, it wouldn't really work without this sort of mechanic in here, so we're all just going to kind of wink and nod and accept it. But for me, it's just a weird one I can't get past. So I prefer to have the deities be something like inaccessible, that's entirely cultural, belief-based, and leave the sort of magical elements of the world not in the hands of deities, but at the hands of natural forces or poorly understood esotericism. And either way, I think it's a good vibe. You know, either way, I think it's a fun tale. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just not not entirely convinced of the way I could do it. The problem is that's one of the things that I catch a lot of heat for, because a lot of people handle their deities in the exact way I say I don't want to, and so they think that I'm like attacking them when I say that I don't want to handle my deities like that or whatever. I'm definitely not trying to attack anybody when I say that I just don't want to handle my deities that way. If I just describe the direct way that you handle it in your game or your world building, that's not like, I'm not mad about it. I'm not bad about it. I think that's dope. A lot of fun. So it's more of a thing where I can't convince myself a way to do it that seems satisfying. Players always assume the deities or powerful energies agree with that the problem is a problem and forget that perception is an internal being is usually outside of the mortal person. So you can ask what results may vary and you might not get what you wanted. Look at most mythology. Yeah, true. I mean, like definitely I talk about sort of mythological archetypes as sort of like definitely the basis for a lot of good storytelling. I talk about archetypical storytelling a lot for this world. But that's one of the places that I don't necessarily think is the best sort of application of the type of archetypical storytelling I want to tell. I find that like the deities are too accessible. If you want to get really technical and kind of like flowery with the language, you could say almost that the aspects of the archetypical storytelling I want to tell are diminished when you do not consider divinity from a whole of divinity and when you consider it from a mythological aspect of divinity. And if that doesn't make sense to you, that's okay. It barely makes sense to me. But it's the best way I can word a very, very difficult idea to try and wrap my head around. It's the kind of thing that I don't think I've figured out. And I also don't have confidence that any other writer since Tolkien necessarily has figured out. But that also ruffles some feathers when I say that. The Grace of the Orb, yeah. I guess ask the innkeeper of the local religion shenanigans if I were to. Yeah. On the opposite, I love the Forgotten Realms where the gods, even now, while their influence wanes, being active to intervene a lot. That's totally fair. My problem with that is I feel like it diminishes mortal what's the word? It diminishes mortal diminishes mortal impact, maybe. I'm really studying details. What software hardware setup do you use for your artwork? It looks freaking awesome. So I have a unlit. Okay, I use Photoshop for everything. So Adobe Photoshop, and I have a big old. I can't go full screen right now because my OBS is broken. But I have a big old Cintiq 24 tablet that I draw on. So, yeah, Photoshop and Cintiq. That's what I'm running. Monk that prays to my god to get some sort of sign that fails 90% of the time. There you go. Okay, well, that's also funny. Mortal agency. Yeah, that might be a good way of playing it. Anyone who takes exception to your deity decisions gets a one-way trip to inside the locker. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, so this is what we were talking about earlier, about how I've become a lot better about saying I have a gut instinct for why this is a good or bad idea, and sometimes people get very ruffled about it, and I'm not, like, I used to feel like I had to explain it and like answer for my crimes and transgressions for disagreeing with somebody. And now when somebody sort of like says that's whack, Evan, I think you're whack, I'm kind of like, okay, cool, you know, like I just don't worry about it anymore like I used to. So yeah, I mean, you're right about that, Atari. Ultimately, the locker is the place to shove people who are not just, I mean, it's fine to disagree and be like, that's crazy, dude. Of course, if somebody gets like tries to stun lock me on the idea and tell me and like get me to admit that I'm wrong and that my, you know, crime against fantasy for questioning whether or not the way that D&D and fucking Brandon Sanderson, whoever else you love, is the best way of doing things, which is what I'm not what I'm doing. That's a trip to the locker, 100%. Made up some god of storms in this pirate D&D I'm in right now. My monk is from a monastery on an island that are in constant storm, and their god is Aegon. Every time I'm struck by lightning, I get more power. Okay, dude. It's considered lucky, but it doesn't happen that often. Definitely more of a culture thing that connect all natural phenomenon based purely on belief. Super fun. I can definitely see how like talking to a god constantly would be a snore fest. Okay, so let me try and like, so I'm not smart enough to articulate this idea, but I'm going to try and articulate a very complicated idea that I don't understand very well. Maybe some of you will get it and understand where my sort of trepidations come from. You could say that in a way, the story of an interactable deity diminishes the power that the deity is capable of if their actions are comprehensible by the characters and mortals in the story. The reference I would use is lots of religious texts that have sort of stood the test of time, where the monotheistic deity or a deity within the sort of religion acts in ways that are poorly understood and up for interpretation, but in that it the reason why it's better, and this is where I don't know how to describe it, is that it sort of appeals to a thought that you know something might be true, but you don't know why it is. It's like the strength of archetypes, whereby an archetype is an idea. How do I word this? An archetype is an idea that you know when you're looking at it, you know that it's right, but you can't tell me why it's right, and you can't replicate it or reproduce it. And so with an idea of your deity being more mystical and more kind of either faith-based or poorly understood, I find it evokes a sense of power and divinity in a way that saying, look, it's Zeus and he's mad today, doesn't. But that's an incomplete idea, and it's very full of holes. And so if you can step back and see the forest sort of for the trees, you might understand where my influence is. But if you're very like, you see the holes and you can't see anything but those holes and you just want to keep poking them, that's fair too, because it's full of a lot of holes. And I don't think I'm smart enough to try and really defend and use examples with why I think that. It's just, again, a gut instinct on how divinity should work in a story. But regardless, so anyway, it's kind of like talking about divine ideas or whatever. So yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm just a dumb nerd on the internet. We'll see if people like my story or not. We'll see if people like it. Ah, God, who knows? And I think that archetypical ideas don't necessarily... It's like good archetypical ideas almost require a certain handling of divinity that interactable deities doesn't really provide. God, I see. Again, I'm not going to say it in a way that's going to convince people that disagree with me. I'm just going to maybe say it in a way that kind of eludes people to where my direction of thinking is going. The guy's very important and works in mysterious ways. Severance reference. Oh, really? Someone actually brought up that show the other day. They said they were watching it on a marathon. I'd never heard about it or thought about it until they had said, oh, sorry, didn't get back to you on Discord message, was watching Severance. I was like, the fuck is that? I think that faith is an important aspect of divinity, and if a god can just come down and bless weaponry by himself, it diminishes the importance of faith because it's not faith. But it's not just faith, it's also the engine that drives faith. So something above the simple act of faith. But then again, like, how many stories are of the difficulty of faith? I don't know. It's a challenge for me to try and figure out, like I tried. One of the people I think really talks about this is, if you want to understand like kind of human psyche and all this shit, this is like Joseph Campbell, Carl Jung type, like fucking philosophy and storytelling and whatever. I opened up Hero with a Thousand Faces, and I read 4 pages before I realized I wasn't smart enough to read that book. And it was a terrifying experience, because like I could read it and comprehend sort of what the idea was, but I couldn't truly understand a lot of it. And I was like, if I read this with the hubris that I am smart enough to understand what these ideas are, I'm not going to get it. And I'm going to condemn myself to mediocrity by wanting to understand this. And I think that happens with a lot of people. When I say like, oh, I read Hero with a Thousand Faces and like I didn't understand it, occasionally I'll get someone be like, oh, well, it's just about this. And I'm like, I don't think you understand it either, But obviously, yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. I don't know. Clark is hungry in the woods. They pray to a deity for food and water. Monsoon starts in the night and washes them away. As they drag themselves out of the water, they find a fishing spear and had been washed away in the deluge as well. Prayer answered. Kind of, yeah, maybe that's like how would you describe it? Sort of, man. What would be an interesting sort of thought experiment is trying to figure out how you would handle deities in the way that something like Star Wars would handle the idea of divine. Huh, I really never thought about that. Well, I have, but I've never worded it like that in my brain. It's not faith that gives him power, it's a fact of reality, so why people do not worship him? Right, that might be interesting, yeah. If you can interact with the deity, you can comprehend them and their actions and decisions. If you can't, they are beyond comprehension and human understanding, which sets them above and apart from humanity. Delta, that's a good point, and it's also the idea of not just that is part of the diminishment of divinity that I feel like with your gods, if you can understand them, but it's also this idea that like I'm not sure if you were here when I said this, but basically the idea of there are certain things that you know are true, but you can't tell me or anyone why. And it's these ideas that I think make for great stories. When you can sort of tell a story that you take 1,000 people and you say, here's my story, they're going to hear that story and be like, oh yeah, yeah, that's a commonly whatever story, whether it's an act of divinity or whether it's an evolutionarily passed on convenient story. Like, these are all interesting ideas, but regardless of the system, the mechanic in human beings, there are certain stories that are true, that are pervasive through different cultures, different time periods. Why do they have this story in Mesoamerican mythology, and also a story here in Slavic whatever proto mythology? These were happening at the same time. How did they both come up with the same story? That's kind of an interesting thing to me, where if you hear that story, you'll hear that story 5 different times across 5 different cultures, all independently created, where people just know that story is true. And there's certain aspects of it that you're like, yeah, that's a oh yeah, shit, that makes sense to me. It just feels like it resonates. That's why when I say the idea of the archetypical story, that I think that's how you how you write an important story. Like, the way George Lucas approached Star Wars is as an anthropologist. If you ask him why and how Star Wars is so popular, he actually knows it's intentional. It wasn't an accident. Because he said in a way that, like, he's like, I wrote a story that's true in all cultures, and I just put a cool space, Flash Gordon skin on it. Shrug. I didn't do anything new or interesting or different. I just told an old story, in that way.
Visitors,
and it's like, shit, dude, there's something to that, Maggie, what's up, dude? Good to see you, Maggie. Hello. Hello. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Megalyn, honored to have you. Master artist. Meg of the 6 M's. I know a lot of you guys know Maggie and from chat, and if you didn't know, Maggie streams and is an amazing artist and a beautiful human being. And if you aren't following her on Twitch, you definitely should, because her streams are awesome, even if she is particularly sweaty. What do we call, what, soggy Mag? No, shit. I enjoyed my morning in your stream today, Maggie. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. What's up, dude? Good to see you. School is out and we're flocking your way. Okay, fair enough. What's up, Maggie? You missed the fish meta. I'm sweaty too. I gotta open my window. It's actually kind of hot in here with 2 computers on. So, finish the art I was working on. Oh shit! Really? Damn, bro. Wait, were you doing some efficient arting today? Because that piece did not look, dude. It did not look. It did not look like very finished yesterday, or no, last stream you're doing, and then it just sort of next stream I caught, it was just like most of the way there. So did you just have like a rapid ability to finish art and do like incredible like moments of focus or whatever over a few hours? Because I gotta learn that shit, dude. I gotta learn that shit. Not the fish meta. Yeah, I think it was a tiger fish from Africa or something like that. I don't know. Welcome in, guys. Go follow Maggie if you don't follow her. She's amazing. We were in the middle of a deep chat about archetypical ideas, and I'm out of my depth on it, Maggie. So forgive me for scrolling up and make sure I didn't miss anything. Sorry. Every new campaign session, and very intrigued the idea of God setting being like beliefs of gods in our worlds. I feel like it require a breakdown of what divinity, especially is in the existence of celestials and fiends present in the world. And that's why I don't have a lot of those things, Husky, in my game right now, because I don't have things that invoke those requirements of having hells and heavens in the way that D&D has. So my character requires good happens regardless of whether the god is related or can be related to the event because they're god, which isn't true at all, and that's faith. Yeah, okay, great monk, 10 out of 10. Alan, yeah, a lot of that's a great monk idea. Like dragons somehow appear across nearly every culture, despite most of them being all disconnected. Yes, yep, that's an example. That's a great example. That's one. Honestly, Delta or Dragon Knight. That dragons are one of the examples I go to for ideas that are pervasive through different storytelling things. The idea of dragons, which is why I think that the Western dragon is a great creature to use in the way that it's been described in fantasy, like right now. You know what I mean? A lot of ideas, when I sort of think about something I'm going to add in my D&D game, people are like, you should add tabaxi, and I'm like, why? And they're like, well, and they don't have a good reason. They're like, you should add dwarves, and I'm like, why? And they're like, well, and so there's certain ideas that I think that I've really broken down to, like if you take an idea and you peel away all the skin layers of it, all of the like the you know, the way it looks and the way we think about it in like elves and their flowing, like, you know, sort of architecture and leaf patterns. If you take an idea and you peel it away and to the very core of what is the point of having elves in your world, how did the elf myth be, how is it created? Otherworldly beings, forest, whatever. How do you describe an otherworldly being in that time period? Well, they're a small creature with pointed features, a pointed nose and pointed ears and sharp feet, and you describe elves in the original way. That's an interesting way to, I think, kind of develop an idea and think about, okay, well, if you take the core of the idea, and the core was this sort of like psychological concept from storytelling from, 1,000 years ago, and then you've put it through the filter of modern day fantasy, you get the way that elves work, right? And they're the sort of Tolkien, like Alan Lee elves. But should we accept that that's the way to always draw elves in our world, or to always sort of like communicate elves in the world? Some ideas I think are pretty good and pretty well thought out. Some I don't think so. So like tieflings, for example. Tieflings could have a different vibe. We can sort of peel them apart and you get tieflings in different ways. But I think the Trinity, humans, elves, dwarves are great ideas in the current way they're described. And I think certain ideas like dragons are great in the current way they're described. I couldn't think of a better way to describe and draw a dragon than the current way that we draw Western dragons. When you talk about a fierce, terrifying apex predator, if you're trying to describe the most terrifying thing you could describe in the ancient world, you would say it's a lizard because reptiles were scarier, and it can fly, and you're like, oh my god, I can't fly, I can just throw a spear and have a bronze shield or some shit, dude. That's terrifying. It can fly, and it's got big nasty teeth, and it's a lizard, and it breathes fire, and you're like, oh my god, there's nothing scarier than that. So like dragons in that way, they're described like, you try different things on dragons and you're kind of messing with something that's been kind of perfected. And so it's really cool when you find an idea like that and you peel away all the layers and you try and reassemble them in a way that makes sense to you, and you still get the idea as it's currently seen, with exception things like, I have this whole rant that I went on for 2 hours one day on stream about how basically the dragon as the narrative device of a dragon in other contexts can be different. So like Thanos is a great example of a dragon in Marvel. Star Destroyers are great examples of dragons in science fiction. That which guards the treasure, the imposing apex predator. They're also battleships, so it's like different. But anyway, there are certain ideas I think that are so powerful in fantasy that that you try and mess with them and you end up just like screwing with it, and what was the point? And other ideas that, yeah, we should mess with them for the sake of messing with it. It's just we don't ever want to discard what is useful. We don't want to discard what is useful in the name of originality. We want to discard many things while trying to preserve what is useful. There is an important piece to conserving tradition in storytelling and creativity, while being willing to sort of like sin against the creative idea and suggest there's a different way of displaying it. That's how we get new ideas. So that's the way I think about it. But obviously, like I said, I'm out of my depth on this. This is like very deep shit that like people have spent their entire careers and lives. Joseph Campbell wrote book after book after book trying to identify this very idea, and I'm sitting here casually approaching it as some fucking fat nerd in my office trying to draw cool things for my D&D game. So I get that I'm out of my depth, and I get that I'm saying things that don't necessarily make sense, but I'm just trying to track an idea, and I'm very okay existing in this like area of I don't know, and we're all just gonna shrug at each other and be like, I don't know, that's crazy, right? Like I don't need to have an answer at the end of this. Invariant, is that right? In very bad taste. Thank you for, or bard taste. Sorry, thank you for the follow. That's a lovely name, by the way. I think once you have gods that are active in shaping the world, you are forced to take them into consideration for everything that happens in your adventure. Exactly. Your game becomes god playground, and your players become spectators. Hence, Evan hates the gods. Whereas dragons fucks things up and then goes back to sleep and gets killed by a local level 20 hero, so you don't have to consider them as story features the next time around. Yeah, that's interesting. Sure, we gotta miss this. Well, Dragon Knight, thank you for tuning in the stream. I appreciate it. I'm sorry for not being that attentive to YouTube chat today. I'm very new at streaming on YouTube while also multi-streaming on Twitch. So I'm honored that you were here though. So thanks for your insight, less because you aren't the dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. How's everyone? We're chilling, dude. We're chilling. Good to see you, Hashira. All right. We got a guard to finish, but I gotta open my window because it's hot as hell in here. It's hot as hell, man. It's below freezing. It's like -4 out. Oh my god, why did my watch go through that? That's not my watch face. That's not what I want either. That's Samsung Pay. No, I want the other one. Change my watch face. Not Bixby. What the fuck? How do I change my watch face? This is awful. Oh, it still says it's -3. Okay, well, I gotta be careful. I can't leave my window open for too long because it is below freezing temperatures. So I gotta be very careful, but it is also extremely hot in here right now, so. Winter problems of having your 2 computers on. But I can't not turn Ella's computer on because then you guys wouldn't see a fireplace in the background. And how would you know that you're supposed to be cozy? But not like cozy in the way when someone says their game is cozy and that means boring. I mean cozy like as in there's a fireplace cozy. That wasn't supposed to be a shot at Stardew Valley. I'm just memeing. Relax. Okay, we're just telling jokes, bro. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of ideas that I think of like reskinning. And I always get very interested when somebody is very against the idea of reskinning an idea. I'm very curious. I try and like really lock in when somebody says something like, "You can't do that. How dare you?" Like suggest like I keep thinking back to this old story I tell sometimes of the first time I ever had to ban somebody who was a long-term sub and a long-term follower for having a bit of a crash out on stream. And it was while I was creating the original sort of like lore for my tieflings, which are called Geminos, obviously, because I can't have tieflings because Wizards of the Coast owns that IP. But the Geminos, I was creating the Geminos lore, and someone was like, "Oh, cool! Like, what are the different demonic ancestries?" And I was like, "They don't actually have demonic ancestries." And I explained to them that my gut instinct was that for certain ideas like tieflings, people didn't actually really care about the demonic ancestry as much as they cared about the visual aesthetics. It's one of those rare ideas that are mostly the aesthetics as opposed to the narrative behind like why someone chooses to play a tiefling or an elf or whatever. I think a lot of people choose the aesthetics over anything else, but I think that some ideas definitely have it worse than others. And tieflings are one of those I think most people choose aesthetics. Most. If you're the person that loves that story, you know, get after it. Love you, but you're not the majority here. And they lost their fucking mind. They argued with me, and I got stun locked for like an hour in chat arguing with them about why it wasn't necessary, to the point where they got so disrespectful that I just banned them. And I realized I was like kind of mad about it. I was like kind of agitated. I went for a walk, and I was walking around the pond where I live, and I was like, why didn't I just ban that person? Why did I feel like I needed to explain to them why I chose what to do with my world building? They clearly didn't fucking get it. They weren't willing to give me any kind of grace or trust or be like, "Hey man, that's crazy. I don't agree, but like I'm curious to see what you do with it." Why didn't I just fucking ban that idiot? Like, why did I let that person stun lock me and waste an hour of my stream? And so that really informed this idea for me that I just like don't feel like I need to explain every idea. I'm willing to exist in a space of like uncertainty, but there's a lot of people out there that just aren't. And it's very interesting. And I had to like completely change how I like talked about ideas on stream after that, to definitely kind of consistently reinforce that we're just exploring an idea here and not attacking a pre-existing one or whatever. You know what I mean? So if I were DM Devin, you would cry because nothing would make sense. Really? I don't know. I'm pretty open to having just a good old fantasy adventure time. I don't expect to let archetypical fantasy out of every single project. I'm just thinking about it for my own thing. I'd have a good time. What are you talking about? Oh, what do you mean? I really ban more people? No. I enjoy getting shit talked by other streamers because I don't ban a billion people in my chat every week, and that's very rare when somebody gets banned. I like that. I think it's like other streamers will talk shit and like make fun of me or call me a wuss or whatever, say that I let people walk all over me. Dude, I've rehabilitated so many annoying and toxic chatters. It's like a point of pride for me. People who've been annoying or whatever and would get banned and another streamer like stream immediately, dude, they've turned into some like great individuals in our community because they sort of have their behavior corrected gently while still not having their intrinsic worth questioned, and then they figure out how to like maybe adjust themselves a little bit to fit into the group a little bit better, and then they become great members of the community. And if I just banned them for saying something annoying or stupid or whatever or whatever on day one, they'd never have gotten that chance. And I think that othering people like that is really bad. So I know the mods are bloodthirsty and they just want to ban more people because it's funny. So if you guys ever want to create a burner account to appease the mods and just get banned in chat, just like offer yourself for sacrifice, you know, go for it. That'd probably be good to feed the mods. They need that like that blood rage saved once in a while. But no, I like my my very small band list. I love it. What's up, Alex? The problem, me, literally me? Were you? I don't know. I don't think so.
Holy crap, him still subbed. JK Worth.
What's up, Rob? Thanks to the 59 months, dude. What's up, dog? Jesus, that's a long time. How's it going, man? How's it going, bro? Good to see you, Rob. Welcome in. If you're enjoying your, what is it, Tuesday? I want to throw hammers. Ah, shit. Maybe another day. Yeah. All right. Thanks. Cool. You gotta appease the blood rage of the mods. So, I'm gonna be honest. They even got it wrong that tieflings are abyssal. Tieflings in 5e are not originally infernal, but that's my gripe that people get wrong. Even then, tieflings aren't the same as second edition versions. Plus, snowflings are your version of the average tiefling, so they're gonna be different. Well, I just think that the most important thing for tieflings for most people is the aesthetic. If you ask like 10 D&D players, 9 of 10 will say they like
Canadian
the horns and being
blood
blue.
Rage, you must have maple syrup on your pancakes
Ooh.
and pay the tariff.
That's right. Yeah, shit. I said the word inch this morning. I owed somebody like $7. The American IRS came after me. This was crazy. Thanks for the 100 bits. Might be the best idea to use an alt for such things. Twitch can sometimes be like, hey, wait a minute, that account and this account are accessed in the same place. Ban evasion. Oh, really? Oh, shit, I thought I was just memeing and being funny. Okay, then never mind. Don't do that shit. That's dangerous. Yeah, shit. Blaze knows then. Just fighting fires at work. Just seeing the sub roll over, set aside and say hi. Hell yeah, man. Well, I hope that the work-related fires are at least a little bit easy to handle, because that sucks. Sometimes there's a lot that gets in the way of the actual work you want to do, that you're like, why'd I have to deal with this shit? The glamorous parts of any job and the least glamorous parts. So I hope that the least glamorous parts of your work today are quick and expedient. Erasmic, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome. Good to have you. Thank you, my friend. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Hello, husband. Please call wife when available. Sure. Sure. Let me call a wife, and I'll get a new water while I'm at it, because this is warm and dry, and there's sand in my water. It's so dry. It's drier than the fucking Sahara. Here, while I'm gone, I'll give you guys the orb, just because you guys are being good. You can have the orb. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I'm gonna grab new water. And then we draw angry, broody town guard, Major Domo.
Visitors, how exciting.
All right, be back. Me my water. We good. Yo, Kavos. Oh shit, sorry, I missed the raid. Hello, 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 hello. What is up? Good to see ya. Welcome in. Hope your stream is good. Hope your stream was excellent. What's going on? Good to see ya. Damn, bro. I didn't realize he had popped out when I started. Oh shit, yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Welcome in. Hope stream was excellent. Hope it was dope. Hope someone did the shout out or whatever in there. And thank you if the mods did. Appreciate it. Covering me while I was fucking gone. Getting water, calling Ella, making sure everything was all good. She had a fairly important appointment today, so I was willing to kind of bounce real quick right for that, so. But yeah, man. We gotta finish this character. Holy shit, dude. I've been sitting here monologuing about stuff nobody cares about for way too long. Fun side, I do have to head out. Hope you have a wonderful stream as well. Yes, absolutely. Thank you again. Go rest, relax, do whatever you gotta do. Take care of life. Thank you, my friend. All right. Okay. Do we do my fill layer now? I think we do. Because it'll be easy right now to select the fill layer. Ooh, I can kind of cheaty pants this. There we go. Look at this shit. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that too. Select, modify. Okay. So I don't usually do fill layers this early, but we're gonna do one pretty quick in the process here, so it helps frame everything. And thank you, Husky Door, for the follow as well. Honored to have both of you. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. Okay. This will just help out to set the context of the tone for her hair, so. Little fill layers, man. And we'll have to erase some of it out, but that's fine. That's fine. It's always fine to do some repairs afterwards. If I need to brush in a little bit of it here and there with her hairline, that's fine too. Okay, delete sketch. We got places on this we can start getting rid of the sketch for. I usually try and do a character's eyes earlier on in the process because I feel like it's one of the things that like is kind of nicer about seeing progress in a piece. But I realize I haven't prioritized that today, so I'm kind of throwing, I'll be honest. Like here, even though I just got here and I have no idea what it's about. Excellent, good, Switchers. That's good. Thank you for showing faith, even though you have no idea what the fuck I'm monologuing about. There you go. Peace out. Great work. Just got myself deco pads and how to play with it. Dude, absolutely. Thank you for chilling. I appreciate it, Husky Dwarf. Be good, my friend. Dude, that's so cool. Some people finding the stream from Instagram and stuff. I know that my Instagram still isn't like anything to brag about, but I've been very, very happy with the reception to some of the pieces I've been doing and the encouragement. People have been so nice, man. I don't get what happened this year. I just, like, you know, I don't know how much it is like the daily posting and stuff that I've like really tried to take it more seriously, because I feel like the first day I tried to take things kind of seriously, I feel like people were finding it, and it's like literally day one, which is really cool. People have just been like really nice and really supportive, and I've been very very lucky, man. I don't know how much of it I did. Obviously things for like, you know, videos doing better, there's like intentional things that I can track that I'm like, oh, I did this differently, or I started using this technique for editing or whatever that's better to watch. And it's like, yep, that makes sense as to why it's, you know, the video did better, because it's not as insufferable to watch. Or whatever, you know. Birds of feather flock together, you're drawing them in? You think so? I don't know. I feel like I posted like so much work for so long and kind of just got like a very lukewarm, like, dude, when I went to that expo in Edmonton last year, that like, I joke about it, but it kind of messed me up just how many people were just like so obvious and honest about like, dude, I do not care about your original artwork, I just want fan art out of you. And like, I respected that to an extent, I respect it to an extent because it's kind of like, okay, well, you're just being honest, you know? But the amount of people that felt that way and said that shit to my face, like, is like, damn, there's just no even level of like, you know, trying to soften the blow for my own sake, is there? So the fact that anybody cares about the stuff that I'm doing, like my kind of like passion stuff right now, is just, it's so amazing. And I don't really like ever focus or fixate on numbers for anything, but like, man, I can't believe how well like some of the videos I'm posting on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok have done. It's been kind of crazy. Like I just, I don't know, man. I'm like skeptical and nervous of things going so well, I guess. What's up, Reaver? Yeah. Getting food story? Oh, no, thank you, Blaze. I wasn't sure. I wouldn't scroll up enough to see. But yeah, I mean, like, dude, even like this morning, I think YouTube almost thinks I'm a person, right? Because I need 500 watch hours of views on things that I'm doing. And as of a couple of days ago, I got my first 6 public watch hours. So YouTube, or sorry, 3,000 watch hours, sorry. So like YouTube almost thinks I'm a real person, which is cool. Yeah. Analytics. And none of that's the last couple of days, but yeah, fuck, man, that's so crazy. Some of these videos just like really did a lot better than I thought they'd be doing. I'm really humbled by people like tolerating my original art, you know, in a world where I get told so much by so many people to like just do fan art if you want anyone to care about what you do. It's been yeah, what the fuck. YouTube is, wow, man, 3.3% to my silver play button. A man, I don't think I try to focus on these things, but it is very cool regardless. So I met some really cool people too. Like I didn't think I'd make new friends and stuff with other streamers and artists so easily. I'm glad I kind of came out of my little Evan shell and emerged to the world slightly and said, hey, what do you guys think of my dumb art? How's this, you know? The algorithm validates personhood new in 2025. Exactly, right? Well, YouTube doesn't think that I'm a real person until I have a certain... It wants me to get 3 million short views in 90 days. Or 3,000 watch hours in 1 year. And considering I stream on YouTube, that's going to be very easy to acquire. But it is just funny that YouTube's just like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're a real person. Like, Twitch's are you a real person or not thing is like pretty easy. It's pretty obtainable. YouTube's are you a real person or not thing is kind of funny. They're all kind of funny, but obviously it's nothing really to dwell on or think about too much or whatever, but it is just mildly amusing for me. To meditate on very briefly. Stop doing such harsh lighting with some of these characters. I've been told that their expression and eyes and everything lighting are a bit intense recently, so we gotta take that as a lesson to lean into it, double down, or to chill out a little bit, not make everything look so intense. I definitely gotta figure out how to like automate things like shoutouts and stuff, because I'm feeling bad because a lot of my mods have been like unable to attend a stream recently, and I felt bad because I know they're trying to like coordinate to make sure somebody's here, and that's more than I ever want to ask of them. So I gotta like figure some shit out. Figure out some of this silly automation stuff. I like posed the idea. I was like, I could just get more mods, and they're like, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Evan. We'll figure it out. God damn it. Don't stress yourselves out too much. I feel really bad about it. There's a lot of things I gotta do for my stream right now. That's the like not so glamorous, not so fun part of the streaming endeavor. And the art endeavor is all the like tech stuff in the back end. I gotta completely revisit a whole bunch of tech stuff to be able to set things up better for myself. Because like right now, I mean, I don't even know if I can stream on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch at the same time, or else it'll like implode my computer. I'm going to try today, though. I'm going to try very briefly for a very short test TikTok stream to see if streaming in 3 places at once is going to destroy my computer. A lot of this stuff is stress testing for me right now, which is kind of funny, but ultimately pretty monka. At the end of the day. Gotta give her that smoke. As I've been complimented on for the way I draw eyes recently. And also criticized, weirdly, at the same time. Like, people like it or hate it, man. Come on. I don't know. I gotta, like, read between the lines and people are trying to compliment stuff. Are you really saying you like this? Are you telling me I need to branch out a little bit? What's the best way to learn more about your world? So, pretty soon, Switchers, there'll be a big, giant World Anvil thing that I'm putting up, which is like a big site kind of wiki that's going to be really fun to navigate through with like maps and images and things like that you can kind of like click on, look at a pin, and it'll like give you art and lore about something. But that's something I'm planning on releasing with the adventure, and I'm still trying to complete that. And so I have about 130 articles that I've written that have like some substantial lore to them. But right now it's not quite available just yet. So, yeah. Unfortunately, there's not a fantastic place right now, and that's not acceptable, and I get that. Especially people that are interested in the project. But it's just something I'm trying to make sure I do right. I'm trying to get it right, and that's been a whole endeavor, I suppose. An endeavor and a half, we'll say. But hopefully it'll be available real soon. Yeah, I want there to be enough information and backstory and things like that that you can kind of look up the specific things that you care about for creating a character. So if you want to create an elf or a Geminos or whatever, you can look in the specific places and be like, ah, here's the specific elvish, like, relevant lore. The lore on Ashasari, here's the Ashasari map. So it'd be really cool because on a map that I do, so imagine that you look at a map like, where we go, where's the map? North Mark Alliance. So you look at this map or whatever. Ooh, it's a big file. It's gonna take a second. Why is the orb still here? Damn it. Specific story you're writing? Kind of. It's a world that I'm building a world out to play as a campaign setting that I'm gonna write specific stories in. So I'm trying to build it, one, as a concept art project that I'm building the whole thing around. That I can build a D&D campaign setting in, so you can kind of like choose your own path, open world it, and then specific stories in it as well. So imagine you go to, like, when you go to the World Anvil, ideally it'll work something like you can like look at this map, you can scroll around, you can be like, oh, these are all cool places. Let me you know, click on Grimdar, and you click on Grimdar, and it'll open up an article with like a bunch of lore about Grimdar that's like relevant to a player, and then also like a piece of art for Grimdar. So it'll like bring up a new article with like this piece of art or whatever the Grimdar art is, and it'll show like a small like thing of text for relevant, like, oh, if you want to be from here, or this is where you're going in your adventure, or whatever. That'll be like a big component of it. So it should be pretty cool, I'm hoping. But it's a ton of work, which is why it's taking so long. So, and like I said, I really want to make sure I do it right. Embrace the orb. We're not going to embrace the orb. No, the orb is an enemy at this point in time of the stream. I'm not going to say orb users are also enemies, but the cult maybe needs to be taken care of at some point in Tari. Maybe I need to bring justice upon TDC again. Kind of Anakin Skywalker that shit. Basically what I want to do as well. Yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun. So when I was in my 20s, my early 20s, I wanted desperately to work in the games industry. That's what I want to do as an artist. I want to be a video game artist in a big company, like Blizzard or something. You know?
I am here to worship the orb Ivan Bluponder Ivan Bluponder Ivan.
What's up, Mr. Pixel?
Ivan Blorb.
Hello, good to see you, dude. What's going on? Hello. Thanks for 100 bits, bro. Yeah, so I wanted to be a concept artist at a big video game. Now, my career path was I wanted to be a concept artist at a big video game that I wanted to work for, that I wanted to have like experience in, and I wanted to always like ship a World of Warcraft title or a Star Wars title or something along those lines. And my plan was always to do that. But when I was in my early 20s and I had kind of decided on this life plan, goal, whatever, I had a couple big setbacks. You know, it was a pretty tough couple of years. I was very sick and in and out of the hospital doing like surgeries and shit every summer. It was pretty awful. My family had just kind of fallen apart. My parents split. My brother had just gone away, and my girlfriend at the time, now wife's dad, had just died. So it was pretty chaotic. So things got kind of put on hold, you know? I was just in survival mode. So I didn't take any of the opportunities that I could have to go to the big game studios that I wanted to, which you need to kind of start working your way up the totem pole through like internships and things like that. I was not about to intern at Blizzard, you know, in Irvine, California, and make no fucking money, and Ella was still in school, and she was like, she'd have to stay in Calgary where we both grew up. I was not about to leave my, you know, girlfriend to go off and like take this job for a couple of years and be like, okay, honey, well, we'll fly you out when you're done school and I can afford to. I was not about to do that right after her dad had just passed, so I gave up on all those opportunities. The problem is I kind of gave up on the opportunities that were the entry point that I wanted to for my career. This is some EBA lore, by the way. And so what I decided to do is I decided to just take jobs as a graphic designer and just doing the stuff that I could do for big companies around the city that I lived in and make some money, any money, whatever. And I got comfortable because it paid really well, and I was really good at it. And so I took a lot of clients and started making money and whatever, and quit my job at the game store, and like I said, got comfortable. And it sucked because every day I'd have this pain in my fucking soul that I wasn't doing the art that I wanted to, that I wasn't making games, I wasn't making, you know, concept art, I wasn't telling stories, I wasn't getting better, I was getting worse. And eventually I said, I'm not doing this anymore, this is killing me. And Ella agreed, and she said, yep, you're dying. you're not gonna have a good time here. So I decided that I was going to try my best to reinvigorate that games industry dream. And it sucked because I knew I was older and I would have to like go through the process again with the young bucks and whatever, but you know, it's fine. Humility and all that kind of stuff, you figure it out. So I decided to do that. And so while I was trying to get better at art and get to the point where I was employable at a game studio, I like not for entry level position, but like for a real like you know, associate or lead or whatever, artist, principal, Jesus. I tried to get better at my art while streaming, and it was gonna be a journey that I was gonna go on while I'm streaming, and it was gonna be a lot of fun. We were gonna, you know, talk about getting better at art and stuff like that, and I was gonna use my D&D world as a backdrop for my art. So the great thing about D&D is if you're a concept artist, you can kind of LARP as a real artist if you want to, if you're drawing art for your D&D game, because you need to draw everything. You need to draw your worlds and your characters, and you need to draw your environments, and you need to draw your weapons and everything else, and it's great. My dream and goal always was, though, to eventually quit that games industry job, take what I've learned, and make my own Star Wars, make my own big IP franchise, whatever, that I could tell stories in, and make my own art, make my own thing. But I thought I needed that like games industry career to sort of launch it. I thought, well, who's going to care about an artist just randomly saying, hey, here's my D&D world, or whatever. But when people said would like leave their position at a games industry where they're like, hey, I started my YouTube channel, I'm so-and-so, an ex-Riot artist, I feel like that was always the credibility people wanted in their kind of like starting you know, their careers. And when I realized at a certain point in time that I had enough support on Twitch doing this, I was like, oh, I could just completely skip the entire decade of my life where I have to work at a game studio. Now I'd also have to give up the entire decade of my life that I wanted to work at a game studio, but you know, here we are. And so I did that. I bounced out of that. I ditched out of that, and I just said, fuck it, I'm going full time, and I'm going to start using D&D to develop my world even more. And D&D's always been great. It's always been a tool that's inspired art and world building and my concept art sort of career. Very much. I've been very happy with and excited to develop art for my world. And so I'm using D&D as a tool to kind of create the projects I want to create. And so eventually I want to be able to create like do cool art projects. I want to do like animation and film and stories and narrative and all this kind of stuff in a D&D in an Eldarin context. But D&D is sort of a great tool, I think, for the beginning stages where you can kind of create an adventure. You don't need a game studio behind you. You don't need software engineers. You can create a really great narrative, a really great story, a really great experience, and have a place for all your art without needing all those big fancy resources. And so when I got an opportunity then to go enter back into the games industry on a position at a studio I would want, remote even, because it was after 2020, I turned it down because I realized this is what I want to do. And even though this is really hard sometimes, and it's a lot more work than working in a game studio would be, way longer hours, way more stress, things like that. I mean, crunch is awful no matter where you go. I'm not trying to diminish crunch for anybody, by the way. That's why I do this, and that's why I treat D&D like a concept art project. Is because it is my concept art project. And so hopefully when I start releasing adventures, people like them. That'd be great. That'd be great, man. If people don't like the adventures, oh boy, that's not good. I'll have to figure some shit out, but I think I'll be able to make an adventure people like. I don't know. If Love in the Orb is wrong, I don't want to be right. Damn it. Maggie, I expected more from you. I expected more from you, Maggie. I mean, not much more, and more in what direction, I don't know. But I just feel like a general disapproval of your orb worship is like necessary at this point. So my art career is like my redemption arc in life. That's why I don't ever market myself or brand myself as like a master artist doing master artist things. I brand myself as a scuffed artist trying to be a little less shitty every single day. If I can. If it's possible for me. And I think it is, because I'm really convinced that being good at art is a choice. And that gets a lot of people upset because they think the reason why they can't be good at art is, and they start giving me reasons and excuses and very real also problems that are tough. But I think that it's the price of resiliency. You know, on one video I made recently about how I learned to draw, I said consistency was the most important thing. And I got a comment, I didn't respond to it yet, but I was looking at my comments and I saw a really interesting one where someone had said, hey, how do you be consistent? And I think that that's one of those things where I just have to say, grit your teeth and prove to me that or prove to yourself that you have like the tools to be the person you want to be. You know, like there's sometimes like there's tools and hacks and things that you can do to make things easy. And sometimes it's also very good to remember that hard things suck. You know, and so when you say like, oh, but being consistent is very difficult, man, you know, how do I manage that? At a certain point in time, I think discomfort is very necessary. And it's good to remember, like, doing things that are cool or impressive are difficult. And what makes them difficult? It makes them difficult because they suck to do. Okay? And people choose not to do it. And so the people that choose to do the difficult thing are the ones that are sort of honored for being good at the whatever it is. And so congratulations when you come up against a wall with your art and it sucks and you're like, wow, I don't want to do this. Look around, look to your left, look to your right. You'll see 50 artists that stop at this point. You can be part of that group and say, no, this isn't worth it. Or you can say, oh, great. This is the thing that I have to do that makes me stand out from the rest of the artists. Okay, but it sucks. Okay, so this is what difficult feels like. Cool. I mean, kind of like get some sort of inspiration in that. Keep referring to your project as D&D, but doesn't D&D have its own story and lore? So D&D is you are right, but there's kind of it's very interesting. So here's how D&D works. D&D is a game system, so it's rules. Okay. Now D&D, the company Wizards, or the company Wizards, let's put them up here. Wizards of the Coast, or WotC, they make D&D and they make the rules for D&D. But they also make the world. And they used to make a bunch of worlds. They make the world, and this is like the Forgotten Realms, whatever, Baldur's Gate, Sword Coast. They also used to make a whole bunch of other worlds. So they also make Eberron. And they used to make like a billion others, and they don't anymore. They've pretty much simplified it down. But you can kind of think of the big three right now as the world of the Forgotten Realms. So, Eberron and then Exandria. So you can play D&D in any of these worlds with these rules. So you can bounce these rules to the Forgotten Realms, to Eberron, to Exandria. Now, the way that D&D was intended to be played back in the day, back when D&D was first created, is the world of the Forgotten Realms was supposed to be a very shallow, very wide, very kind of bland, milquetoast world that wasn't particularly interesting, so that you could build your own things on top of it. But the Forgotten Realms lore, the world of the Forgotten Realms, would sort of catch any of the ideas that fall through the cracks. So if you don't want to explain every single thing and how every little system works and how every mechanic works, by the way, some people disagree with me on this. Just some people disagree with the history, so I'm just making this a caveat. If you ask somebody else, they'll be like, oh, it's more of a catch-all, or less of a catch-all and more of a template, whatever. This is kind of the historically usually accepted way of how things go from the old school D&D perspective. But the Forgotten Realms was meant to catch your ideas. So when you put your cool idea of like a cool kingdom of vampires, but you don't describe how elves work, that's where the Forgotten Realms would come in handy. So the world of D&D was supposed to be something that you built on. Modern D&D holds these worlds much more sacred. So it's more of like a Forgotten Realms is D&D. And a lot of newer players will think exactly what you said right there. I'm not saying you're wrong or whatever. Well, I'm saying you are wrong. Sorry, it is wrong, but you're not that like you're wrong for asking the question, but a lot of people will say like, oh, this is D&D, and if you don't have all the things that the Forgotten Realms has, then you're not playing D&D. Now, obviously, most players think that's absurd. Most players, even especially old players, think that's absurd. But you hear that idea vocalized quite a bit. So, no, you can play in any D&D world, and they all have slight different rules and slight different things and ways they handle things. They're all fairly similar, but they are still different in that, you know, elves might be different in one world, dragons might be different in another. Another world might not even have dwarves, things like that. And so when I create a world, Eldara, which is the name of my setting, or the Realms of Eldara, because Eldara is like a bunch of different places that I build like my stuff for. The Realms of Eldara, I'm using these rules because these rules are a great way to tell a story and to play a game. But the nice thing about D&D, the cool thing that a lot of people love about D&D, that I love about D&D, is that you can take the rules of D&D and slap them onto any setting you want. So you could play D&D in Star Wars. You could play D&D in Lord of the Rings. You could play D&D in Game of Thrones, and you can use the rules of D&D to do any of those things. And so D&D, the thing that makes me different from a lot of world builders is I use D&D as a tool to build Eldara, but I don't build Eldara for D&D. So there's certain things that D&D says, like, oh, you must have clerics, and clerics will pray to their god, and their god will say, here you go, here's your magical powers. But the problem is if I don't have interactable deities, that makes clerics a little difficult, and I have to change the way it works. And that's when a lot of the friction comes between me and maybe the greater D&D crowd, where they say, whoa, like when I say like warlock patrons don't work any of the way that you think. They're more they're more appealing to a greater sort of, you know, art, whatever power, as opposed to an individual. People will say, whoa, Evan, that's not how warlocks work. Like, whoa, you can't do anything different, screw you. Other people will be like, that's really cool, I want to hear how that works. But that's where a lot of friction comes from. So no, the D&D world is very important, but Wizards of the Coast and the player base have made it much more important than it used to be, and much more connected than it used to be. But you can play D&D in any sort of way, level of connectivity to the world, the story, existing lore, anything like that. You can play it in lots of different ways. And you'll hear people say like, oh, well, no, you have to have like these things or that things in it, but that's never the way it used to be. And that's more of a newer age kind of like understanding of how D&D works, like that you need to have beholders, or that your dragons must be prismatic and chromatic and metallic and whatever. And that's a lot of silliness, but you'll hear it a lot anyway. I hear it a lot. But mostly from, as I said, newer D&D players. I'm not saying they're all wrong. I'm just saying that like, because Wizards of the Coast has been the ones that have dictated the way the culture shift has gone. And so like, who are they to say that if they say this is the way D&D works, who am I to say that they're wrong? It's a bit of a difficult like pull and like push and pull with that, because although you could say, well, if WotC says that this is the way D&D plays, then I guess that's the way it plays. Like, screw you. If they say that D&D can only be played in their world, then like, I guess get bent. If you don't want to play D&D, don't play D&D. The problem is WotC are also not the creators of D&D. They acquired D&D from the creators. So there's kind of like, do you believe more in the Wizards of the Coast way of handling D&D, or do you more believe in the spirit way of handling D&D from the original kind of like the original spirit of the game? And that's a bit of another divide between people. I think you can kind of believe in both and be like pretty cool with both. It's not like you have to pick a side or anything. There's lots of people that like Wizards of the Coast content and say, yeah, they're D&D makers, but also say like, if they said I couldn't play D&D in my own world, then I'd probably tell them to, you know, where to shove it. And so it's not that big of a debated issue, but I also, when I address something that I know that people do disagree on, I always want to say like, hey, just so we're aware, you'll hear other opinions on this. So I don't ever want to seem like I'm trying to like say this is the only way it works, and you know, if anyone disagrees with me, they're wrong. I kind of want to cover those bases too. Example, your Astral Mage, is that from D&D or Eldara? That's Eldara specific. The Astral Sage, the reason why I put so much effort into it is because it uses systems that the Forgotten Realms, like the D&D world, doesn't have, and it utilizes magic that my world has. You could consider like the Force. Like the Force wouldn't be in D&D. So if you wanted to have a thing, if you're playing D&D in Star Wars, you'd have to play with like the Force as like a world concept, or like the Lord of the Rings might have, I don't know, they don't do magic all that often in the same way anyway. But you can get like you can get a sense of that, like if you play with a thing that's like super unique to a world or a setting, or like the Brandon Sanderson magic systems, very interesting, very unique. That doesn't have anything to do with like magic the way it works in Wizards of the Coast D&D. So you could play D&D with it, but the way that the, you know, a shard blade or whatever works in Brandon Sanderson's world would be a Sanderson creation, not a D&D creation. And so that's why the Sage is so important to me, and the Knight is so important to me, because they are the original creations of me and my world, that are ways that I'm sort of making D&D rules to be applied to a Eldara concept, which is kind of funny. But number one rule of D&D has always been to make games on your own since day one. Feel free to change everything you want, so as long as you have fun. WotC is wrong for dictating how people are supposed to play, period. Yeah, that's a harder line stance that I tend to take on it, because I try to be a bit more diplomatic about it. Not that I'm saying that you're being undiplomatic. I just try and soften that a little bit for a lot of people, because it causes a lot of fights that I don't really care to have. But I do agree. I think you're right. To me, the spirit of that's the important thing. If you ask Gary Gygax or the original creators, and you're like, hey, Wizards of the Coast says that I have to play D&D this way. I need beholders. I need this. I need that. Those guys would fucking laugh at you and be like, "What? It's your game, your table, it's your living room. You do whatever the fuck you want. What? Are you crazy?" So again, it's like, that's why I say like the spirit versus the and if you wanted to be, so I'll give Wizards credit here, and I'll give them the optimistic take and also the pessimistic take. The optimistic take of why Wizards does this is because they're trying to normalize the content for D. I know beholders. Which beholder did you fight? I fought a green-eyed beholder. Oh, great, that's cool. And they both have this kind of like common knowledge, so they can kind of interact better. That's the optimistic take. The pessimistic take would be that Wizards of the Coast is enforcing, or trying to, sorry, not enforce, but encourage the use of their own content to sell more books. To say, try and develop a culture of like, hey, you're not really playing D&D unless you're playing D in our setting. And by the way, the book is $50. You know, like that's the pessimistic take. And the the answer's probably somewhere in the middle, depending on how optimistic or pessimistic you are about Wizard of the Coast. But I want to make sure that I kind of, again, diplomatically try and acknowledge the positive and the negative there at the same time. Yep. What I missed is fixing some electrical issues in my house. Got shocked. Oh shit. I'm assuming you're okay. God damn. God damn. Oh shit. Okay. Well. Yeah. Hope you're okay. Encounters. Large population of players, the more necessary or solid the lore about things. The lore about things becomes right. Yeah. The greater the which is why I'm willing to give WotC a bit of a pass on some of this and say they're not just doing it to try and sell books and shit. But again, if you make that case, I don't necessarily think you are completely wrong. I think you're probably onto something. Am I willing to die on that hill? Not really, but I again, what I do is like, most people are pretty encouraging about what I do. Very few people are like, no, that's wrong. That's not how you play D&D. Screw you, Evan. And when somebody does hear me sort of like discard things from D&D that they hold sacred, they're pretty quick to like leave anyway. So it's not like I ever get a lot of protest or complaints or challenges from people. If someone hears me that I'm doing my own thing for for D&D, most D&D players are like, oh, that's cool. What are you doing, man? I'm curious. But if people are like, oh no, how could you retry and make the wheel? Then they just don't stick around. So that's why our community specifically is going to be very enthusiastic about the world building and doing your own thing side of things. Whereas some communities, maybe Critical Role, I don't know, is going to be more maybe by the books, because like Exandria is an official supplement now, but then again it wasn't. So I actually have no idea. It's a good point. I wonder how they feel about it. Nearly every WotC has came from the AD&D and second edition references at the very least, which is, yeah, they are trying to hold true to that, I guess. So WotC, do you want to create your own worlds? They just want you to buy the DMG to use their rules to do so. Yeah, no, that's the optimistic take. There is evidence, Samasu, that Wizards is trying to encourage a culture in which people are encouraged to buy their supplements and only their supplements to play D&D. Or to monetize on homebrew, especially with like their move to try and own everything and change the OGL. I think that a lot of people kind of like would have definitely have agreed with you for a long time. I think a lot of people would have changed their mind when they saw Wizards of the Coast trying to revoke the OGL and say, no, if you create D&D content, we own it. Which is when a lot of people who were optimistic became pessimistic. So yeah, I mean, I respect your opinion on that. I think that's definitely an optimistic opinion, but I do also just definitely want to reference the fact that they have done things that have reasonably discarded people's trust. And I'm not saying you're right for liking them still or wrong for hating them. I don't honestly like, I don't have a strong opinion on WotC, to be honest. I'm just like happy they do their thing, and I'm happy to do my thing. And like, I think that D&D creators, I tend more to be optimistic about the individual creators of the game, maybe. Again, and I understand that business practices do change some things to try and like, make quarterly earnings and stuff like that, and also like I worked at a game store for a long time through Magic sets, Dark Ascension all the way to the remake of Innistrad, Amonkhet, around there. So I saw a lot of Magic the Gathering stuff from WotC. And when WotC started doing some things in D&D that people were like, oh my god, how could WotC do this? You're screwing over game stores, you're screwing your players, you're screwing people in this way or that way. A lot of people that came from the Magic side of things, like I had come from on a business standpoint, because like I worked for a store, I worked at distributors, I bought and sold product for this, and don't get me wrong, still love WotC. A lot of the things that they did that people were like, oh, how could WotC do this? A lot of us in the Magic community are kind of looking at, like, it's that meme of the guys being hung. It's like, oh, first time? That was like Magic players to D&D players or whatever. It was a bit of that too in that moment. So I think that was a place where I think a lot of people lost faith. But you also do get a lot of people that are on that haterade that are just like, WotC could not do anything that they liked or approved of. There'd be no shot. They're just gonna hate on everything they do, and I mean that's, I think, unproductive as well. So like my hot take is always that I'm generally somewhere in the middle on most issues, and I'm not like mad or overly supportive or overly negative about anything. It's like with Blizzard, I'm a big World of Warcraft, like an ancient World of Warcraft player, and I'm optimistic and pessimistic about certain things. I don't love everything Blizzard does, and I also don't like, you know, just hate them because they're Blizzard and it's a Thursday either. So I don't know, man. I try and stay balanced about it, but I know I probably have my biases that come across, even though I try really hard to kind of like mask a lot of it and give objective information. I probably, you know, it's impossible. It would be impossible for me not to have my own biases come across. So I try and state things pretty bluntly that, like, yeah, I'm not mad at them for doing this or whatever, but I also don't necessarily approve of this or that thing. You know, like, I'm not a fan of 5th edition compared to 3.5. I like 5th edition. Didn't love 4th. I don't like a lot of changes they did in 5th edition. And I love a lot of other changes in 5th edition. So it's always somewhere in the middle for me. There's so many bad things about WotC. Is it actually true they sent hitmen to some guy's house because accidentally revealed some magic card a bit early? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know one way or another if that stuff was actually true. Could I believe it? Could you tell me that if that was true, would I believe it? Would I be surprised? No. Do I think that there's a large basis for it? Not really either. So I don't have a big opinion on it. I don't have a super strong opinion one way or another on that. You never know if it's like a story or whatever. And there's a lot of people who will just like hate WotC because corporation, you know? And again, nothing they do. Or you lose your players' trust or faith in your fan base once and then you can never get it back. Things like that too. That'll happen with WotC. And so I don't know. You'll find varying opinions, and I'm not mad at anybody for their opinion. People who like love WotC for an arbitrary reason, or people who hate it for an arbitrary reason. Like, all those opinions are welcome here, because I think that everyone, regardless of how they feel about a company, likes the product and likes the game and likes the community around it. So that's my take on it anyway. I saw a lot of games industry people at WotC leadership who don't understand the business model is. Yeah, I mean, if you want some cynicism about things, you can read some of the statements their previous CEO, I think Cynthia Williams was CEO, or was she president? But the previous CEO of WotC, Cynthia Williams, head of WotC, she said some pretty anti-player things about how, like, monetization, she thought the players were under-monetized, and she wanted to monetize players. And you're like, oh, so just encourage them to buy a book. But then she talk about the type, you're like, oh, I'm gonna be optimistic. She means like monetize players and encourage them to buy more books, right? And then she clarifies and says monetize players as in the way that video games monetize them. And then you're like, okay, all good faith just got lost there. So, but she's gone. I mean, like I don't know who's at the head of it right now. I think, what's his name? Well, shit. I think this the Hasbro guy is still in charge, or whatever, but I think the WotC person has been changed. So, yeah, I don't know too much about what's going on over there, to be honest. I agree, the OGL stuff was too far, but you can't hate them solely because they're a business, because businesses all want to make money. That's why the way the world works. Yeah, I think that people would disagree, though, Samisu, in that, like, if you see companies like Larian Studios that have a different idea, that basically if you try and like create value for your customers, that you'll make more money that way than by trying to yoink value the way like microtransactions and OGL did. Again, I think that the answer is somewhere in between, you know, obviously, but the OGL stuff, I wouldn't say that the OGL stuff was definitely way too far, and I think that you can hate them just for that, just because they tried a gambit to try and rip away all of your like homebrewing stuff and whatever like that. Like, I agree that, like, yeah, you can't like hate the company for trying to make money, and if they want to sell you a book or sell you a supplement or D&D Beyond, it's like, well, of course they're going to do that. But I think that if somebody did say, oh yeah, I hate WotC just because of the OGL, I couldn't be like, hey, that's unfair, dude. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, that was enough for you. Like, okay, sure. You know what I mean? The head is the AI guy. I don't remember the name. Oh, yeah. That's true. Hasbro hired the Pinkertons to go to the person's house to get those cards. There's video evidence and the Pinkertons confirmed it. Yeah, really? That wasn't a meme? Okay, well, there you go. There you go. I don't know. I mean, look, all I necessarily am willing to kind of commit to is that I love D&D. I love D&D players, and thankfully, I don't think that the hobby is the companies or anything or any individuals around them. I don't think that although certain individuals or streamers or like D&D shows or whoever has a lot of power over the D&D crowd, I think there's still a lot of people that no matter what you're doing, if you're doing like some cool creative thing for your own D&D game, will always support it. And the day that that stops happening, I won't make D&D content anymore. I'll make my world for Pathfinder. You know, that's not gonna stop me. If D&D, if the OGL stuff happened for WotC, I would have just switched over to Pathfinder and never published anything for 5th Ed ever again, and just whatever. And a lot of people would have as well. And so it doesn't change what I'm doing all that much, whether or not WotC is, you know, good or bad, or how people feel about them. Obviously a bad public image can affect people's willingness to like participate in the game, which could affect my project's success. But at some point in time, like I'm never going to stay within D&D and stay here and only D&D. I think TTRPGs are amazing, but I would like to eventually create and I'm thinking about doing this, to be honest, in general, creating a campaign setting that is system agnostic to begin with. So realistically, if I create my sort of rules and mechanics for 5th Ed because I think it's fun, but if Pathfinder and WotC and all these companies kind of like cracked down and said, no, you can't create anything for our games unless we own it, and like, screw you, Evan, I'd just say, cool, I'm making a cool campaign guide for a cool world that you could theoretically play an RPG in, and it wouldn't honestly be that too much skin off my back. So I wouldn't really care about it. It wouldn't affect me all that much, to be honest. Because yeah, I mean, like, I have ambitions and stuff beyond just D&D. I'd love to make a comic book for my world as well at some point in time. I'd love to make, like, my wife and I are currently developing a little dumb video game for it and stuff like that. So my game, one thing I'm always being very careful of is I don't get to cash in on a lot of the kind of the brand equity that WotC has built for D&D. But at the same time, in not doing that, I'm also not limited by WotC. So if I like cash in on how cool beholders are, and I have beholders in my world, then people are like, I love beholders. I'm gonna check out your D&D game, Evan. Like, let's fucking go. Beholders are great. And so I lose those people, but what I gain is I'm never beholden to it. So Westwell, dude, what's going on? How you doing, homie? What is up? Thanks for the raid. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Guys, I earned my first star in Wolf Stream today. What it means specifically, I'm still a little hazy on, but I had fun. So, hey, if you aren't following twitch.tuvalu/Westwolf, I do recommend going over there and dropping a follow and saying, what's up, dude? And saying, what's up? It's a good time. Our stream is awesome. So go over there and chill out, relax. Good to see y'all. We're doing some NPC art for my sketchathon. That's right. I have a sketchathon this week. What is a sketchathon? Don't worry about it. I don't know either, but I'm just doing a lot of art for my adventure and trying to get a lot of it done this week. So we're drawing a somewhat surly town guard, or sorry, family guard for a very important NPC in my world. That's going to be kind of fun. So that's what we're doing today, but I hope you're all doing well over there. Hope stream is good. Well, I know stream is good because I was there for a while this morning, so everyone loves the star sticker. Yeah, apparently not Canadians though. Yeah, geez, man. Think on tabletop game just in case WotC wants to bite me in the ass. Me too. Yep. Me too. Yep, that's the plan, correct? Yeah, we're all in agreement here that we need to have backup system. Looking good so far? Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Need to wash clay off my hands and obtain cookies, and then we'll be all right. I appreciate it. Thanks to Ray. Go rest. Go do what you gotta do. Chill out. Feed, hydrate. I don't know. What do you do after stream? I sit on my floor after stream sometimes for like an hour. Not an hour, maybe like 30 minutes. I'm being dramatic. But yes, thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. I'm honored to have you guys here. If any of you don't know me, well, whatever the awful things that were said about me before the raid were all true, unfortunately. I do have those opinions on clerics and what else? And that is my favorite Pop-Tart flavor. So whatever slander there was, it probably was true. And that's not slander. God damn it. What was the Orc cult? It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Okay, it's not a cult, man. It's not I swear it's not a cult. You guys gotta believe me. Don't believe chat. Just believe me. It's not a cult. Yep. That's what I said. Yeah, trust in me, all right? Not these guys. Look at that intense gaze. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, the OGL stuff is very interesting because I feel like a lot of game systems could have like really capitalized. But we've talked. I won't go into this too deep, but we've talked about this at length. But I think that if you're creating something like a competing game system, you need to create a reason why people want to go see it that isn't. It's not the thing that you should feel ashamed for liking. If you're like, a lot of people branded their game system as, "Hey guys, if you're mad at D&D, come over and play our game instead," and you're never gonna get people to come play your game like that. If you say, "Hey guys, I know you're mad at D&D and I'm upset too, but if you want to try our system, like I think it's really fun, like hey, what's up?" If more like development teams did that, I think they would have had more success. But they let the community and themselves to a certain degree, for some of them, say things like, "Oh yeah, D&D's awful, and if you like D&D, you're awful, and you should come play our game and stop being awful." And you got all these people who are like, "But I like D&D. What do you mean I'm awful?" You know. They kind of fucked that up, if you ask me. Had an opportunity there to really impress a new kind of generation of TTRPG player, and they just kind of didn't. Really bummer. Shadow shapes, man. Shadow shapes. That's what we're doing today. Shadow shapes. We'll give her a little nose dimple. I never give characters nose dimples. I'll give her a cute little nose dimple. I missed the Pop-Tart flavor. Yeah, don't worry about it. My goal is to make a world that's interesting enough to draw people in on its own. Right, yeah, it's my ambition as well. Definitely feel that. Brightmine is a dark and gothic TTRPG that takes inspiration from D&D. That's cool. It's interesting to note that WotC tried these different things to increase profits, except making better adventures. As Mike Merle's lead creator of 5e said, they are not giving people a reason to buy their products. Did Mike Merle say that? Old Merle got canned, didn't he? He got laid off. Did he say that before or after he got laid off? If I'm not mistaken. I don't even know who's at the head of, who from the head of D&D that I would still know. I don't know who's still there, to be honest. I know they had massive layoffs like a while back that really sucked. Maybe Merle's went on a tear recently. Really? Tried something unique in some ways, more accessible, more specific, or more particular interest. So like I have a I have a theory that I've never had anyone really agree with me on. I have a theory that if you want to make the most money possible, if you're the greediest loot goblin that existed, if you truly wanted to make the greatest, most profitable product ever, doing the right things would actually get you there. I know. Like, Evan, microtransactions, game companies, like name one product where people have treated their customers right that has like exceeded all profitable expectations. And I would point you to Baldur's Gate, or at least Larian brand equity. But now, I get it. The cynical take on this is like, dude, Hoyaverse, gacha games, like Activision, microtransactions, loot box, Riot, like you're so fucking wrong and you don't even know, you sweet summer child, Evan. You're so naive. And I'm kind of Yoda about it, you know. But Master Yoda, is the microtransactions more powerful? No, not more powerful. Quicker, easier. So if you wanted to make some of the best money ever in the industry, yeah, sure, do all those things and don't value your customers and microtransact them and FOMO and all this stuff. But I think if you want to make the best thing ever, and again, it kind of comes down to like, what kind of legacy do you want financially and spiritually and creatively? And the example I'll give is the difference between Bobby Kotick, Mr. Robert Kotick, and Mike Morhaime. Mike Morhaime was one of the founders of Blizzard Entertainment, and Mr. Kotick was one of the founders the founder of Activision. And so, if you look at the things that Mike Morhaime did, he made a lot of money. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, like $800 million, $600 or $800 million, something like that. And if you look at Robert Kotick, he's worth like $5 billion. And you're like, wow, that's a lot more money than Mike Morhaime is worth. And to me, if I if I had to choose between the wealth and the reputation of Robert Kotick or Mike Morhaime, obviously with billions of dollars, you can wield more power to do more cool projects. Fair enough. Money is fuel. It's not for greed. It's not for cashing out. If you're a creative, you don't cash out your project, you reinvest. Every time you make a dollar, every time you make a bit, you reinvest it because you believe in your creative art. And if I had to choose between having $800 billion or $800 million and everyone loving me like they love Mike Morhaime, I'd probably pick that over having what, like how many times that? 6, 7 times the amount of money, whatever, billions of dollars more. I'd rather be that with less money, with less hundreds of millions, less billions, but everyone sort of look at me and be like, that was a guy who really loved his craft and really cared about his players, rather than somebody that everyone memes on as a goblin that is like destroying the industry and stuff. So again, it's kind of where my optimism comes from. I'd rather see Eldara be a smaller project for its longevity, that people are like, that's fun, and I love buying Eldara things, comic books, D&D adventures, whatever. I love supporting Eldara. I'd rather a small group of people say that than a large group of people say, wow, Evan, you're worth billions. So Merle's been talking about how they made 2014 5e on various platforms over the last few months. Really? Interesting. Or another game company or is on his own, not sure. It's a thing that has existed in the stock market since the mid-90s, the short-term profits versus long-term security. You know what, Moose? I'm not smart enough to think of it that way, but I love that. Short-term profits versus long-term security. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because we saw that directly with certain game companies that were publicly traded. I agree, show the community love and the community will love you back. Microtransactions, in my opinion, suck. Battle passes suck. Subscriptions are meh, but I guess they're okay. The more simplistic the game, I feel like it's better for it. So I don't mind certain things if there's value from it. So I don't mind a sub if there's value. So like I've paid a WoW sub for like more than a decade, and I was always like happy about it. Now I have a friend at Blizzard who's given me multiple years of sub codes, which is fucking dope. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. But I would still happily, if I pay a sub for Final Fantasy 14. Happily, because it's a great game and I like playing. I get my money worth out of it every single month. Certain things I pay subs for, I'm like, ooh, am I really getting $20 a month out of Disney Plus? No. There is a new Pokemon game that came out, Pokemon TCG Pocket, and it had a monthly sub. And it looked really fun. You got access to new quests, you got extra boosters, really cool. Would I have paid $3 for that? You're damn right. Will I pay $13 for it? Probably not. Sorry. No. So I'm fine with certain things. I'm fine giving people money to if I'm getting something dope in return. And that's kind of what Larian's idea was. And I thought about this idea for a long time and never knew how to word it properly until Sven, the head of Larian, said this so eloquently. He said something along the lines of, money is fuel for your project, not to be taken out. The way I've always seen it, as if you withdraw the money from your project, if you cash out of your project, guys, everyone's buying my game, I just made $3 million, let's go. Do you go buy a fucking Ferrari with that, or do you reinvest $3 million into your next project? And I always think you reinvest the money into your next project. And if you want a case of what is succeeding, look at YouTube. The biggest and greatest YouTuber there's ever been is Mr. Beast, whether you like his content or not. And I'm like, whatever. Whether you like his content or not, the way that he reinvests everything into his channel has clearly provided him the greatest like success of anyone. So when he gets $10 million from a video, the next video's budget is $10 million, which is pretty cool, I think. So if you take that creatively in any direction, I think that you'll hit the highest possible platform of it. Jules, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hair's looking nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Going for like the warrior braid in there. Got for a legit Yoda impression. Someone clip the screen, hold EV account in 10 years when he's sitting on top. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. Like one thing that I've learned, switchers, is to never sell control. You can sell like licenses to stuff and whatever and rights to certain things, but never sell control. And that's something I've learned from a lot of this. So that's partly what I meant when I mentioned the games industry people back in 20, 30 years ago. When you became CEO, it's kind of assumed that in most industries you were there until you retired. It's like 20, 30 years. CEO today lasts 5, maybe 10 years. They think only about the short-term profits. Right. Yeah. They're maximizing their quarter and then golden parachuting their way out. Yeah, totally. Just wish there weren't so many unneeded, such kind of needed subs like ESO, F76. I don't know what that is. I'll pay for both those. But I like when I play other games too, like WoW, but subs are getting hell expensive. Right. And so what I would say then is the WoW sub too expensive? Like how much would you pay for a WoW sub and be excited about it if it was $4, would you be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll play $4 for WoW every month, you know? Or is like 15 or 20 too much? Which the sub hasn't gone up, which is like really cool. Blizzard hasn't raised their sub, but also is the value there? I don't know. That's an individual question. If I wasn't paying for WoW, or if I didn't have a free WoW sub basically, and I was paying for it, I would probably pay for WoW for a couple months a year when a new patch comes out. And I play the patch and see the story, I'd say, wow, this is really cool, look at it. And then as soon as I was done that, all the quests, all the whatever, all the exploring, I'd done the gameplay loop a little bit and was satisfied and having fun. At the point where Blizzard's like, okay, man, now it's time to do Mythic Plus and Raid for the next 6 months, I'd be like, okay, I'm out. I'll see you guys next content, which I think they're fine with. I mean, hell, like the Final Fantasy creators, Yoshi P, he said that that's the way he hoped people play the game. He's like, if why is my dog being a Karen today? Anyway, yeah, it's all about value, you know? Like, here's an example. I have a Patreon and a Patreon sub based. Now, on my Patreon, I'm doing cool stuff and I'm relaunching it on Friday, ideally. And on my Patreon, for 25 USD, which don't freak out, this is just the Canadian exchange. For 25 USD, I send you a 8.5 by 11 print of something, a magic card, a sticker, and a lore card, as well as all the digital rewards. It's a $25 sub. Is it worth it? I don't know. I hope the people that like see it think so. Right? I hope people think the prints I make are worth it. Do I want people to like, do I want to try and FOMO people in and microtransact and manipulate them into buying stuff and lock things and that don't need to be locked behind certain tiers away? Like, absolutely not. But I think that, again, I think about it in a way of what is the value I provide? And if the value, like a sub model, a microtransaction model, things like this, I've never really had a problem with inherently, so long as they provide value that I feel like is fun and adequate. You know, the same thing I do with I think about my commissions. So I think about with my commissions, like, you know, hey, is it worth it to spend $550 on a character? Like, God, I don't know. I can't tell you. You tell me. But at the end of the day, I hope that people think so. And I mean, they do. Like I do get commission requests at that price point, which is cool. But again, it's just like, is the value there or not? And I always want to make sure that I'm trying to maximize the value and minimize the cash out, if that makes sense, for my own project, because I've seen other companies do that and sink their entire projects and never recover, and nobody ever wants to buy their product ever again. They're creatively completely destroyed, their reputation is shot, and it's over for them. And that scares the absolute shit out of me. So Bear is back. Yeah, shit. What exactly are you drawing now, and what for? So this, Jules, is a character for my upcoming D&D adventure I'm making for people in my Discord and on Twitch. And it's hopefully going to be a lot of fun. And I need to have character art for all the various NPCs and important figures. So that's what this is today, is character art for a individual that will be kind of like a bit of a quest giver for players. So yeah. I'm really trying to make sure I get all this work done so I can release the adventure pretty quick, because the adventure is mostly all written. I just need the art and the assets and things like that, but it's all based for my D&D game, actually. So yeah, for real. For real. Hope people like it. Oh God, I hope they like it. If they don't like it, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh God. I take your quest, yeah? Alright, fair enough. Hell yeah. That's what I want to hear. Yep. Excellent. She is the head, like one of the head guards for the actual NPC you're taking quests for, but in the story, you're actually working for that NPC in secret, because she's in the middle of a power struggle, and if she knew that, or if her enemies, let's just say, knew that she was requesting and getting help of outsiders, that would put her and you as the player character in danger, and so you're working with her somewhat secretly. So if you ever need to like sort of talk to her, you go through this NPC, through this character. So she's kind of the proxy for Lady Luna Airlace. I like FOMO because I might feel bad if I make something sensitive, like when and or if I start a Kickstarter. A lot of my friends, including a a finance manager I'm talking to, told me to make it limited time things. Like, I know limited things are cool, but I end up feeling bad at the end of the day because what if someone wanted to get this time sensitive thing that they can't get it? So yeah, I mean, like, there will be time sensitive things that I'll do for my Kickstarter, but a lot of it will just be like production things where it's like, hey, if I'm printing a bunch of books, let's just say, and I need to like take orders for the books, then yeah, it's time sensitive, right? But if it's things like you could only get this digital thing that I'll make for the adventure today, that's a little weird. Maybe some bonuses like that here and there, like, hey, if you support this tier, you can get some, like, I don't know, whatever art or some shit. I don't exactly know. But yeah, the FOMO thing is not great. There's some things that you need, because you need to balance, I think, adding value to something with also, obviously, yeah, everything else. Obviously not FOMOing people to death and whatever. Patreon supporting you more than streaming? Is Patreon supporting me more than streaming? No. No, Patreon's very consistent, but streaming overall is probably better. I don't make any ad revenue or anything like that. Off Twitch, I make like probably 70, 80 bucks a month on ad revenue, but that only recently started as of this year. So that's cool, I guess, you know. I have like a pretty consistent sub base. And unless you're in somewhere in the world that Twitch doesn't think your sub is worth anything, then that's like $2.50 per person. No, Patreon's great, and to be fair though, I've kind of like not really been focusing on Patreon for a while because I haven't really been sure how to sort of like treat it and develop on it and stuff like that. And I've finally kind of decided I'm gonna move a lot more of my sort of devlog type things and make Patreon a place that isn't just a replacement for if you don't want to pay for the YouTube sub. I'm gonna make it like, but you still want to support me. I'm making my Patreon more of like a place where if you care about Eldara specifically and the project of the Realms of Eldara specifically, that's where you'll go to get like the art and things like that from Patreon. I removed some of the higher tiers though. When like the handmade sketch tiers, I still have one tier for handmade sketch cards, though I will say this tier is going up in price, definitely by the end of the week. So I'm gonna honor everybody who like subscribes to this tier at this price. I'm never gonna kick them out from the tier. Probably I'll let them like pay that price, which is I think $12 or $13 US. I'm gonna probably move this up to something more substantial because it takes me a long time to make these cards now. But no, I mean it's yeah, YouTube's more, Patreon's very consistent, but YouTube's more, or sorry, YouTube. Twitch is better. Potentially with YouTube, once YouTube thinks I'm a person, they apparently start paying you for streaming. So I don't know. It really depends. I mean, my success and support comes from a very small amount of people that really want to invest in what I do. Even if you look at my bits cheered this month, it's like, that's 3 individuals on the top of the chat right there with insane numbers of support. And if you just like scroll through the next like 10 people or whatever, it's like kind of unreal. Like I have to ask myself, why does anybody ever support me at the level they do? And I don't know. So then all I can do is just try and make a thing that they think is worth supporting and try and honor that support by doing cool shit. But I would like my Patreon to become more consistent and more of like kind of the base where I can kind of count on the support and make like cool stuff for every single month. But obviously I don't know how that's gonna work, and if it's going to work anytime soon. So we'll see, but hopefully people find some cool value in it. I used to have a tier for like a larger sketch and other things like that, which I just had to remove because I didn't really talk about this, but I was having these problems. One of the reasons I actually went to the optometrist yesterday, I've been having these problems when I'm doing like traditional sketching, like hand sketching, pencil and paper type stuff, where my eyes are going, my vision's going fuzzy and wobbly, and I don't know what's not happening with it, and my optometrist doesn't either. She kind of thinks that I'm just like sort of focusing too hard and eye strain and whatever. I'm not quite convinced because, I mean, whatever. But anyway, so I'm not doing a lot of those tiers anymore. Things like I'm removing a lot of the ability for people to buy or get art from me that's hand sketched because of certain problems with it. Like with my Crumb rewards, when people like cheer bits in my chat, I used to do like big hand sketches for them. Now I do smaller hand sketches that are a lot more easy and manageable for me. And I'd rather deliver something like smaller that I can actually deliver than promise something bigger that I can't deliver on. So yeah, it sucks, but I'm trying my best. Most people have been very gracious about that, though. Most people are like, hey man, don't even worry about the rewards. So I really want to honor that and make sure I do in fact worry about the rewards. But business hat on, diversifying your income as a source as a creative person is amazing. It is, yeah. I mean, like my source of income come from Patreon and monthly support and Twitch. It also comes from my print store. So I manage my store entirely myself. So I print everything myself. It's very important to me. So I don't print on like poster paper. I print on like $8 sheets of paper. So I don't make a ton of margin on my prints, but I make sure that they're made by me, signed by me, printed on my extraordinarily expensive professional printer that I invested in. So I make a little bit of income off my print store. But again, original art, a lot of people would prefer to buy prints of fan art. I get it, I'm not offended. But the people who do buy prints off my print store are like my favorite people in the world, because that's huge. So print store, Patreon, Twitch, and then a lot of it's commissions too, you know. Depending on the month, sometimes I make a lot of commissions, sometimes I don't accept any commissions, and I'll make a little bit and whatever, and there's no real kind of tracking that or whatever. It's just kind of like different every month. But it's boring artist stuff. But if people are interested in like the business side of art, like I'm happy to talk about it. I just, obviously specifics are weird. Some people are like, how much do you make on Twitch? What do you do this? What do you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, chill out, you know. But I think most people are just kind of curious as to how an artist kind of like makes a living. Because like the thing is, like, I don't know, so first of all, by the way, it is a timeoutable offense to telling my view count. It's pretty common Twitch etiquette. Like, you just don't point out your streamer's view count. Some streamers like to hear it and they're like, oh my god, I'm at 12 viewers, I'm so happy. And some streamers will freak out, like, oh my god, I'm at 8 viewers. I don't like to know. Don't fucking tell me. I haven't looked at my view count in almost a year because it just stresses me out. But I'm sure it's not impressive on Twitch. I'm sure I'm not at like 400 people. I'm sure I'm not even at like partner levels of things. So you might be looking at a streamer that has like a very low view count like me, and you're like, how do you make full-time on Twitch? What the fuck? What are you talking about, Evan? Wait, you make full-time on Twitch with your numbers? And that's what I say. Like, yeah, I mean, people support me at a level that I cannot understand, and it's crazy. And I'm honored and humbled, and just as confused as many other people are. So, kind to yourself, it only gets rougher with the eyes as we get older. Yeah, true. I mean, I didn't have glasses at all when I was 25, maybe, and then I have a very small prescription. It's not that big, but still, you know. Have you heard people comment on something you drew in a criticizing manner unprovoked? I always show my friends stuff when I drew and literally ask them to roast me because I'm really hard to get that genuine reality check. I get a lot of unsolicited critical feedback, and I've gotten less actually as I've grown. I think there's something about like unsolicited critical feedback people think that they can like give to you until you're like at a certain size. Like when I first started streaming, I would get people who would come in my stream and be like, hey man, I think that the way you've drawn the hand is wrong, like just trying to help, haha. And a lot of times people just trying to make themselves feel better and feel more important, right, as opposed to actually like legitimately trying to like offer you help. And I got those on YouTube and Twitch. Like when I started the year with 200 subs on TikTok and 90 subs on YouTube. And when I had like under 500 subs, I had people commenting on videos all the time being like, just so you know, the character is looking in like, oh, it's like, okay, shut up. Because a lot of times the criticism wasn't even right. But then as soon as I hit about 1,000 followers on both those platforms, I stopped getting those altogether. And I think it's just people getting intimidated away from like, oh no, he has a follow count that's like above the threshold that I feel like I can be critical at, which is like, whatever, man. Like, I don't understand the psychology of it, but I do, and I get unsolicited feedback once in a while. The problem is a lot of times when you're like in the middle of stream or whatever, or something, if somebody comes in, you're sitting here talking about like big booba cat girls, and then someone's just like, hey, let me tell you about the critical thing you're doing wrong on your art. You're like, wait, what? No, we're not talking about that. Like, what? No, shut up. Anyway, right? So that's kind of one of the issues with it. And a lot of times people like try and give that feedback. Like I said, it's a lot of times it's just them trying to like seem smart or helpful or useful or whatever, as opposed to them like legitimately trying to help you out. Some people like are, but most people who generally have that, most people who have the sense to want to help you out with your project also have the social sense to know that unless you asked for it, you're like, you know, shut the fuck up kind of thing. It's a tough like balance, right? You have the ability to produce a larger print. Yeah, 13 by 19. Yeah. Because the problem is anything bigger than that, you're moving to like, so prints, when you buy poster paper, it's one thing, but when you buy like, the paper that I use is a proper, I'm not sure if Ellen going to print, she did. It's a proper gallery grade cotton rag 300 GSM, very thick, very heavy paper, and so you can't roll it for one. I don't just do posters. The other problem is that as you try and print on that paper, it actually gets exponentially more expensive. So my printer that I got that can print up to 13 by 19 was $1,600. And to get a printer that can print larger than that, I could get a printer that for $2,000 that could print larger, but it wouldn't print at the same quality. To get a printer that can print at the same quality that can print like 24 by 36 would be like $5,000, for instance. So I'd love to one day, but yeah, my printer needs to do a whole lot better than that at the current sort of sizes and stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, shouldn't prints is like double size. Ah, shit. Yeah, sorry, dude. There's nothing for anyone to criticize here, though. Well, I mean, like, what's I'm terrible. I never point out problems on my own art because it's kind of like the FedEx logo. If I told you that that I see a problem in this piece right now, but I don't know how to fix it, and I'm not going to fix it right now, and I might not at all, it would be all people would obsess over. They'd be like, oh, I can't unsee that now, you know? But then the other problem is that it's also very annoying when, like, my favorite meme is when I point out something where I'm like, oh, the perspective on the arm is wrong. And you get armchair fucking artists being like, ah, yes, I was wondering when you'd catch that. I noticed it a while ago, and I'm glad you finally caught it. You're like, shut up, dude. The arm perspective isn't wrong. I just baited your dumb ass. I baited your stupid ass. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just trying to seem cool, you moron. You know, that's also the other annoying part of it too. But there is lots on my work that I think is fucking terrible that I need to get better at technically and whatever. So there's definitely stuff to criticize. The problem is that I've learned, one of the things I've learned in my streaming time, one of the greatest lessons that sounds a little bit asshole-ish, and it's fair if you call me an asshole for thinking this. Never accept advice from somebody that isn't somewhere you'd want to be. Fair, right? Never accept criticism from somebody you wouldn't accept advice from. And although that doesn't work all the time, although sure, there's some obviously, I don't know, maybe there's somebody in here who's a master painter who's like, bro, I'll help you out. And I'm like, you could have an Instagram where you're struggling to draw Dragon Ball Z fan art that I was doing when I was 7 years old. Or you can be a master painter. I don't know, because you never know on the internet. It's hard to say. You have to parse through whether or not the criticism is true as opposed to where they're coming from. But sometimes with good critique, you need to trust the person that they are seeing it in a way that you don't. So it's almost like if the criticism was apparent, I would do it. So it's a really hard balance. It's tough. It's why like a lot of the critique thing just doesn't work on the internet the way like we should have it work necessarily as artists, where yeah, we should help each other out and like critique in a way that's like, as Jules said, constructive or whatever. Like absolutely, but it's very hard to do and very inelegant on the internet, on Twitch, YouTube, places like that, which is just why it's just tough, man. Like definitely building community is very important between artists that you trust and that you know you like and that you know have your best interest at heart and will tell you how to do stuff with legitimately hoping that you can become better. And that's a blessing when you find artists like that. And it's one of the things that you get out of working for game studios and large teams that you just don't get when you're on your own. You don't get that because if you work for a game studio, you have artists, you have senior artists, you have principal artists that are always looking out for you. They're acting as mentors and teachers. And one of the greatest reasons why you should go work for a game studio is so you can have that experience. But obviously, that's hard to get when you're on your own, you know? What is... I didn't just merge my layers, did I? Oh, thank God. Oh my God. I almost had a heart attack. Because it looked like I was selecting via... Yeah, okay. Whew. I just have some hairy lines in there that don't really make sense. Listen while driving to work? Alright, Maggie. Hell yeah. Thanks to Lurk. how does an artist make a living? A lot of work, not just in the art, but in the finding clients, and a lot of the grace generosity of fans who artists love and cherish. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm more difficult to hire and access as an artist than a lot of artists are. I'll admit it. Because I don't have a commission sheet. You have to come to me. And I know it sounds a bit of an asshole-ish thing. And also, Evan, don't you get a lot of emails and stuff like that from people that don't want a project? Yeah, probably only about 2 in 10 recently have accepted my price point. So a lot of people just don't accept my price point. I'm too expensive or whatever. But having said that, the more I sort of put my work out there, so I said 2 in 10 probably accept my price point, and I probably only accept the project from half them. Like, even when someone accepts my price point and says, hey, I want you to work for me, there's about a 50% chance I say, great, thank you so much. I'm now that I've heard the details of the project, that's not for me. And so I'll turn them down, which some people are really like, oh shit, okay, cool, thanks for letting me know. And other people get really mad at that point, and that's fair. But at the same time, if I only accept and get a client out of 1 in 10 people that contact me, I still get contacted by around 15 to 30 people every single week, because I'm putting work out there on the internet so much. So yeah, trying to find clients and doing that whole thing, creating a brand around yourself, making sure people want to hire you as opposed to the commodification of your art. These are all things that are very intentional and very difficult to do, and are very difficult to sort of go in depth on stream. So I don't really go in there, because also I find most of the streamer here for like, hey, let's just hang out and whatnot, and let's not do a whole like deep dive into the business of being a fucking artist. It just doesn't matter to you, nor should it. Like, how I make a living shouldn't, like, obviously if you care about the realms of Eldar and you want to see my project and whatnot, like, I appreciate people wanting to see me like succeed and do well and stuff, but at the end of the day, whether I can make a living at this or not doesn't really matter, and shouldn't matter to everyone. Whether or not you are having fun at the stream and enjoying the product and enjoying Eldar and enjoying D&D campaigns and whatnot, that's what's important to me. And when you aren't, that's totally fair, like, fuck, man. My stream really suffered for a while last year, and one of the reasons was because I was extremely sick, and I was like basically like making it to stream every single day half dead, and I wasn't streaming very well. And I get it, people didn't want to like come watch that, and I wasn't like mad at them or whatever. But like I feel like those like business things and how I do my thing, unless it's like pertains to the project, I don't think a lot of people like want me to go in too deep on it. So I tend not to, because out of respect for people's time and all of that. All of that, I guess. Oh, my brush is the wrong brush for the eraser. Whoops. Okay, I was wondering why that was more difficult than it should be. I'm just slightly dumb. That's good. I'd rather be slightly dumb than something on Photoshop actually not working. as frustrating as it is to find out that you're the problem, it's way better than Photoshop being the problem, and I don't know how to fix it. It's amazing feeling. You need to lurk. Phone call. Have a great rest of your stream. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. God damn, what a legend. Go follow Wes Wolf. Hit up that follow. Go see a real art streamer. I like my scuffed LARPing as an art streamer. Are 13x19 prints better profit for you than 8.5 by 11 for those that are buying with the intention of showing support? Are the 13x19 prints better? So the cost of the paper and ink is obviously a lot more. They're slightly better. Because I charge basically a percentage on top of materials, and so you could say that I'd make slightly more on the 13x19 prints. However, the problem is shipping for 13x19 prints is way more expensive. I can't do anything about that. I try and lower, and I eat some of the shipping costs myself for 13x19 prints. So I guess actually it's about the same. So any extra profit that I'd get from 13x19 prints percentage-wise, I then put back into the shipping, so I can try and eat some of the profit myself, as opposed to somebody else having to eat the shipping fee, which is very high. Because like I said, the prints that I like, dude, here's a print. When I say I can't bend it, this is a print. This is a 300 GSM fine art paper. So when you buy prints for like $400 or whatever, they come on this paper. The paper itself is very, don't ignore the item cards. This is a Patreon thing. So you can bend this, but you can't roll it. So I have to ship them flat. So shipping an envelope like this size is like not too bad. But when I have to ship flat a 13x19 print, it has to come in a box, which is way more expensive for the buyer. So it does suck. if somebody really wants a 13x19 print, I make first editions of stuff for people who want the larger format. But honestly, most people that interact with my print store, the vast majority, they get the first editions in 13x19, and then nobody will buy a print sometimes after the first editions are gone, and they'll only buy 8.5 by 11s. So I mean, either way, like the thing is that the support is that somebody wants my art up and to have a print of it. That means the world to me. That means like more to my soul than any kind of like profit could. So I'd have a hard time being specific and saying like, oh well, you know, the 13x19 prints are way better than the this or that. They're both fantastic. They both support me quite a bit in different ways. I'd say whatever you feel is like calling to you for size wise. If you like smaller things for portfolios, or you can put up more pieces and you want to get more art, or if you like the larger sizes, like I'm not gonna be picky between how somebody wants to support my prints. It's like my print store is also, I could make a lot more money if I had somebody else, another service, handle it, and it'd be lesser quality prints and it'd be cheaper and whatever, but I'd still make more money out of it. The reason I do my own print store is for myself as an artist, because sometimes I feel like the work I create digitally is not permanent. And when I spend time and print a print out, and I take the time and I spend the 20 minutes printing it, because it actually takes a really long time to print really high grade prints, and then I sit there and I sign it and I inspect it, I make sure it's all good, I package it myself and I wrap it, I do all this other stuff myself, and I send it out. For me, that is such a fulfilling feeling that I'd rather sacrifice the couple of $100s I had to make a month if I had like a Redbubble store or something, or an in-print store, to do it myself and make way less money and sell way fewer prints, because to me, I'm creating a permanent thing in the world. So I would never complain one way or another, you know. If I bought multiple of the same size, you'd save on shipping then? Yeah, well, I mean, you'd save on shipping, because it's the same price about, I think. It should be marked unless something goes wrong in Shopify. It should be the same price. If you buy like 5 13x19 prints, it should be about the same price, with maybe $1 or $2, because it does the calculation on its own of the same shipping, as opposed to, you know, whatever. Like the problem is, if you want one 13x19 print, but you buy like 4 or 5 8.5 by 11s, that sucks, because you're going to pay for like the big shipping, as opposed to if you wanted to buy a couple of 8.5 by 11s, then it's like way easier. So, no, like I wish that shipping was easier, man. It's the worst part of having a print store or any kind of a store, is just realizing that this could be so much easier, and it's not, because governments and post offices and arbitrary reasons and things like that are all very silly. And I wish that, you know, it's like I used to be able to do giveaways on my channel, and I just stopped doing it because doing giveaways to some places was just so expensive to send stuff. Like occasionally I'll do a giveaway for Blackwood Dice, for Ella's Dice. Like the next time I have a Blackwood Dice giveaway planned is my birthday stream. I always give away some sets on there because I think it's fun. But to send a Blackwood Dice set like to France or Australia or whatever can be so oppressively expensive that I had to stop doing giveaways so casually. So occasionally I do little item card giveaways. Now those are fun, because those are just a postage stamp and it's like $2 to ship in total. And that's fine, you know. I send out 10 things to 10 different people on stream, and it's like $2 each, then that's just like almost nothing, and that's totally fine. And I enjoy that. It's like kind of fun for me too, so. I don't know, man. I'm trying to like make cool prints and stuff that people care about, but I know that a lot of like the character prints, no one will care about the character prints unless they have context for the world, and they're like, oh, I went and saw that NPC, I love that character. And I still put them out in the print store because occasionally someone will like them, but I don't know, just like anytime somebody wants a landscape or something in their house, like, dude, it's just so fucking cool. It's so cool. There's a guy, Viddy, he spent like $400 framing a piece of art that he got from me or whatever. It was like a really expensive frame job. I was a little stunned. It was pretty cool. Okay, I need to grab more water again, because man, I thought you were looking at the Narya print right now. Well, that's one of my favorites actually. Narya Ithirathari. That is a character like player option. So you can actually play an Azael. So she's a merfolk. I rename everything for my setting because it's easier for people to sort of break some conventions. So the merfolk in my setting are called the Azael. And while you're in the Shattered Sea, which is where the campaign takes place, they just have a flight speed. Like, I don't care. I just let them fly. I don't give a fuck. And if you're outside of the Shattered Sea, where the magics of flight that would affect them don't exist, I give them a hover speed. So I just let you be a hovering merfolk, just rolling around the world. So the Azale are really fun, and I'm really excited to release the stats for them, because yeah, they're dope. That's a really cool print. I really like that one. It's a little bit older, but it's a very important piece in the Eldara concept work. So yeah, give me 1 second. We'll be right back. We back. We back. We back. What's up? What's good? What do we miss? What did I miss? Orb Revolution. Jeez, Nick, come on, man. Don't accidentally exclamation revolt like entities and get timed out by the bot. Whew, I hate to see that. I mean, I'd love to see it. You know, it's my favorite thing, but you know. What's the difference with the first edition prints? So the first edition prints are just they're just a limited run. There's nothing different about them other than they have a small seal on them that I just write in gold pen next to my signature, where I write a little first or a little one, depending on the print series. And I want to get a little stamp for it, so it's like really cool and a little Eldara thing. But that's the thing that I need to do. There's not actually a good reason why I haven't done that. So they're a way for me to sort of like there is a desire within the art world to have an edition so that you have sort of a piece of a specific piece of art that it makes it more like an individual painting or something like that, or piece of a work of art. And some people really like that. And so a lot of artists will make a first edition run that'll be way more expensive. People will charge a premium for that. I just make it available for the first X people that buy a print. They'll get a first edition of it, so you can just get it if you want to print and you're one of the first 5 people that have bought that particular print. And I have some first editions that sell out the day I post the print, and I have some first editions that I posted a year and a half ago that are still up. You know, I've only sold like 3 first editions of. So, and I only do usually a line of around 5 to 7 first editions depending on the print. Mostly I think I've settled around 7. because I keep one for myself, so that's one. And then I typically give first edition to Cobalt or somebody who's a certain old ancient Patreon tier supporter, and Steel. And then I leave 5 of my print store. So, but yeah, that's like, you're like, well, that's dumb. That's fair. A lot of people don't give a shit about that kind of stuff, but some people do really like it, and so I accommodate, but I also don't charge anything extra for it because I think that'd be silly and greedy and whatever. So I allow people that want it, and then I fucking chill. The first edition prints see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. No, but they do sell for more when you open a first edition booster pack of Evan Blair art. So, yeah, that's a. Now you can get shadowless art, Ashy. Oh, what's this about you getting canceled, Ashy, because of your opinions on the Digimon card game? Are you over? Like, do I have to make a, like, I'm sorry I didn't know post on Twitter? Did you suggest the Digimon card game might be fun? Did the dual logs find out about this? That's a true question. Yeah, I'm getting to them. I think, oh shit, really? Well, I'm honored, Switchers. Look, the best way to support me is just presence, is just being here and being supportive. Like, that really means the world. But if you're getting a print, I'm honored. So thank you very much. If you decide to go for one, seriously, that means a lot. Thank you. I hope you're impressed by the quality. I'm very proud of it. But yeah, I saw some shit about a new card game. Actually, I don't know what's going on with that. I'm just waiting for the apology video. Or the Miwa Bell video that says about Ashy. Okay. I did think that I'd get through this faster, but I realized I spent a lot of time monologuing today, so I apologize. We will get through art today. I promise it's still gonna happen. Oh boy. Oh god. We'll get through it one way or another. I had a lot of Horizon to do. I gotta figure out what the armor is gonna look like for the Airlace family guards too, because it's gonna be pretty heavy. They're gonna be somewhat Dragoon-like from Final Fantasy XIV. In the style of just like very nimble but heavy armor. Not like chunky World of Warcraft plate, but more lightweight, gothic kind of vibes maybe. I don't know. That fantasy bend. This isn't exactly a concept piece for them, and I realize more just the portraiture of the character, but I should do it. Man, I wish I had time to do like a concept piece for all that kind of shit. You know? The finished version is going to have nameplates or something along the bottom. That's a good idea. I wasn't planning on it because I was going to have like not a nameplate with the character, but basically have it be in the book that when it's talking about like this NPC, you know, it would be like her and then name and then some stuff about like what the players can get from them or how to RP them or information about them, whatever. But I didn't think about doing like a I thought about that with the piece I did yesterday for Luan about doing nameplates, but I don't know. It didn't quite fit and I didn't end up deciding on it, so I'm not fully committed one way or another, Atari. I'm thinking about it. Contemplating it. Digimon is TCG? Apparently. Not getting cancelled, nobody told me, but they've declared they're finally putting the Digimon TCG on digital, definitely not on phone, or definitely on phone, unclear PC, more details coming tomorrow night at the Digimon Direct. Okay. Well, I just know that if you are a Yu-Gi-Oh player and somebody says the word Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, Digimon, Pokemon, or Shower, that you naturally go into a fit of rage. So I'm just looking out for you. So, Dave Armor, how do you come up with the designs for your characters' outfits? I always feel mine are too simple and bland. Man, yeah. Well, I mean that's the concept art process. Is I think it's a muscle, right? Building a visual library, doing a whole lot of studies of lots of things, and then getting a vibe for it, getting a feel for like what kind of visual styles emphasize what kind of qualities, and doing a lot of experimentation and then a lot of iteration. So when I do a character design like this, I'll spend some time doing some like design stuff ahead of time in like a super secret like design document that's all just like a big sketchbook that would expose how bad of an artist I am, you know, where I'm willing to like come up with stupid designs just to like put it on the page. So before I start a commission, after the point, like when I talk, the process of talking to someone about their character is the first hour. Reading about their character and like going over the details for it is like the second hour, and the third through fifth hour are typically design work ahead of time, and then the 5th through 15th hour, or 5th through 20th hour more likely, is the actual piece where I render the whole thing out and draw it. So for something simple like this, I'm not really thinking too hard on it. Obviously I have like a general idea for kind of the look of the armor that I want, but like I was saying, that I haven't really like invested too hard into it, and so that's what I'm thinking I might need to do, is do some air laced family guard outfits to figure out what their style looks like. But obviously for a portrait, I don't know if I have time for doing that for every single one of these characters. I might just have to like do portraiture. Last CD session, I had one of my players put on trial for crimes they committed in their backstory, and the rest of the players had to craft a defense in order to save them from execution. The spicy part is that the accused has amnesia, so they had to adapt the witness statements. It was very fun making the crimes for them to try and worm their way out of. That's cool. I love that. That's dope. Freeler Archprince to go. Oh shit, really? Oh damn, Switches. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you. Seriously. Goddamn. I will happily make those prints and send them out tonight and tomorrow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the print store. God damn. Thank you. That means the world to me, my friend. I hope you enjoy them. As I said, I hope you're impressed by the quality. So, holy shit! Thank you, dude. That means a lot. God damn, you made my day. You absolutely made my day. Oh shit, dude. I'm gonna get emotional. The final page has a secret info on it. It'll be harder to print out and then hand to the players when they encounter them. You'd want separate info for them? Interesting. So you'd want just the nameplate on them, right? Because you can make them the handout for it. Right. Okay. That makes perfect sense, Atari. So I'd have to have them in a format where you could print it out then and still have some of the relevant information. So I wonder if there'd be anything else to put on it. No, I think the name is enough. I don't think I need to put like Air Lace family, whatever. Usually hand the art out over the DM screen and it sits on the table. Okay. What if Atari, how about this? What if there's a collector's edition of the Horizon Venture where I give one, I put in the box an Eldara branded projector, you know, the ones that like you had in school. God, I'm gonna age myself. You know, in high school where you have like the light on it and you put like the light and it like shines it on the board, right? Like, what are those projectors called? What if I made, like, you know how some collector's editions come with, like, controllers or something like that? What if I made a Realms of Eldara collector's edition that comes with an ancient projector like this, and then the art? Right? Dude, could you imagine? There's probably some, like, 22-year-old in chat right now. It's like, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh god, what is this ancient archaic technology? Holy shit. Okay, boomer, fucking go back to your gremlin basement den. You feel a print on acetate? Exactly, right? Overhead projectors, yes, thank you, absolutely. Overhead projectors. Yeah, what if I made like an Eldar like collector's edition? It had like vinyl wrap on it that said like Realms. of Eldara, and then it had like the Horizon art on one side. Dude, it'd be a whole Realms of Eldara branded overhead projector. Holy shit. Wait, how much are they? wait, hold on. I could do like one collector's edition with one. Realms of no, okay, damn it. Overhead projector. Wait, there's new versions? No shot they're still making these things. Oh my god, how much is it? Why is that $600? That's ancient. Well, the tech is it. Obviously, that's a new one. Oh my god. Okay, wait, there's one on eBay here. Overhead projectors for sale. Oh, yeah, okay, like 150 bucks. Yeah, I could buy one and vinyl wrap it. You know, 3M 9100 overhead transparency projected, tested and working with 100 transparencies. I don't know what that means. Oh, the acetate things. Yeah, dude. Holy. I can make a Realms of Eldara with a collector's edition with a limited edition wrapped Eldara overhead projector so that you could have your art for it printed on acetate and then oh hell yeah. I think it allowed 24 and I was lost for a bit. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this is a god. What grade would I have been when they stopped using those? I don't think I saw a single overhead projector once I hit grade 12. So that would have been 2006. 2005 or 2006 would have been the last time that I saw an overhead projector. Yeah. So oof, god, that's old, isn't it? Just light a few candles or something. Image comes out of a dragon's claim head. Oh my god, yeah, I get Ella to 3D print one of the dragon skull things. Holy yeah, because Ella has 3D printed dragon skull dice towers, right?
May I request a limited edition Eldra wrapped Eldra brand TM Croissant Island and coffee stain wrapping paper set?
Oh god, okay, all right, never mind. This whole thing's a bad idea. Yeah, never mind. I forgot Aduria would ask for something like that. Yeah, okay. Oh god. Okay. Thanks 100 bits, Aduria. Appreciate it. Imagine not being homeschooled during COVID. Boomer. Okay, Zoomy. Holy, I'm getting fucking called out. I'm getting called out by someone with a taste for video games that is that of a 38-year-old Japanese man. Good god. Same video games. Same anime preferences. Good fucking god, man. Phil, no, I didn't know they stopped using them. God, yeah. I'm sorry, Jen. They did. It was like 20 years ago they stopped using them.
And now that I've said that out loud, Ella will request Eldra wrapping paper for Christmas.
So, I would know how to do it, Aduria. Actually, I'm not sure if I can do it for Printful. Actually, it might be easy as just uploading something from Printful. Hold on. Hold on. Go to dashboard. Wait, I should take a brief art interlude to see about a meme. New order. No. Oops. Test your designs. Oh, basic. Okay. Do they have wrapping paper? Let's find out. If I search for wrapping paper, do they have wrapping paper? Uh-oh. Is it a thing? Wait, what? Upload your design. Or drop your design here. Wait, what? Hold on. Put a map in? Wait, is there actually... Wait, is this wrapping paper? Is this actually wrapping paper? There's no shot. Did it go through? No, leave page. Give it to printful. Don't. Oh my god! It actually exists. Oh my god. Well. Aduria, if you want 3 sheets of wrapping paper, my base cost on it would be 13 Canadian. So I'd probably make it like 16 bucks or whatever. There you go. So there is a chance I could send out Christmas prezzies to everybody with Eldar wrapping paper this year. Yes, that's true. That is a thing. Is I could oh boy. How old are you? You look like you're in your early mid-20s. No, dude, I'm 34. Yeah, I'm an old ass guy. Yep. When I talk about shit that I did in my 20s with my art career, yeah. No, I'm behind for dudes my age in their art career. Yep. Okay. So like, was this Mega Man Battle Network? Sadly, oh no, not Mega. Oh well. Oh well. Sorry, Ash. I'm sorry I ruined your game night. My bad. I didn't mean to. I had to check if I was still recording. Well, there you go. So wrapping paper is a possibility. Apparently, Duria. So I know need for one. Now I want an overhead projector with a dragon head. I know how we could do it. I'm not gonna do it, but yep. It's a couple of cents in Canadian. Yep. Mm-hmm. At least play a bit extra for my advent calendar spot, so I have a gift wrapped in Eldar wrapping paper. If you are God, how do I word this? I don't want to volunteer myself to have to wrap stuff in Eldar wrapping paper. I will consider, Aduria, if you buy a Blackwood Dice Advent Calendar this year, I will do my best to make sure that it is wrapped in custom Eldar wrapping paper. Okay, it's just, no, Ella, you can't agree to this. You can't, Ella, it's March. You don't send these out until like November. You can't agree to some shit now. What are you talking about? You're already on the list? Oh, God. Have you actually gotten pre-orders for your Dice Advent Calendar this year already, Ella? Are you serious? Or is it just Aduria on the list? Oh, God, it's probably like Samurai and 8 other people, too. Holy fuck you, degens. I was going to play my boomer game, Mega Man Battle Network, which came out in 2003. Anyways, what year did your favorite game, Diablo 2, come out again? Olner was already a sophomore. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. What do you mean? My favorite game is Monster Hunter Rise of the Worlds. Whatever the new one is. You have 5 people that have already ordered advent calendars? Oh my god. Oh my god, okay. Sure, realize you're old because you got Team Liquid Gaming Chair. Being a Team Liquid fan these days gives gamer boomer energy. It totally does. Yep. I mean, Liquid did just win the Race to World First in a game popular, a World of Warcraft, a game popular with people who are in their mid-30s. So correct on that. But the reason I'm a Team Liquid fan is just as you said, StarCraft to Team Liquid. Just as you say. Just as you say it. My legacy era for StarCraft 2 is old Team Liquid. Where's the fucking... Oh shit. Oh shit, it's Hero. Oh shit. Where are the old guys? Where's the old guy? Oh my god. Rhett, Tyler, Sheth, TLO, Nazgul, Hotbid, Hey Pro, Hero, and Jinro. I would watch each of these guys stream and compete. You know how old I am, man? I would not only watch these guys stream, I watched them before streaming was a thing. And Idra, oh my god. I would watch these guys I'd watch VODs on YouTube cast by Husky StarCraft of them playing StarCraft 2. That's why I'm a Team Liquid fan. That is the gamer boomer energy. Also, Core JJ slaps. I don't know if he's still on the LCS team or not. But, yeah, no, that's fair. I will accept my gamer boomerdom accusations with dignity and grace. This was one of my favorite eras of esports ever. Was watching Team Liquid play. And that entire EG, all the teams. Back when MMA versus MVP, BlizzCon 2011. It was a while ago. Oof, that was a while ago. Oh god, now I think about that. Wasn't that? That was a decade and a half ago, wasn't that? Oh god. Oh boy. All right. Okay, that's fine. Back, did you think it'd be rid of me that easy? What's up, Dragon Knight? $600 for a light and a mirror. Correct, Jacob. Correct. Jacob's got it. What's up, YouTube chat? What's good? Gotta be better at checking that chat, dude. I gotta figure some shit out on OBS. I'm the worst streamer I know. And I know, I was about to catch shade for somebody, but I didn't. Yeah. There's no reason to throw that shit around. Decade and a half ago, I would have been 13. Well, listen, man, you can make fun of people being old for being in their 30s, but all I can say is it's fucking coming for you, loser. It's coming for you. It's haunting you. It's sneaking up on you. One day you turn 25, and guess what? You're not an early 20-something anymore. You are no longer an early 20-something when you're 24. Congratulations, when you are 26, you are a mid 20-something for the last year. Until you are 27, and then you are a late 20-something. And oh man, guess what? 3 more years, and then you're a 30-something. Let's fucking go. Peekaboo Shoots, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. A decade and a half ago, I'd have been 9 down. Really? Damn, bro. I'm a late 20-something. My life is basically over. Right? No, honestly, I was very anxious to turn 30, but your 30s are way better than your 20s. Trust me. It's way better. I hear people in their 40s be like, just wait until you have the assets, the resources, and the freedom of being in your 40s. I'm like, damn, bro. Age used to bug me quite a bit. I used to feel like I was very behind because I wasted a lot of years and a lot of time. You know, life kind of shat on me for my early to mid 20s. It took me a long time to recover from that, man. I'm just happy to be here at this point, you know. I used to think like, oh god, I'm so far behind for people my age or whatever, and I am. Like artists that are my age are way better than me. That's fair. Like good artists, you know. There's lots of artists. But I realized that being good at art and like building something in a career and shit like that, for one, it's like kind of doesn't matter when you start. We like worry about that a lot, but it kind of doesn't really matter at all when you start, realistically. Like, not, unfortunately, for some people who think that they're like ahead or whatever, it kind of doesn't matter like at all when you start. Because you can catch up very quickly to where people who languish in comfort are in like only a couple years. You can make massive improvements and massive strides in like no time. But also at the same time, as an artist, we don't retire at 65 and go sit on a beach. You know, I don't remember who it was specifically, but I think it was Stan Lee accepting an award for somebody. I don't remember, like I don't really exactly. He was some big creator who's accepting an award for an artist that worked with him. It might not be Stan Lee, but basically someone who is passed or deceased won a lifetime achievement award, and he died in his like 80s or something. And someone who was like survived him would like accept the award for him. Might have been Stan Lee and someone else. But it wouldn't have been Jack Kirby, I don't think, but maybe. Doesn't matter. Anyway, during the acceptance speech, the person said like something along the lines of, oh yeah, he worked straight into his like 80s, 90s, whatever. Like John Williams composed stuff into his early 90s. I think he's still working on some bullshit. As an artist, your career doesn't end at 65. So if you have, let's just say you live to be 90 and you start when you're 20, well, congratulations, you have a 70-year career. If you start when you're 30, congratulations, you have a 60-year career. If you start when you're 50, congratulations, you have a 40-year career. Like, dude, there's people, so many people obsess over being too late to start art or creative endeavor or adventure. And I get it if you have like a family and you're set up and you have, you know, commitments and stuff, it's harder, and you know, life and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think that energy needs to fade with age. Like, I really reject and resent the idea that like, oh man, you don't have that vitality you have when you're in your early 20s. You know what's the difference between me energy wise between me and my early 20s? I need on average an extra hour or 2 of sleep a night. So I can function to, like, last night I had 5 hours of sleep and I feel fine. And when I was in art school, I could function on 3 to 4. But the fact is that'll kill you anyway. So you shouldn't be doing that regardless of your age. Like, energy wise, I don't know, man. I just people scared the shit out of me about being in my 30s when I was in my 20s. But I feel great. I feel healthier and better than I ever have. My cardio, my VO2 max is the best it's ever been. I'm stronger than I've ever been in my entire life. 3 plates, by the way. Let's fucking go. I know it's nothing, but still. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I really wish that a lot of artists wouldn't like worry so much. I really wish I hadn't worried so much about my age for so long. 30, like, being in your 30s is fine, bro. .36 just getting started? Fuck yeah. To return to dust like the rest of the fossils around me. Well, the only thing that'll happen when you hit into your 30s, Aduria, is people will stop relating to you as much. That's the only thing that happens, is like the 90s sort of relatability that I had. Like, I don't relate to people who were born in the 80s, like the early 80s, and have that like 80s cartoon era, but I do relate to, obviously I was born in 1990. I do relate to the 90s stuff. You know what the biggest teller of age is that you find when you're growing up? Which Pokemon starters people liked the most. You know, when somebody tells me that Chimchar is the best fire starter, it makes me want to fucking puke. But I get it. It was their first. People are like so obsessed over Pokemon Black and White, and I'm like, oh, that's because you were 10 when that came out. What your favorite Pokemon game? You have a 90% chance of your favorite Pokemon game being the game that came out when you were between 8 to 13. I'm sorry, it's true. It's true, right? No, man. If you feel like you're too late or like 30 scary, don't feel like it's scary, dude. You take care of yourself like you should to live a very long, happy, healthy life. You won't feel any different in your 30s than you feel in your 20s. You'll feel great. You'll be better. You'll be awesome. You'll evolve. I hope to find people my age. Most of my friends are married, getting married, and having kids. Like, hot damn. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there is a behind in a lot of those ways. So I wouldn't worry about it. Take the pressure off, you know. Last year in my 20s, as of 3 days ago. That's right. Wow, Maggie, you're 29. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, get after it. That's true. Chimchar is the best. Okay. Was Chimchar your starter when you were between 8 and 13 years old? Yep, because my favorite 2 starters or generations are 1 and 2. There's a couple from other generations I like, but for the most part, I think that my top 2 type stars would always be Gen 1 and 2. Would there be any exceptions? Maybe I'm not thinking about it. Maybe some of the Hoenn stars, but again, it's like Gen 1, 2, and 3. And guess what? I was 6 years old in 1996 when Pokemon came out. I was like 10 years old or whatever in 2000 when Pokemon Gold came out. Like, crazy that it worked out exactly the way I said. I'm also in my 30s. I'm restarting my art journey after 15 years pause. Jen, I'm incredible. Look, Jen, I don't matter, and my opinion doesn't matter of you, obviously, right? If I said something mean about you, it wouldn't matter. Roll off your back. You're like, who's this fucking guy? So I have a hard time saying something nice and having it matter, because who am I? So I hope this doesn't sound too presumptuous when I say I'm proud of you. Like, who am I to be proud of you? Obviously, like, I'm just some fucking nobody. Thank you for the follow, Dylan. But Jen, I'm fucking proud of you. That's awesome. That's amazing. As somebody who also gave up on his art journey for years, I know how difficult, painful, whatever. Maybe you're not having the same struggles I had. Maybe you're having them worse. But regardless, Jen, restarting your art journey after any period of time is fucking awesome. You're an absolute hero. You're an absolute stud. You're getting after it. I'm proud of you. You're amazing. So that's dope. I'll love to hear that shit. Also, first favorite starter is Rowlet, but I'm a huge outlier. I think most of my life took most of my life to try a Pokemon game. Interesting. Rowlet. That's interesting, Dragonite. Hello, Dylan. Good to see you. True that Chimchar is the best. True that your favorite Pokemon game is likely the one you played when you were a kid, probably around 8 to 13 when you actually started understanding how to play the game. Yeah, reasonably, right? But I look, Jen, I find it a little insufferable and like difficult for me to say that I'm proud of you, because again, like when you say that you're proud of someone, I feel like you're inherently saying that your opinion matters. And I don't want to be so presumptuous as to say that my opinion matters. So I guess I would be better to say is I'm very impressed. But I think we word that in saying things like I'm proud of you. So I have a hard time wording shit like that. I hope you forgive me. Either way, I'm very impressed. You're awesome. And I mean, with art, like again, the two things that should give you some hope if you feel like you're behind with art, your art career, or whatever. I'm not saying that you do, Jen. Just the end of that thought, start of a new one, which is referring back to an old one. People who feel behind with their art career. One, like I said, you're gonna work for a lot longer. Your career is gonna be a lot longer than your engineer friends, probably. Certainly than your like doctor friends or whatever. Bro, I got a cousin. He's about to retire his ass, man. He's like, I'm fucking done with this shit. I don't want to work another day in a medical office in the rest of my life. Bro's a doctor. He's out. But all the artists I know, they work for a long time because they love it. And so congratulations, you have a lot longer of a runway in your career. And two, I think that art can be progressed rapidly. I really do believe that someone can go from stick figures to, with no talent, can go from stick figures to employable in 2 years, 2 years aggressively, 4 years casually. I do. I think if you're consistent. I've said this in YouTube videos before, but I've never seen an artist who's consistent not succeed. Every time I've seen an artist drop out, fail, whatever, I can always track an inconsistency in them. You know, I asked an artist friend who's like a streamer. Recently, I talked to an artist friend of mine who's a streamer, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm just not making any progress. I don't want to do this anymore." And I was like, "How often do you spend like time making art? Like, how often do you spend practicing?" And she was like, "Oh, well, you know, I'm pretty." Like I said, "Are you consistent?" And she said, "Yeah, I think so." And I said, "Just curious, so we know what we're so we can use the same vocabulary here. When you say consistent, what do you mean?" She's like, "Well, I spend like a couple of hours a week doing it every week." I was like, "I meant like daily." She's like, "What? How do you find time to make art daily?" Like, what are you doing for 24 hours where you can't find a half of one half of 1 hour to sketch, to draw, to practice, whatever? And I think that does come down to if people want it or not, you know. So I think Chimchar has to be the best, honestly. Kind of goofy. My first Pokemon game was Yellow. The age range for your theory was Sapphire. Interesting. Yeah. Wasn't PewDiePie a good example of that too? He was basically no skills, functional anime art. Yes. You know what? I was going to bring caveats in and talk about why that kind of is different. But you know what? Productively, Aduria, I have no complaints about what PewDiePie did. Exactly. That's the example. PewDiePie can do it. You can do it. Right? PewDiePie can do it in a year. You can fucking do it in a year, man. Yes. No, you're right. Like, that is a good example. There's like caveats and things that you can throw along that to like complicate or to increase how cool that was or diminish it overall, but like productively without getting like, nobody cares about those nuances. I'm just thinking in my head of dumb shit. So you're right. Yep. PewDiePie fucking did it in a year. You can do it in 4. I believe that, right? Do whenever you spend WFP, flip a coin. On heads, you gain advantage on your next roll. On tails, you gain disadvantage on your next roll. Wait, I kind of like that, actually. I think I hit the 2 years aggressively, so that attracts on my experience. I draw at least an hour a day for the past 2+ years, usually 2 to 6 hours. Yep, there you go. And like, I'm gonna assume that you're practicing intentionally and productively and trying to grow the entire time, Taco, because I think that you could understand that if that's what you're doing and that tracks for you, you could see how someone could say that if they're not trying to grow, that you could be like, oh, I could see how they could, like, it would take them 4 years. But if you've been trying for 2 years, yeah, that's fucking awesome. If you're like, yep, 2 years, employable, there you go. And I don't mean employable, I mean careerable. right? Like, to me, my definition of professional comes from the graphic design definition of how I refer to professionals versus amateurs. Some people say I'm a professional once you get paid for your thing. My definition, going back to the graphic design amateur versus professional hiring sort of thing, is the definition: are you making full-time income off of it? That's when you're considered a professional in the eyes of certain freelancing sort of things, regardless. So I'd say you could go from nothing to professional in 2 years. Not just like making some money on your art, not just doing a commission once in a while, but like literally, like, yeah, like Taco said, you draw 2 to 6 hours a day, boom. Have fun, enjoy your new career. Hope you have the best time. It's better to practice with the intention of improving early on, or just focus on the enjoyment. I think that, so it's a resource. So when you practice with the intent of improving and nothing else, the most effective training, the most effective practice, if you have like a resource bar of, like, we're gonna call this your passion resource bar. Your passion resource, you will increase it by drawing for fun, and you'll decrease it by training. And so when you like draw something for fun, you draw a dope ass like hot, the HABC. Every time you draw the HABC, the hot anime booba cat girl, you add to your passion resource bar. You're having fun. But every time you draw something that's a challenge, like figure studies, you're withdrawing from your passion bar. So the problem is, I think you should withdraw from your passion bar the most you can while still tolerating it. But never go too far into a deficit for too long. If you sit in a deficit of passion for too long, that's how you get burnout. So if you spend, it's not if you spend 80 hours a week working that you risk burnout. It's when you spend any amount of time per week in a deficit. So personally, do I think it's better to practice for the intention of improving or just focusing on enjoyment? I don't give art advice like that generally for people without clarifying the difference between people trying to improve for fun versus people trying to be professionals. Thank you, Maya. I appreciate that. If you are trying to improve for just fun and just having fun and just enjoying your life and just making art and stuff, but you still want to improve, I'd say do as much practice as you can tolerate. If you are saying, no, I want to do this as a career, I will say develop a higher tolerance, because there are certain things, like there is a bar right here. This bar, we're going to say that on the art scale, this is of a scale from 1 to 100. This is 100 art, the best art. This is 0 art, level 0 and level 100. Okay, this is the art bar. Right here is level 70. Oh my god, what's at level 70, Evan? That's the bar where you have to get to maybe be employable in the industry. It's probably a lot lower than that, but let's just leave it there for now. The problem is, if you say to me, I want to be professional, and I say, okay, go off and conquer the world and be a professional. I don't know how to word this without it sounding harsh and unforgiving and unloving and unempathetic. So forgive me and forgive me for stumbling. Your best does not matter. Jumping over this bar is what matters. If your best gets you to level 20, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You're not good enough. And whatever that reason is, could be anything for why you can only get that far. It's not good enough. And so if your passion bar drains too early that you can't make it up to that bar, the quest is, how do you increase that? And it is possible. This is not a predetermined thing. Whether or not you can jump over this bar, that question, yes or no, is not predetermined. It's not talent-based. It's not some sort of gifted ability. It is a decision. The problem is, for some people, it's more challenging than others. The issue is that if you think you're trying your best and you don't reach the bar, you don't have a career. And that sucks. But the optimistic part of that is that I seriously have never seen an artist who is consistent not jump over that bar. That's the only factor. Just consistency. It hasn't been talent, it hasn't been money, economic status, art school, anything like that. The only thing that decides that I've seen professionals jumping over the bar is whether or not they're consistent. So, but that consistency can also be like, do you need to spend 2 hours a day or do you need to spend 6 hours a day? Do you need to not play any video games anymore? Do you need to cut out all your dumb friends that just want to sit around and get high every day and find a group of friends that, like, I don't know. And this is why art training in general is so hard and art advice so hard to give. I can't tell you the individual what's best for you, how to get over that bar, unless I'm directly talking to you and I get to know you. So if we have a 4-hour Discord call and I learn everything about who you are, I can tell you how to get over that bar and what it's going to look like, what's going to require. But on the internet, general Twitch advice, it's so hard to give like really good advice to people. That's why, man, mentorship and individual training is so valuable. And also that self-development skill of figuring out how to do that. But no, I believe everyone can do it. The problem is the whole bar thing has to do with whether or not you're going to be professional or not. So if you want to be professional, you have to get over the bar. And you have to risk withdrawing from your passion in a deficit and figuring out how to go deeper into that deficit and how to tolerate it more. But if you're just having fun, dude, do not fuck with it. Don't mess with your passion bar. Don't go to deficit. Always make sure you're having fun more than you're not. If you're just doing it for fun. Behind until I looked at Hori Koshi, who started My Hero Academia good at 27 years old, and then 10 years later is incredible out of his world art almost at 40. Right. I mean, yeah, it's a look. There's never too late for artists. Nope, never too late. Not sure if I'm careerable yet. There's just a lot more towards an art career than just the art. I'm now trying to figure out how to make a career out of the art as I can now do. Right. There's a lot of skills that go in with that. Yeah, no, I think that's huge. Like, you could argue that I haven't really put a substantial effort into a lot of my art careering until this year. 4.5 years into streaming. And that hurts to hear and hurts to think about, but I think you'd be fair to say it, you know? So don't get me wrong, it's tough. And also, look, everyone's progress goes at their own rate. The first, I'd say 3 years of my stream, I was just trying to figure out how to not hate my own art again. So don't get me wrong, look, it's tough, man. It's tough. And I got a lot of love and a lot of sympathy for people out there who are trying to get there, reinvigorate, whatever, man. But like I said, the advice changes very deeply depending on if you're having fun versus if you want to make a career out of it. Because the worst thing I could do is, if you want to make a career, you say, Evan, how do I be a career artist? How do I be an industry artist? How do I get a job in the video game industry? How do I get good enough for all that kind of stuff? And I say, make sure you're always having fun. You're going to get smoked. And that'd be the worst thing I could say to you. Because you're going to be sitting there studying and you're going to have a little bit of resistance and you're going to go, ooh, the resistance is prickly. I don't like this. Well, Evan said I should always have fun. So I'm going to sit down and instead of working on my art, I'm going to go play League of Legends for the rest of the night. And you can't do that, you know, if there's like a higher goal. So, but again, I don't know how to word that all super like elegantly and stuff. So I hope the intent of my meaning comes across without necessarily the harshness being the end result, because I don't think that's productive. I think that sounds a little bit elitist and whatnot. I'm not here to try and make anyone feel scared or inadequate or whatever. I'm trying to, like, if I can, inspire a little bit of hope in the idea that what is difficult is, although difficult, is extremely possible. Extremely. My hottest take in art is that everyone has the capability of doing it. The reason that's a hot take is because a lot of people say, like, oh, well, except for me, right? I'm like, why? I'm like, well, because I had this problem. I'm like, that's not a good reason. You know? I don't care what problem you have. Like, your specific problem, that fucking sucks, dog, and I'm sorry to hear that, but that's not an excuse for why you wouldn't be able to make it as an artist. Like, who told you that? Was that a narrative you spun? Or like, who told you that because you had ADHD, we're in a wheelchair, we're colorblind, whatever it is that makes your art journey way harder? Who told you that meant that you couldn't be an artist? Like, holy shit, man. You know? It's fucking heartbreaking. Didn't need to cut out video games, but I love MMOs so much. Yeah, I mean, so I had to definitely reduce my I realized that my sense of reward in life was coming too much from MMOs, specifically World of Warcraft. And so I had to completely redesign my relationship with World of Warcraft, like I have with many things. Like, I've lost like a little more than 100 pounds now. I had to completely reevaluate and change my relationship with food. And I still lose, like, pretty frequently, you know? It's tough, man. Whatever behaviors you're trying to change, God, it's tough. Like, I feel for you. We explained to say, to be good at art, you don't need to be talented. You need to have the patience to keep trying and learning when you didn't get the results you want. That's a great way of wording it. I like that. Yeah. Anyone can cook? Yeah, exactly, right? First relationship with video games got better when I at least admitted to myself they're a waste of time. Self-enjoyment can be good, like TV and stuff alongside video games for me is a lot more of a treat than main focus. So I think that playing a video game that doesn't fucking matter is a great thing to do. It's actually necessary psychologically to do stuff that doesn't have high stakes, whatever, once in a while. The problem with me is I went past the point of sort of the brain kind of like relaxation, and I went into the like, I'm grinding this for my own value. Who the fuck cares what rank I am for mounts in North America on World of Warcraft? It's pretty high though. You know, that was a big relationship I had to reevaluate with games. So yeah, look, don't get me wrong, man. It's tough. I feel for you. It's brutal. It's one of the most difficult things I ever had to do. But I think that the point is that it's possible, and I just really hate when artists say that, like, oh, I can't be an artist because I couldn't do this or couldn't overcome that. Been doing art for almost a year now, and I've been putting an average 15-ish hours a week into it. That's impressive, Maggie. I'm really impressed with that. And it's been taken pretty far, in my opinion. So imagine if I had more time to put in. But alas, I must be a responsible adult with a full-time job, right? And just think of where you'll be in 2 years. Yeah, right? Fucking crazy, dude. Like, employable, already there. Careerable, like, maybe. Fucking, let's go. Hell yeah. You did a great job sharing the message. If it helps to hear your hard truths, yeah, thank you. Because I really, I don't ever want to do the disservice of there's like, I bring it back to this point in art advice, how every artist needs to hear one of two things at any given time. And one of those two things is either you need to relax, you need to chill out, you need to stop pushing so hard and fucking calm down. Or they need to hear you need to try a lot harder and take this seriously. The problem is that if an artist hears the wrong message, it will destroy them. If an artist who's too stressed out and too overworked hears you need to work harder, they'll say, okay, boss, I'm in it. And they'll burn themselves out. Take care, Guapo. Thanks for chilling, bro. But if an artist who's too aloof and slack about things hears you need to take less time, or you take some time off, they'll like, whew, take an exhale, sit down, and die to mediocrity. So it's very difficult to give that advice to anybody. You have to know them very, very well to say you either need to work harder or you need to work less. The problem is, though, often, I'd say most of the time, the message we think we need to hear is actually often the opposite one, which is kind of silly, you know? Art doesn't just mean drawing, right? Because I feel like writing is an art. I love writing, and I feel like I'm a damn good writer, but I can't draw to save my life. Well, when I talk about art, I'm talking about visual arts. I'm talking about drawing, painting, the classical, traditional idea of art. You can make a case and say, like, oh, well, music is art, basket weaving is art, fucking crochet is art. Like, sure, they're all art forms, but I'm talking about like art, like drawing, painting, visual arts, because it's just it's the king term efficiently to use. Most people say when you say an art, people understand that it could mean a lot of things. When you say art, people generally assume it's a visual art. So there's so much competition. If you can't compare to other artists looking for work, you're going to get less work. You need to find the things to offer to bridge your value proposition. Yep. I don't go into this too deep because no one really gives a shit. But what I do say is that if you want to survive, especially as a freelancer, and even not if you want to apply to portfolios and stuff like that, you need to find something intrinsic about your art that makes it more valuable than just how good you are. Because there's some artists who's grinding technical skills that will outgrind you. And if you're competing for a job with them, and all you have to offer is your technical skills, they're going to roast you. And I learned this when I was at a BlizzCon. I was talking to a group of Blizzard artists, actually, concept artists from the WoW team, and they were talking. One of them was a guy who grew up in China, and he was like, "Man, this industry is going to be toast in 5 to 10 years." And we're like, "Why?" He's like, "Because my cousin just got a tablet back home," and I was like, "So?" He's like, yeah, like we haven't been able to afford tablets in China. I was like, okay. And he's like, yeah, now we can afford tablets in China. They're super, they're made in China, Huiyan, like all these companies. He's like, they're Chinese artists there. They don't go to school. They don't game. They don't do shit. They have a shoebox apartment and they grind art for 18 hours a day. And I was like, okay, that's scary. He's like, yeah, they're gonna come over here and destroy the games industry and just be so good. It's not even gonna be funny. And he was fucking right. He was fucking right. There's some artists that are coming out of especially mainland China that are unreal in the last 10 years. Unbelievable. Absolute gigamasters. So how do you compete with somebody that's willing to grind 18 hours a day? You need to have something else intrinsic about your art that's valuable rather than just the technical skills. So you decompress sometimes are just addicted to without acknowledging the addiction. For real, right? I think that anyone who wants to improve anything is destroyed the mindset of it's bad. I want to forget it. You got to look at your failings and go, why did it fail? Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. I know I'm not trying hard enough. You might also be trying as hard as you can right now, and that's okay too. Listen, as much as I'm like sort of trying to give a bit of the harsh truth here, there's also a sense of like you also do need to take your time. When I came out of this shit that happened to me, we'll just wrap all of it in my early 20s. When I came out of that, I needed like 3 or 4 years of just working at the game store, chilling, not dying, no more surgeries, no more family collapsing, no more grief. Just, I needed like 3 or 4 good years of recovery. I couldn't have expected myself to pick up my pen again and start my art career right then and there. I wouldn't have been able to. And you have to give yourself grace for that kind of stuff too. Now, the next, let's just say 4 years, 4 years, around there, whatever, the next 3 to 4 years, I could have stood up and probably started working earlier. And should have. So it's tough to know when you have to give yourself grace for chilling versus when you have to give yourself a little bit of motivation, encouragement to push. So, yo, what's up, dude? I see so many fantastic artists for TTRPGs come out of Brazil. Yep, and like with the democratization of art technology, we're going to see that more and more too. You know, with different way of life, cultures, work-life balances. Yeah, man, it's crazy. Like, how do you survive in the modern industry if you're competing against people that are going to be able to be technically way better than you? And to me, that question, protecting and warding and guarding against that question, is in many ways the same question as how do you protect and ward and guard against AI. Because AI is going to surpass us technically very quickly. You know? It already has for some styles, for some artists. How do you build your career? There are artists on Fiverr in fucking Indonesia that are willing to do the same level of technical art as you for $25. It's like, fuck. What do you do about that, you know? So yeah, Brazil is... I don't know what's going on there for like their tech, but it's like... Yeah, I mean, it's great. The democratization of tech is awesome, but it does also mean that people are gonna be hunting. They're gonna be on the hunt, man. They're gonna be on the prowl. They're gonna be trying to get that career. They learn that skill better than you. They put more time into it because you had soccer practice and basketball through high school, and you chilled with your friends, and you know you're whatever. And you have to go to school for all these hours of the day, and there's some kid who's 14 years old who wants to be an artist, and his mom pulled him out of school and bought him a tablet, and he just grinds that for 16 hours a day. And now he's 22. And you should be terrified of him. Or whatever, man. I don't know. Point being, it's not too late. You got a career if you want it. Being good at art is a choice. Also give yourself grace for not being there. Oh god, I've been trying so hard to give my hand a rest. I've been trying to just chill for a little bit and talk and whatever. And my arm is fucking killing me, man. It's been brutal for the last little while. Oh, I should have worn my sleeve today, man. I should have known. I fucked up. I gotta like put a timer on to do my stretches, I think. I need to say, hey, it's half an hour has passed. Do stretches. Don't just monologue and chill. Do stretch. Bad Evan. Terrible artist. Bad example to the art peepos. Letting your arm get injured like that. Hold your pen looser. Stop being the dumb. Stop being the dumb. Do the art, do the thing, draw the whatever. Dude, how did I get Mossy Socks' piece finished like one shot yesterday? That's kind of crazy. In one stream. I'm so impressed with myself. Not that I should be, but I was, alright? Regardless. Oh, I just caught myself holding my pen too hard there. Too tight. Damn it, it's so easy to fall into the habit. What's up, Jace? What's up, dude? How's it going, man? You're impressed with me? Alright, thank God. Thank God somebody is. Thanks, dude. What's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, shit, it's a already morning in that part of the world, dude. Man, I gotta get a better stream schedule. I gotta start streaming in the evening. I stream evening EU. What I need to do is I need to go live at like 9 a.m. my time instead of 10. Hit that EU time, be more EU friendly. And then I need to go to like 3 or whatever, like I usually do. And then I need to go live again from like 8 to midnight. Get that Asia and Australia timing in there too. Holy man, what am I doing? I'm throwing. Actually throwing. Getting ready for work? Attaboy. Putting that day on. Go crush it today, Jace. Whatever you're doing today, have the best day. Whatever you do for a living. Go do it to the best of your ability. You got this shit. Oh, that's the wrong. There's XQC hours in, right? Yeah, I know. Like, I stream incredibly short hours for like a streamer's perspective, but I actually stream incredibly long hours from an artist perspective. When I talk to artist friends of mine, they're like, you stream 5 hours in a row? 5 days a week? What is wrong with you? Holy shit, how do you keep drawing after 3 hours? Then I talk to like a regular streamer that does like games, and like, you only stream 5 hours a week? What the fuck? That's not even 40 hours a week. Are you crazy? Why does he even watch you? You're like, I don't know, man. So by whatever standards and metrics, I guess it's just different, you know. 8 p.m. to midnight. Let's go. Yeah. Well, what I'd probably do more often is I'd probably do like a YouTube streams and stuff later at night. Do you want to say that you've inspired me to pick up the pen and just try right now? Hell yeah, Dragon Knight. Want to try and keep that up? Hell yeah, dude. Attaboy. Get in there. And a girl? Out of them? Shit. I fucked up. To the office, but there's nothing going on, so I'm chilling here. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I love, dude, when I was start streaming during COVID, I loved the amount of people who would be like, I am getting paid right now and not doing anything right now. I'm watching your stream because we don't have any way to track. Dude, in the first couple of weeks when no one had any way to track any of that shit, or months, I guess, oh my god, the amount of people that would chill in my stream and be like, I'm getting paid and I don't know why. This is sick, dude. I love that era of stream. It was funny. Now, obviously, you know, the global pandemic and stuff, that patch was not the best content, obviously. I think none of us really want to go back and play the COVID patch or content again. But, holy bro. Game streamers have to saturate their time because people don't visit a game stream and stick around typically. Oh, really? I just always think it's because it's easy to just grind and just, like, make that game and hit that time and just sort of go live and push button until whatever. But to be fair, I don't know shit about gameplay streamers, so I don't know shit about real streamers in general, man. Dude, I had to explain at the optometrist yesterday what I did. Oh my god, that was the worst. The optometrist, help. The optometrist yesterday was like, so what do you do that you're at your computer for so long? Like, can you take breaks? I'm like, well, I take some breaks here and there, but like, you know, for the most part, like I am very focused for hours and whatnot. She's like, oh, well, like, can't you get up more often? Like, get up every 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, it's a little hard for, like, I have this, like, block of time that I'm, like, doing a thing every day where I kind of need to be there for, like, you know, a good 5 or 6 hours, like, just, like, focus. And she's like, what, like, okay. Like, yeah, I stream my art on Twitch. Oh, God, another one of these. Oh, God, I don't know how to explain it. She had that look that people often have. They look at you and they're like, what, wait, what do you do? The fuck? Why? You know, like, oh god, I can't explain it. Oh shit. You know what, I'm gonna remove the pauldron altogether here. We're gonna do fur on one side all the way. Kind of an asymmetric fur cloak type thing. That's what we do. Made up the same as the stream days. I just don't open OBS while gaming. It's funny. So I'm not able to focus on much on artwork, being healthier, my certification at the same time. How do you know when to remove things from your plate rather than sorting the time more efficiently? I don't want to stop working out and trying to be healthier. I don't want to stop doing art. I can't stop in the work. I am doing my certification. That's a lot, right? It's a lot, man. I get it. How do you try and be healthier while trying and be more social, while trying and work on your art, while trying to do good at your job, while trying to survive, while trying... Yeah, it's a lot. Don't get me wrong. This is the kind of thing that, like, I'm a bit out of my depth on. This is some, like, Dr. K shit. Some, like, psychiatrist shit, man. But what I can say is I think there's 2 things that help for me personally. Maybe they relate, maybe they don't. The first thing is I feel like you have an unlimited source of energy so long as there is the right and correct meaning and value proposed for what you're doing. So this is how you see people who are very high level, you know, executives and stuff that are succeeding at a very, very high level, and they work 80 hours a week. Well, they're also getting paid like fucking $7 million a year. So they don't, you know, their reward structures are being met. So sometimes trying to figure out how to do all of that in a way that, like, finding a greater meaning for what you're doing, focusing on reward structures, building that in, all that kind of stuff we talk about, that helps. But at the same time, there's also only so much you can convince your brain to do before your brain says, no. How about no? How about you get bent? And at that point, there's not much you can do. Your brain has fried. And so one of the things that can reduce that is by focusing on building habits and routines rather than goals. So if you can focus on, you know, obviously making the gym or healthy eating and living a habit, then you don't need to force it anymore. It just happens. And if that means that, like, you can only find, like, time for a half-hour walk here and there and to go to the gym 2 days a week, like, so be it. Until it's, like, a better or easier habit for you. Trying to build an infinite amount of habits and completely change everything about your life, that's, like, something that people who talk about doing, I think, typically only do it when they're the kind of people that have that, like, great meaning. Where it's like, I was told I was going to die unless I did this, and so I changed my entire life. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense, you know? But in general, I think that if you can focus on building 1 or 2 things at a time into a healthy habit, then you take the load and strain and stress off of your brain for forcing yourself to do it. Because remember, long term, the front part of your conscious brain, your mind, will not overpower your brain long term. It's outgunned biologically. So it's very important and very useful, I think, to try and figure out how to work with that part of your brain as opposed to like trying to tyrannize and demand it to work for you. in the easiest way to describe what you do as an independent concept artist. So yeah, the problem, like, absolutely, the problem is that I've found with that, because I'd love to, is that people don't know what the fuck a concept artist is. So when I say concept artist, I've found that a lot of people don't know what concept art is and don't think it's like real art. Then they're like, oh, so you just like think of ideas first, and then other people draw it, and you're like, no, I like draw the ideas too, and then but I just like draw, like focus on the ideas first, and then other people will like maybe do maybe illustrations based off it or whatever, or tell stories based off it. I've described it like I'm the guy that decides what stormtroopers look like or orcs or whatever at the movie, you know, company. And they kind of get that, but when I try and describe a concept artist, a lot of people are kind of like, so you're not a real artist? Illustrator is a good way of putting it. Some people will get the idea illustrator. That one hits usually a little bit more often than concept artist, but then they think you do stuff for like magazines and shit. Depending on the age, obviously. You don't have to explain any of this stuff to somebody that's under the age of like 30. But over the age of 30, it's like hit or miss. And over the age of 50, you're likely going to have to explain to them that you don't want to draw their cat. Which is funny. Got some juicy asymmetry, right? I need to remember that more often. So the fact that I didn't like the pauldron was a good reminder. I'm over 30. Uh-oh. Yeah, me too. Neither of us know. Neither of us know. Yeah, it's hit or miss. Like, how normie is someone who's over the age of 30? Even normies under the age of 30 typically get it, but, yeah. What is art? Man, if I could answer that question, my dad wouldn't have such a hard time telling people what I do for a living. Alright, I think this is good. I'm gonna sign this shit. Oh, man, we finally got there in the end. Look at that, dude. There she is, the somewhat pissed off guard of Lady Luna Airlace. Recording end. Boom. All right. Oh, I had to push there. My hand was kind of really killing me. God damn. Thank you. Appreciate it, Tari. Thank you. Try my best. Yeah, shit. Okay. I don't want to push anything. I was gonna do another little sketch after this, but ooh, not with that forearm feeling that like that. God damn. I also didn't realize how sore I'd be from grabby bar things. Anyway, hey, so that'll be it for today. I'm going to absolutely run from my stream and not skip my floor nap and go straight to icing my arms. So I'm going to just bounce rapidly. We're gonna do the speed run to the outro. So hey, thank you guys for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for chilling with me on Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you guys. Be live tomorrow morning if you want to see the next pieces of the Eldara sketchathon, where I am going to attempt to get all the art for Horizon done. So thank you guys for keeping me company during that process. It was the honor of my day to have you guys hang out with me. Really means a lot. Announcements, no. Patreon's coming back for some cool shit later on. What else? I don't know. Nobody cares. First time here for the whole stream, dude. Yeah, it was fun having you. I appreciate it. So, all right, I'll catch y'all later. The process videos will be up tonight if any of you want to check them out on the exclamation. Ooh, the caps work. Caps work. There we go. Yeah, I'm posting all this shit over there, which is gonna be fun. Let's just see how the Instagram post that I did yesterday did. Let's see if anyone liked it. Let's just see. Let's just see. Cause I think I could be wrong. I think. Oh my god. Let's see. That's a new record for me. I know it's still like a who asked number, like you're relevant, Evan. Don't get high up on yourself, but that's fucking awesome. Okay, cool. I will catch you guys later. Be good. Take care. Until next time, my friends. Until next time, my friends. Which, well, I mean, that's tomorrow, but until next time. Farewell.